Welcome to Day 5 of the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. We are live in Colorado Springs for an action-packed day of the very best jump ropers in the world. My name is Joe Edney. I'm a former world champion myself, and I'm joined today by my co-host,
Hanna Van Heggie, and I'm a former back-to-back European champion and a current world record holder. We are extremely happy to be here today, and I'm just incredibly pumped and excited to see the best of the best on the floor.
Well, and today's exciting because it's a team day. So we're going to spend the morning seeing speed events. And the speed events are all going to be those that include multiple athletes at the same time. So we'll see between 2 and 4 athletes they'll be rotating through. And it's really a test of not only prowess and endurance, but also just the ability to see the strength come through and just how fast and coordinated these athletes are with their ropes. Now in the afternoon, we're going to transition into freestyle events, and that's going to be more of a synchronized, artistic view of what we see across these different routines. And of course, if you've been tuning in for the last 4 days, then you've certainly seen a lot of really amazing skills. Now, one thing we've already had happen have been world records broken, and so today we'll be talking about some of those as we work through our day. But of course, the athletes are working to qualify for the finals, which will happen in just a couple of days. So the winners today will, in fact, advance on to those final competitions, and the top 6 will be those who qualify, ultimately crowning the world champion.
That's correct. And today we are going to see team events, which mean that not just, we're not just going to be able to see incredibly fast jumpers in the morning when we're talking about the speed events, but we're going to see incredible synchronicity and teamwork and support and encouragement, all those aspects of our sport, which to me are really, really special.
I think you're right, and it's great to see everyone back together here post-pandemic. We've got more than 1,200 athletes from 25 countries around the world, and you can see the athletes on the screen right now. They're getting warmed up for the very first event of the day. And Hannah, as a former athlete, when you're in that first heat or an early heat, what goes through your head? What are you thinking about before you walk on the floor like we see these athletes doing right now?
Okay, if it's a team event, then what we used to do is that we would create our own bubble. So we would just imagine literally just stepping inside of a bubble and just being there and focusing on each other. And, that was just for me, the most magical moments, like the adrenaline rush, the focus, and also, of course, the nerves and how to calm down those nerves. Oh my God, these are special moments.
They really are, and these are memories that these athletes will carry with them through their lives, as I think we can both attest. And so as we see the teams coming onto the floor, you'll note that there are a number of boxes that are outlined here on the court. And each team must stay inside that box. Now, that's easy to do when you've got one person who's jumping and they can move around a little bit. But today it gets more challenging because we've got 4. And so all 4 of these athletes must stay within this relatively small area as they rotate through the event. Now, the first event you're seeing today is single rope speed relay. And so what's going to happen is you've got 4 athletes, and they're going to rotate through, almost like a baton pass, and each one will go as fast as they can in an alternating step for 30 seconds. Now, the judges are going to be counting every time the right foot strikes the ground. And, of course, if a mistake is made, the judges are going to pause their counting and then resume once the athlete gets going again. So you will see the jumpers move through 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ultimately, the event takes 2 minutes, and it truly is a sprint. Now, Hannah, tell me about speed. Were you a speed athlete? Were you a freestyle athlete? What was your preference?
I was definitely a speed athlete, I would say. And actually, in this event, we are the current world record holders, so I'm really excited to see our record broken today. I'm really, really excited for that. And I think it's really interesting to mention in this specific event, it's a little bit tactical, like when we're talking about the order of the jumpers, like who would you pick to go first, who would you pick to go last, because for example the first one, of course, it's like the starter of the event, right? So you want to pick your most secure person, but then you also want to close with a secure person. So it's just a lot of planning goes into an event like that. Let's see, we're starting our heat 1.
Ready, set.
Wow.
Now, as they get underway, you'll note that they really are going all out. So for the most part, for an athlete who is trained in the sport, for 30 seconds, they can give it everything they have. You can think about the way Usain Bolt might run a 200-meter dash, and he can go just as fast as he can. That's akin to the 30-second sprint here in the sport of jump rope.
We're seeing Heat 6 taking the lead from Hong Kong.
And on the top right of your screen, you can see the live scores as they're coming through. Now, one thing for the viewing audience, these scores are unofficial. And so one of the clickers that the judges have in their hands is broadcasting up to the screen and giving you that live view. But of course, there are multiple clickers, and what they're looking for is to confirm the accuracy and ultimately validate that score before it's considered official. So we will be calling out scores as we go, but just the caveat that these are in fact unofficial scores that we see showing up on the screen.
Exactly. You want to look out Station 4 and 6. They're really neck to neck right now. It's Team Australia and Team Hong Kong.
10.
And you can see the scores just ticking up. Obviously very close, neck and neck as we're moving through.
Now Team Australia is taking the lead. Wow. These are amazing scores. It actually looks like, and again, these are unofficial results, but if they're going to keep up the pace, then that's going to be really close to our current world record.
And so you notice that rotation where each jumper rotated through. Oftentimes, teams will have their fastest jumper at the end. And so as we're watching what's happening now, you see many of the athletes are sitting on the floor to not be a distraction for that athlete.
Team Australia is going strong, and Team Hong Kong is coming up.
See Denmark finishing strong here.
Whoa! Whoa! These scores are incredible. Again, these are unofficial scores, but the first heat, I got chills. Well done, girls.
386 is quite impressive. And you can see how excited the athletes are.
And
they are just thrilled.
They should be.
So this is the all-female division, and of course we also have a male division and then a mixed gender division, and those will be featured later in the morning. So as they make their way off the floor and the next round of athletes makes their way on, obviously there's a lot of logistics and coordination that goes into keeping this event running smooth, and we do thank all those who work so hard to produce this entire 8-day event. And as I mentioned in the intro, today we are here on day 5 of 8, and this is the first time that we've really had a major international in-person tournament since the pandemic. And during the pandemic, a lot of these events happened virtually, and you know, we really lost some of that in-person chemistry, that magic of being in the same room at the same time, feeling the pressure and the intensity of being next to those you're competing with, but also many of your lifelong friends, because the sport is such an interesting and unique type of effort that it attracts folks who really are willing to commit to something that's sort of outside the mainstream. And Hannah, I'm curious for you, what really inspired you to get started?
I saw a performance when I was 5 in my kindergarten, and I just fell in love with actually the jumpers. Like, they were just so amazing, so graceful, and oh wow. So then I went to a training, and then I got stuck there. I would also, while we were starting Heat 2, just point out the fact that we've been talking about this yesterday. 30-second speed is a speed event when you're just going to get or give all you have, right? Like, it's an incredibly risky event. There's no room for error, no room for mistake, and now you multiply that by 4 because 4 people are jumping on the floor. So I do think that this is one of the most risky events, I would say. Like, it's like you really need to be focused, and the 4 of you need to be focused at the very same time.
Now, there is a penalty for a false switch, so much like you would see in track and field when you're passing a baton. In this case, if the jumper who is about to begin starts before they hear that beep, then that is a penalty. And the same is true with the very beginning of the event. And so nerves and adrenaline can get in the way, and sometimes you'll see what's called a false start, and that will be a deduction from the final score.
That's correct. Heat 9, Station 9 is going strong from Hong Kong, and also Japan is just a little behind from Station 5.
And you can see the scores ticking up as we move through. Again, this is a 2-minute event, so 30 seconds per jumper with 4 jumpers rotating through. And you'll notice different styles of jumping, right? So in this case, we're seeing an athlete who is rotating as she jumps, right? So that means she's probably turning faster or jumping slightly differently on one side of her body. And for a lot of athletes, that's really quite comfortable for them. And we've seen some of the top world records broken in that sort of a rotating style. On the other hand, you see athletes who will just buckle down, stay straight and solid. You see Hong Kong, China on the screen right now, and she's staying very centered. She's staying in that same spot. Her feet are touching the same spot on the floor as she's moving the rope. And so different styles will show up in different places. It's not necessarily a country by country thing, but usually an athlete by athlete preference.
Oh my God! Well done, well done. Again, these are unofficial scores, but Station 9 from Hong Kong is just 3 steps away from the world record. And again, we don't know. It might be one because they're gonna, make sure that the counts are correct. These girls are smashing it. Wow.
And you can see them celebrate at the end. And one thing you might notice on the screen is the coach's box. And so there is a small box outside of the competition area where a coach or a colleague or another athlete friend can be in that box. And their role is to really just help that team understand their pacing, understand their splits. They might be calling out support. It's really a flexible option for the different teams to use. Now, there hasn't always been a coach's box used this way, but at least for the last 10 years or so, we've used that in the sport. And it really has, I think, enhanced, especially for some of the more junior athletes who are up and coming, having that extra person for support on the floor really does make a big difference. Now, you'll notice the coach's box is not exactly large, and so one does have to confine themselves pretty tightly to that. But again, the athletes themselves, as they're staying within the boundaries that are outlined in blue and green tape, they're the ones who really have to make sure that they stay in bounds because, once again, that's a penalty if they step out. Now, this will be our final heat of the female division in the single rope speed relay, and you can see we've got 2 teams on the floor who will go head-to-head.
Here we go.
Single rope speed relay.
We're
4 by
having
30.
teams from Switzerland and from Hong Kong, China.
Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
You can notice the different forms.
A fast start, and you saw that one mistake. Each team actually had one mistake, and a lot of where these athletes get to as they progress and mature in their jump rope careers is being able to recover from mistakes quickly.
20.
And one mistake, obviously, at this kind of a pace can really set you back as a team. And so, of course, every team wants to have a clean, zero-mistake performance, and yet sometimes it happens. And so we see the transition here with Hong Kong, China. They are moving very fast as they cycle through their athletes. And we saw a couple mistakes from the first round of folks, and then we see another one here, but they don't even have to look up. They don't have to straighten their body. They hardly have to really make any movements because they can just move the rope back as soon as possible.
And I think what's also really important to mention is that during the practice time, when these athletes are practicing for this particular event, it's really, really important for them to go, even though they have mistakes, just to continue the 30-second speed, because this is how they, practice that what's going to happen when they have a mistake at the competition.
10.
Now, one thing you might notice if you have tried jumping rope yourself as a viewer, or if perhaps you're a jump rope fan or athlete, only their wrists are really moving on their arms, right? So a lot of the times when you see someone first pick up a jump rope, they're moving really their entire arm up into the shoulder and cycling their arms over, jumping very high. These athletes are only moving their feet high enough off the ground for the rope to fit under and only rotating their wrists as fast as they can to keep their body as efficient as possible.
Now you can see in Team Hong Kong on Station 2 that they definitely picked their fastest jumper to go last, and that is a really great tactique, actually. We actually did the same.
20.
No, we had our first jumper to go the fastest.
And she's very solid, very consistent. You can tell just how efficient her stance is. Well done. I think they're happy with that performance. 378 is a great score.
Station 1.
And they're very happy, and they should be. And I think this is very special when we're talking about team events, that you get to share these moments together. You're not just alone on the field, but you get to share these moments with others.
4335 from Germany. Station 5.
We're moving now into the third heat of the day, and of course you can follow along at ijru.sport, where you can find heat sheets as well as other athlete information. If you were looking for someone you know, or if you're looking for a different event that's happening during the day, the full schedule is located at ijru.sport. And of course, if you're streaming from YouTube, or if you're watching this stream from YouTube, you can engage with us with commentary, and we will answer your questions as best we can fit those in during the broadcast throughout the day. Now, yesterday and in prior days, we've seen more of the junior athletes, but today the athletes are considered senior athletes. And in our sport, what that means is they are age 15 and older. And so everyone on the floor today represents an athlete who's more than likely spent many, many years of their life training for the sport. And so we're seeing folks who have a very refined way of approaching speed jumping in particular this morning.
We're getting some shout outs. Denmark, Hong Kong, and actually, Joe, you got one. Go, Joe. I love that. All right, we're welcoming Heat 3 on the floor. And now we're actually having some female teams and also male teams.
Single rope speed relay, 4 by 30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
On Station 1, that is Alice, and she is a former FISAC world champion.
10.
And once again, we're seeing teams from 25 different countries who are competing over the 8-day tournament.
20.
And on the floor right now, you'll see all male teams and then all female teams. And Hannah, did you compete in a mixed team, or were you in an all-female team?
All-female team, yeah. All-female team.
And when I competed, I was in an all-male team.
Okay, we're seeing some amazing scores. Let's see who's in the lead. Station 1 and Station 9 are really close. Also Station 5 from Korea. This is going to be a very tight event. Wow.
And you can see the stance of the athlete ready for the switch here.
Those seconds are also incredibly memorable for an athlete when you're waiting to switch.
Some really impressive scores. And so, of course, this is a 2-minute event. And so at the 1-minute mark, if we see scores that are north of 200, unofficially, of course, then we're in for a really fast event here. And so, obviously, 400 would be a wonderful mark to see, because that would imply that each of the 4 jumpers hit at least 100, or at least they averaged 100. And that is truly world class.
I am very sure that on Station 10 and maybe Station 9, we're going to see scores above 400. We can have a look out for those. Team Hong Kong and Team Korea going strong. Also on Station 1, Team Belgium, female jumpers.
20.
Wow. Wow.
And we're approaching that 400 mark.
Oh my God. We are going to get there. Yes.
We're past. We are.
Yes.
Wow. Wonderful. They're pointing at the scoreboard.
Oh my God, well done. And we are having some amazing results from our female teams as well.
It's amazing. Now look at the ropes that you see the athletes holding in their hands. You'll see the handles are a little more sophisticated than perhaps a schoolyard jump rope that you would see. So these are wire ropes that they're using. They're wrapped wire, and then they have a bolt that is perpendicular to the handle. And that's usually on a ball bearing, so we reduce as much friction as possible as the athlete is turning the handles. And what that does is allows them to use just micro movements in their wrist to keep that rope spinning just as fast as possible. And really then, once that you solve for the arm movements, the game is about getting your feet to go as fast as you possibly can. And then, of course, you have to sync it all up, right? So you've got to have that rope moving very, very fast and perfectly timed with your feet movement.
That's correct. On Station 1, we're seeing a team from Belgium, and the fun fact about them is actually 2 of them are competing for one of them for the 24th year, and the other one is for the 23rd year, which is, I would say, a really incredible thing.
I would say so too. I will admit the last time I competed at a competition was 2006. And so it's been about 17 years for me personally, and to think that some of these folks have just persisted with this in at a competitive level, I think is just so impressive to me to see how they have developed over time and really stuck with the training required to be here at a World Championship.
It requires incredible consistency and persistence and passion for the sport.
Ready, set.
All right, we're seeing some really strong starts now. We're seeing all male teams,
10.
and there's a mixed team also on the floor.
Right, so once again we've got an all-female division, an all-male division, and then a mixed division.
20.
And each station has at least 3 judges who, again, are counting the score. And what we're looking for is consistency between what they click. And if you're following along at home, you might be thinking, how on earth are they clicking and catching each jump that happens along the way? And in fact, what's happening is they're only counting the right foot. So every time that right foot strikes the ground, they're giving them a score. And at the end of it, of course, we're calling out world records that are around 400 or so, and one should remember that that's half the number of jumps, half the number of rotations that actually happen, because, once again, both feet are moving, but we're only counting one in the score, just because otherwise it would be very difficult for a person to move their finger that fast, much less their feet.
I would have a look out to Station 5 right now from Korea. They are going at a crazy pace. Station 5, Korea. That is going to be, I would say, above 400. Again, I would emphasize the fact that, like, to have 4 jumpers going above 100, that is incredibly unique. And these guys right now are just doing that. And look at them, look at their teammates. Oh my God, those are the moments you will never ever forget.
They know they're close to the record. Oh, they're well over 400. Well over 400.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh my God. Okay, so once again, this is unofficial. Their score is 4:28. And the current world record is... Okay, the current world record is 4:26. Again, this is unofficial, but unofficially, they just broke the world record. Unofficially. We'll see about that.
And what that might imply is we will likely see this team from Korea on the finals.
You're so correct, because we still have the finals. And you know, it can also be a technique, because if you know that you're, the top class athlete, then you can hold a little bit back in the preliminaries if you're sure that you're going to qualify and just give your all in the finals, right? So we might see some amazing scores in the final. Stay tuned for that. You really don't want to miss that.
Now, the other dynamic that's interesting is that this competition this year is in Colorado Springs, Colorado, which is in the USA, but the elevation here is more than a mile in elevation. And so we're at 6,000 feet. And what that means is that the air is a little thinner. It can be a little more difficult. In fact, the U.S. Olympic teams often train in this kind of environment in order to really build their endurance for this sort of an altitude.
Sorry, you go.
Now, as they do that, of course, if you're used to the altitude, that's great. But for a lot of the athletes, they have to come and acclimate and get adjusted to it so that they're not feeling too winded as they work through these different events.
And I know for a fact some of these athletes who are coming from different countries actually added altitude training to their training programs so that they could get used to the altitude, which is really smart.
Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
Of course, we are on Heat 5, and this is single rope speed relay.
10.
We've already seen some scores above 400. We've already seen some unofficial world records broken. And we hope to see more as we progress through the day.
20.
Now, it's interesting because it can be deceptive when you look at this from afar because you can't even see the rope. And as I mentioned before, at this point, all the athletes are using wire ropes. Now, that was not always the case. And even 20 years ago, you still saw athletes who were using plastic ropes or other material ropes. And as the technology has improved and things have become more and more refined, we see most of the athletes converging on a true wire rope with a ball-bearing handle. So they can really move it fast.
Station 7 from Korea is above the 200 mark. So there's a huge possibility for them to go above 400. And also Station 6 from Australia is going strong. Station 9 from Denmark. Wow.
20.
And once again, after an athlete completes their 30 seconds, many times they will sit on the floor or they'll move away. When I remember competing, we would often count for each other and call out splits as we were going, just to ensure that the person who's competing has a really good sense of where they are pace-wise. Now, in a 30-second sprint, there's not a tremendous amount of latitude you have to go much faster than you already are, but sometimes it's reassuring and can give you confidence to know that you are on pace or that you've got just a little more that you need to push to give it your all. Now, Korea here again, you see they're representing their country well with some very fast jumping. He had a mistake there, but recovered so quickly as the rope just barely comes over his head.
412 from Korea on Station 7. Wow. I mean, wow. I just need a minute to process that. Well done, and well done everyone. We're seeing amazing results, like amazing results which a couple of years later would have not even been imaginable.
Well, that's one of the things that's so exciting about jump rope is that because the sport is growing and we're seeing more and more athletes getting involved, we are seeing records continuously broken. It's been unusual, and in fact, I'd have to check this, but I believe every world championship we have seen more and more world records go down because the athletes are just improving their training techniques, they're improving their equipment, they're improving the way they communicate with each other and the way they really embrace the sport not only as just an afternoon activity but as a lifestyle, as something they really invest their passion into. And it shows up on the floor, and of course this tournament becomes the culminating achievement for so many of these athletes as they move through their career.
That is correct. I think we're welcoming potentially our last heat, or maybe there's one more. No, our last heat of the single rope speed relay.
And once again, today is all about teams. And so this morning we're going to be looking at speed events all morning. And then in the afternoon, we'll be doing freestyle. Now, speed, of course, is more of an endurance event where we're trying to see how many jumps the jumpers can complete. And you can see how many jumps they completed here with the preliminary standings shown on the screen at the moment.
Set.
Team US on Station 1 is going strong.
10.
Oh, wow. That was a really, really mind-blowing 10-second there. Again, in the 30-second speed, you normally watch out for the 10-second splits. And this is how most of the athletes are training for this event. To train for the 10-second, and then they are in the hope of being able to keep that 10-second pace throughout the 30 seconds. Team USA is going incredibly strong on Station 1. And also Germany on
10.
both stations, Station 3 and Station 5, are following.
Yeah, you can see them really moving. And once again, a 30-second score over 100 for an individual athlete is world class. We start seeing things that creep up into the 110s, even 115s. And that's how you know world records are about to be broken. Now, it's one thing for an individual to do that. It's a whole different thing for 4 individuals to do that with minimal mistakes throughout the entirety of the event. And you can see at the split here, we already see north of 200 on Station 1. And let's see if they can hold on to that pace all the way to the end.
20.
And what you were saying, it's not just the ability of these athletes to be able to do 100, but the ability to compete and show on the competition that they can do 100, right? So then that means that all 4 of the athletes normally should compete without mistakes, right? And that's also pretty unique.
And it appears that we had a rope break. I believe that's Team Canada. And so in the event of a rope break, and that does happen occasionally, the team will be allowed to re-compete or re-jump. And so what we'll do is have a follow-up heat, more than likely, where any teams who have had a broken rope, they'll have a moment to recover, and then they'll come back and be able to compete again. Now, the leading score right now was 369 unofficially from Team USA. Once again, they started very strong and have continued through, and that's a very respectable score. It doesn't appear to be exactly what they were hoping for out of the end of it, because we have seen just some really mind-blowing over 400 scores, and yet they've trained very hard and have put up a good showing here today at the competition.
It looks like we just finished our single rope speed relay event, and I would just want to congratulate and shout out every single athlete who just competed, because everyone did an amazing job.
Very good. Well, as we transition into the next event, we are going to take a quick break and do a short interview. And with me, I've got a former athlete herself, Britta Lindstrom. And she's going to be with me, and I'm going to just talk to her a little bit about her experience with the sport so she can give you some perspective about where things are. So, Britta, would you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about how you got involved in jump rope?
My name is Britta Lindstrom. I help coach a club team in Idaho for Team USA. I competed for 8 years, and I have now coached for 6. I started jump roping because I had a really awesome older brother who started jump roping when I was really little. His name is Jeremy Lindstrom, and he jump roped my whole life, and so I got into it, and he just showed me how much it affected him and how much he loved it, and I wanted that in my life because it just brought him so much joy and so many friendships and things like that, and it has absolutely done that for me.
And you mentioned that you competed for, you said 8 years, and so you're still here, right? You're standing next to me, and you know, obviously there's been a lot of athletes that have come through the sport and then sort of retired from it and moved on, but you're here, and tell me why you're still around. Like, what keeps you here?
Jump rope, I always tell people, is my first and only love in life. I could not choose a better anything to be involved in. It just has every good thing that life should be. It has competition, which I think is great, and it has friendships that you will build forever, and it helps you become great leaders, and it helps you just become better human beings. And that's one thing that we've tried to do with our team, is just like show them like how much jump rope can help you, not just like be a good competitor, and how important it is for you to be successful in the sport, but be a successful human being, because like that's the kind of world we need right now. And jump rope helps facilitate that so immensely, that we're just so lucky to be a part of a sport like this that helps you do that.
And so you've obviously seen the sport change and evolve over the many years you've been in it. And so what are you most excited about as you see the way the competition looks today, and as you think to the future? What's really got you enthusiastic about the future of the sport?
As the sport continues, and as things continue, people continue to get faster and people continue to get better, and we literally have to judge at a higher level because people just continue to get better and better. One thing that I'm so happy and so excited about is that everybody is still one big jump rope community, no matter where you're from. I was a little bit concerned as it continues to progress that I was like, people are going to start getting just so competitive that they don't want to talk to each other. But like this event this week specifically has renewed that energy in me, because the last time we were all together at the World Championship was in 2019. So it's been 4 years, so I was like, I don't know. But it's been so awesome this week to see that we're still a jump rope community, and we're all here because we love jump rope. Not just to win, but we're here because we love jump rope, and we want jump rope to be successful. And I think just as we continue that, hopefully that we, no matter where it ends up in the Olympics, or as it just gets better and becomes a bigger thing throughout the entire world, that the jump rope community will just still exist, so that we can be a part of something so big and so good.
That's great. Well, Britta, thank you for coming up and joining us. We're about to see a re-jump of the single rope speed relay. I believe this is a re-jump, likely due to a broken rope. And we've got 2 teams on the floor right now from Team USA. And so we will see how they perform here as they try to cycle through this, what is likely to be the final heat of single rope speed relay.
Single rope speed relay. 4 by 30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
And they're off. So once again, this is a re-jump. And a re-jump happens usually when there's a broken rope involved. Now, a second instance of a broken rope does not result in a re-jump. And so I'm sure these athletes are checking their equipment, making sure the screws are tightened literally on these ropes, and ensuring that they can just perform as fast as they can here. Once again, at the 30-second split, we're looking for scores of over 100 for world records. These athletes were both appeared to be in the 90s unofficially, and so let's see if they can make up some speed here on the final 3 athletes.
Speaking to those broken ropes, I remember there were times when I would actually talk to my rope before a competition, just like, be good, please, just behave, like I would love to compete with you throughout this whole competition. I think that helped.
I remember.
You can try it out.
I do remember having a couple of broken ropes, and sometimes it's actually relieving. So if you've had not such a great performance, it can actually be helpful to get a reset, get a mental reset, because I often found when I was competing, I would either be completely clean all the way through, or if I missed once, it threw my rhythm off enough that I was missing multiple times. And so, once again, we're looking for clean runs all the way through this from all 4 athletes to get their maximum score.
They are doing an amazing job right now, and they're neck to neck. They're incredibly close to each other. So let's see this last round.
So the final leg, it appears both teams have their fastest athlete here going last, and they truly are neck and neck there. Now,
you should hear the arena. Everyone's cheering.
Now crossing the 3:30 mark, they are just synchronized with each other.
Oh my God.
Station 1 is pulling ahead.
Okay, this is exciting. This is exciting.
Crossing 360, crossing 370.
And
wow, within 1.
Within 1.
Jump. And remember, this is half of the actual number of jumps. So the chances of 2 teams going head-to-head like that and being within 2 jumps of each other after doing more than 700 revolutions of a rope with 4 athletes just speaks to the precision and just how, as these athletes train and train and train, they begin to converge, right? Their performance begins to get closer and closer, and so it becomes harder and harder to distinguish one from another because everyone is just so top conditioned. And this also speaks to that importance of a clean run, right? So if you have one step it takes to knock you out, and across 4 people, again, it is very difficult to do, requires tremendous consistency and, of course, a lot of training.
And also, if one of your teammates misses, then it's also your job not to let it throw you out and just, focus on yourself. And that is a tricky thing to do when, there's 3 other people jumping with you.
Now, Hannah, tell me about your training techniques. So when you competed, you mentioned that speed was one of your favorite events. And so when you trained for that, what were some of the ways that you prepared your body, you prepared your mind to be in top shape for competition?
I think it's going to be boring what I'm going to say, but we just practiced a lot. So, really, because, I'm coming across with teams who are, who don't really have speed training, integrated to their practice that much. And I think for us, one of the reasons, first of all, we had and still have an amazing coach. So yeah, shout out to Judith. and also, I think we just really integrated speed to literally every single training we had. And yeah, we did a lot of 10-second splits. We did also over 30 seconds, a lot of time making sure that we will not be that tired throughout the 30 seconds. So yeah, there was a lot of techniques involved, but I think if I can advise something, just practice,
Yeah.
as you do with freestyle.
And so talk to me about the relationship between speed and freestyle, because obviously speed is a little more about conditioning. It's about having your body ready to perform in a sprint style format. But freestyle is a little more artistic. It's a little more creative. It requires you to be smooth, be flowing, be thinking about how you're manipulating the rope along the path. And so it can be quite different from speed. And so these 2 things support each other because, of course, conditioning helps on both fronts. And yet, Talk about that relationship, Hannah, and how you thought of it as an athlete.
Okay, I think one of these days we've been talking about how if you train speed and how, like, if you can be fast in speed, then you're potentially are going to be able to do a lot of tricky multiples as well, because, you know, you are able to turn that rope really fast. And wrist movements, especially in this time of the sport when we are seeing these insane quints and quads, is really important, right? How fast you can move your wrists. So I think they actually are really connected, speed and freestyle at this time of the sport. But I would also say, you know, like, it's really different according to mindset, because with speed, you're looking for a super focused, consistent, stable mindset. You know, you're literally just focusing on your wrist and your legs. And then while we're talking about the freestyle, you're just allowed to experiment more and maybe, I would say, enjoy more. But that's not necessarily true, because I really did enjoy speed, but I would say I enjoy pushing my boundaries. And when someone's doing speed, you can interact with the audience, you can interact with the judges, you can have that smile on, and, you know, it's just a freer experience. I think that's the word. It's a freer experience, I would say. It allows you to express yourself more. And tell me your experience, please. Like,
I'll admit, I was never a prolific speed jumper, and so for me it was more about, let's get through this event, let's treat this as sort of training for the freestyle side of things, which I enjoyed more. And yet, I've come to appreciate speed more and more, because it is such a endurance-based effort, right? You can really get your body into shape, you can really fine-tune every precise movement. And so as you progress through sort of your jump rope training and your jump rope career, you start noticing little ways to tweak things, and even integrating things like strength training, endurance training, other cross-training techniques to ensure that as you're on the floor, you've got the right muscles in the right shape to produce the very best results as you work through it.
that's correct. And also, I would say that both for speed and freestyle, just warming up and stretching are just really key things, because we're seeing these athletes doing incredible things, right? Like, both speed and freestyle, all the flips, all the quads, all the quints, everything. And you just want to, you know, those athletes who are jumping for the, I don't know, 23rd year, you want to make sure that you can keep that shape.
You really do. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. We are in Colorado Springs on day 5 of an 8-day tournament. We've got more than 1,200 athletes here competing from 25 countries around the world. And coming up next, we have one more re-jump based on a broken rope. And so this will be one final heat of single rope speed relay. And then we're going to move into the double unders relay. And we'll talk a little bit more about that event as we transition after this final team from Canada completes their re-jump. Now, once again, when a rope breaks, the athlete or the team is awarded a re-jump, but if the rope breaks a second time, that is not the case. And so we are hoping to see a clean run here from Team Canada as they try to leave it all on the floor and place for a spot in the
Single rope
finals.
speed relay, 4 by 30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
So he's off and running. And so one thing you notice about this team is if you look at the shoe, you see there's almost this piece of, it looks like tape, and sometimes it is tape, but often it's a sort of narrow elastic band. And the purpose of that is sort of twofold. One, it kind of helps keep your shoelaces tight, right? So that's just one less thing that can catch the rope and potentially trip you up. But the other reason that they do that is to give the judges a visual cue to say, hey, this is my right foot. This is the one to count. And when these athletes are moving as fast as they are, I can tell you as a former judge, that's actually quite helpful, right? Because it gives me that visual anchor to say, okay, every time that one hits the ground, I'm depressing the button with my thumb. And, of course, you see the judges there at the bottom of your screen. One of them has a mechanical clicker behind her back, and she's dropping her thumb every time that foot hits the ground. Now, to her right, the judge is using a digital device, and every time the rope hits the ground, he is tapping on that screen. And so, like the athletes, the judges have to pay attention to the beeps and the switches, because as soon as that beep happens, they have to move their attention from one athlete to another to ensure we get an accurate count.
They're doing a great job. She had a really quick recovery from that miss.
She's moving through, clearly pushing, clearly pushing. almost to the end, and that fourth athlete is ready, and she transitioned.
And that's what we just saw. It's also really important when we're talking about speed is that if you have a miss, you need or
10.
you want to continue with your right foot, right? Because that's the one we count. So you also need to practice that.
That's right. And so sometimes, especially for younger jumpers or folks who are new to the sport, it does take some training and some learning to learn how to begin jumping on your right foot because, of course, you want to maximize the number of times that that strikes the ground.
Well done. Unofficial result, 3:20. Well done, Team Canada.
That concludes the single rope
All
speed
right.
relay.
And that is the
The next
conclusion
event will
of
be the
single rope
double
speed
under
relay. And as we move into double under relay, this is a little bit more of a familiar event, if you will, because double unders have become kind of a staple around different athletic training efforts and different sports as you look at ways to revolve the rope faster and faster under your feet. And so what the teams are going to be doing next is a 30-second per athlete double under relay. So there will be 2 athletes in each box. One person will start, and they will do 30 seconds of double unders, and then the second person will do 30 seconds of double unders. And the double unders are happening consecutively, right? So just as fast as they can move. But unlike the speed event where we saw single rope speed relay just now, both feet are going to hit the floor at the same time, and they're going to just bounce as quickly as they can. And one of the challenges with double unders is not jumping too high, right? So you want to get off the ground enough to get the rope under, but you don't want to go so high that you're floating and potentially losing time because the judges are counting every time your feet hit the ground.
And that's what I found really interesting in double unders because it's so different than freestyle, right? In freestyle, you want to make sure that you jump as high as you can and, you know, you're flowing and it's airy. And in double under, and see, this is the mind-blowing thing about jump rope. It's just like we have this incredibly wide range of experiences and events, and each event requires different techniques, different, you know, training methods. And so if you're someone looking for a really interesting sport, jump rope.
Single rope double unders relay, 2 by 30 seconds.
All right, we're about to get started with the first heat of the
Ready.
double under relay.
Athletes, ready, set.
We're seeing female teams on the ground right now.
And as we mentioned, both feet are going to strike the floor at the same time, and they're going to spin the rope under their feet twice before they land. And so even when there's a rope drop or the rope catches your body in some other kind of fashion, you'll notice just how quickly these athletes can recover. And if you've ever tried to do a double under or tried to do different forms of jump rope and had a mistake or dropped a handle, you know how long it can take to get yourself back in rhythm. And these athletes just make it look effortless.
Exactly. On station 1, we are seeing Team Hong Kong going incredibly strong. It potentially can hit the 200 mark, which is
20.
insane.
Well, very similar to single rope speed, where you have an alternating step. Some of the same records are very close in double unders. Double unders tend to be slightly behind where the alternating feet are. But once again, you'll still see some very impressive scores as they show up. In that last heat, we saw 177 as the top score, and that appears to, 178 as the top score from Team Germany.
From Australia. Station 4, 4363 from Hungary.
So as the next group moves onto the floor,
4364 from Hungary. Station 6.
you can see that they're making their way to the different boxes. And once again, the athletes have to stay in the box the entire time they are competing. If they step out of that box, it is considered a penalty. And you see Team Germany walking off the floor right now. They've got to be pleased with their performance. They did certainly very well across that last heat that we saw, but it was only the first one. So we'll see what the rest of these ladies have to do here in heat number 7 of the day.
And watch how interesting it is that these athletes, and while they're doing double unders, they really want to reach the ground, you know, like, again, not like freestyle, you want to jump off the ground. Now you want to just like push your feet to the ground because that makes you go even faster.
Now, again, there are 25 countries who are represented in this tournament across this long week. And you'll notice that some countries do have a different style, right, in terms of the way they train, in terms of the way they try to optimize their body posture and that sort of thing. So we'll watch for differences and point those out as we see these different groups performing. So again, on your screen, you can see on the bottom right side, much more of an upright posture. And then on the left side, you see much more of a hunched over, sort of bent over posture. And frankly, either can work for different athletes, just premised on how their body mechanics feel and how they work. But a lot of times countries will indeed train for a specific style. So again, at the 30-second split, so at the transition, we're looking for scores approaching 100 as being world class. If we see scores over 100, we are certainly starting to get into world record territory. But for the most part, you're going to see many of these athletes surpassing 90, and ultimately, we're hoping to see a record broken this week. Team Australia on the floor now, and you can see the athlete who just performed. She's counting and calling that out for her partner. Excited.
Wow.
Yes. Well done. 186, I believe, for Team Australia, which is the top score we've seen so far.
That is an unofficial result, but that is one step away from the current world record. The current world record for double under, female double under, is 187.
And you can see the emotion on their faces as they're so excited for that performance, and that's what it's really all about.
As they should be.
Station 6, 2025 from Belgium. Station 7, 4358 from Germany.
Again, you can join us on YouTube and leave comments in the chat area if you'd like to engage. Otherwise, you can follow along at ijru.sport. And of course, engage with us on social media at hashtag IJRU2023.
We would love to hear your perspectives, your thoughts, and if you have any question regarding speed or literally anything jump rope, just let us know in the comments on YouTube. That again is International Jump Rope Union IJRU YouTube channel, and you can just click on the live stream, and here's the chat.
We're about to begin heat number 9 in the single rope double under relay. Again, the athletes today are competing for an opportunity to compete in the finals, which will happen in just a couple days' time. And we see some teams that are all female, some teams that are all male, and then some teams that are mixed.
Ready, set.
See Team USA on the screen right now.
10.
Wow. Station 11 Hong Kong is going incredibly strong, and also Station 5 US is just a little bit behind.
Once again, we're looking for numbers at the split approaching 100. If we start seeing that, then we start getting excited.
Yeah. Okay, almost.
Saw a 95 there, I believe, from Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And again, look at the efficiency in his stance. You see the handle drop, but look how fast he's back into it. Attempt another recovery.
I think with double unders, it's especially hard to recover, right?
It is, and we talked about this before, but oftentimes you are either clean, or if you have a mistake, you will have multiple, right? It's just so difficult to get in rhythm, especially in a sprint-style event like this. Having a few mistakes like that will probably knock them out of contention for the finals. And yet it shows just how precise these athletes have to be with the way they move the rope and the way they move their body and keep it all in sync along the path.
Yeah, actually, so if you're watching, and maybe if you're new to the sport, and if you see a jumper miss once and then not miss again, that is something which is really, really appreciated.
Appreciated and difficult to do, for sure, yes.
Station 8, 4490 from Korea. Station 9.
So at the athletes transition, many of these same faces you're going to see throughout the day, right? Because this is a sport where oftentimes you're going to see athletes who are performing in a morning, they're going to perform again in a couple hours, they're going to perform again in a couple hours after that, and then they're going to do it again the following day. So unlike a lot of other sports, athletes do tend to really work across many different events, because the conditioning and endurance required to do it means that if you're really solid at one event in speed, you are probably really solid at others. And we see that in other sports sort of across the sort of universe of athletics. And yet it's especially true in jump rope because it's not just about the speed events that we're seeing here in the first part of today, but also flowing into the freestyle events that we're going to see more later in the broadcast. Now, there's always nerves here, right, as they're getting ready and getting started. Listening for that, your hands are sweating a little. You might wipe them on your shirt, right, getting ready to start. But we haven't seen any false starts, or I have not noticed any false starts so far.
No, these athletes are incredibly professional. I feel like these moments before the events, just the world stops existing.
That's
like,
right.
There's nothing else.
A moment of quiet before that beep.
Yeah.
And you can see Team Hong Kong here on the screen. They are really moving.
20.
Just optimizing that bounce to get up only as high as you need to have the rope spin under twice before you come back down on the floor.
A little miss there. Oh my God, that was above 100. Station 2 from Hong Kong, above 100. We can get excited, Joe.
And we can, and they are on pace to cross the 200 mark, which really will be impressive to see if they can do it. Now, Hannah, what gets tired first, your feet or your arms?
Double unders, I think it's especially tricky because you really want to make sure that your shoulders are relaxed. So I would say double unders, definitely your arms. But again, if you ask those guys, I think from Hong Kong, for example, who are going that strong, I think they would say that their arms are not getting as tired because their technique is so good.
Wow, and we saw a score of 199 from Team Hong Kong, so again, right at that split of 200. Now, we did see a score on the board, you might have noticed, that was over 300. That was likely a clicker malfunction, right? So there was not a team who did more than 300 here in the 1 minute effort. And yet, that is precisely why we have multiple judges who are clicking each one to account not only for mechanical issues, but then also just for human error as we look at the ways to click.
Exactly, and again, those are unofficial results, but unofficially that is a new world record because the current world record is half a jump behind that. The current world record is from Team USA, 198.5.
Wow.
Yeah,
and that
and that's from
0.5.
Graham and Carter. Shout out to the current world record holders.
And that half count there in the current world record, 198.5, is because they averaged
That's correct.
the scores that the judges recorded for that athlete, and so they likely had to split the difference there. Now, a lot of these judges are themselves former athletes, and so they're very accustomed to doing this because they did it for so many years in training. And it's always exciting to see these former athletes come back and be judges in the sport. As an athlete, that certainly, or as a competitor, I should say, that certainly gave me confidence when I knew that there was a former jumper who was my judge, because I knew that they had familiarity, they knew what they were doing, and frankly, they had a passion for it that really transcended what you could get from another volunteer who was just coming in and learning about it.
Yeah, I feel like if you're jumping that long, you can just count, with your eyes closed, because you can just hear.
You can hear it. You can even feel it. I will say on the floor as a judge, you can feel the vibration in your feet and learn how to sort of detect that. And it is really, it starts becoming an art form as you get into some of these top athletes.
100%. Just imagine doing something like that for, 20 years, most days. Then you really will get it in your body.
That's right. We see some strong scores here.
Team Japan, Station 3. Wow. Oh my God, that is a world record there. Am I right? I mean, unofficially.
Yeah, and it's funny because they're right neck and neck with the last team where we saw Team Hong Kong. And so hopefully what we will get treated to is some head-to-head at the finals, where we see these teams really pushing each other on that grand stage and trying to break a world record when we get into that final event here in a couple of days.
Station 6, 4556 from Austria.
So next up is heat number 12.
4565 from Korea.
And again, today is all team events, so you won't see anything that happens with just a single athlete on the floor at once. And the athletes are not performing or not competing today for individual medals. They're competing for an opportunity to go to the finals. And the top 6 scores in each event. So the top 6 will be eligible to compete once again as we move into the final days of the competition. Once again, that white box that you see outlined next to the jumping area is called a coach's box. I believe they can have up to 2 different individuals in that box at once. And typically what they're doing is offering encouragement, they're offering split times, they're communicating with the athletes, sometimes just moral support as they work through what is a very difficult sprint.
And an athlete needs that moral support, I would say.
Single rope double unders relay, 2 by 30.
Team Australia, they're on the floor now, and now we see that there are multiple stations where there's 12 happening at once here.
We are seeing Timothy on the floor, who is a 2-time master world champion and a 3 times male team world champion. I mean.
Once again, these are double unders, so the rope is passing under their feet twice before they land. And the judges are counting every successful completion of a double under. We see different techniques, good rotations, good flips between them. Sometimes an athlete will squat down, sometimes they'll remain standing, sometimes they'll sit after they've completed their leg of the event. We've got Korea on the floor right now. And you can really see those feet moving, staying synchronized as he goes.
Whoa, station 5.
Station 5 pushing 180 now. Again, we're looking for that magic 200 number.
Wow, beautiful results, beautiful results. I seriously cannot wait for the finals.
Yeah, 188 and 186 on that particular heat. Those are both excellent scores. And once again, the top 6 will go to the finals, and then we will really be in for a treat.
I love seeing when the athletes who are coming down from the floor, they're just so happy with big smiles. Even though they're tired, you know, you can still smile when you hit that score you dreamed of.
5044 from Switzerland. Stations 8 through 12 are vacant.
Now, as athletes train for double unders, Hannah, how does that differ from training for, say, a speed event where you're alternating your feet? So when you're bringing both feet down at the same time and revolving the rope twice, what differences go into the preparation for that?
I would say that a lot of times the athletes would train also without the ropes, just train those little, really small jumps, because again, it's so different than what you would normally do. Because if there's a double Dutch freestyle event or a single freestyle event, then you would want to jump high, right? So you really need to practice those jumps. And also, we've mentioned this before, but there are kind of ropes with a ball at the end of a tiny short rope. You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe you can explain them better in English, but like there's a handle, there's a tiny rope, and then there's a ball which is connected to that rope. And so with that, you can really practice the rhythm, because I think what differs the most from a single rope speed and the single rope double is that rhythm. You really need to keep that double rhythm. So you really want to make sure that your wrist is moving in the same rhythm during a 30 second.
That's right. And so as you referenced, Hannah, there are different pieces of equipment that help you train specialized to these events. So what you're describing is kind of the same view where you might have a rope in your hand that only is a sort of half-length rope, and it includes a ball at the bottom, like a weighted ball or a non-weighted ball. And you're practicing with that, just training your arms, not so much your legs, to really get your endurance in shape.
Single rope double unders relay.
This is heat number 13.
Seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
And there are some experienced athletes on the floor. In fact, right now from Team Australia, that's Ben Cooper. And he has got a lot of competitions under his belt and a very decorated athlete.
What a quick fix there.
20.
Now again, there are all male divisions, there are all female divisions, and then of course there are mixed divisions. Here on the floor right now, you are seeing male and female pairs or duets. and they each perform for 30 seconds, and then they flip, and the next athlete performs for 30 seconds.
10,
Denmark is leading at this moment on station 5. Ooh, wow, okay. Just when I said it.
You know, all it takes is one small mistake or one small rhythm change, and the scores flip on a dime. And so it's exciting to see just how neck and neck some of these scores are as we move through.
And it looks like this heat is won by Australia, station 3.
And one thing we should point out is that the way the finals are determined is not necessarily by winning your individual heat, but it's by winning across your division. So we do take the total scores, we tally them all up, and then we look for the top 6 who performed in the qualifying round that we're seeing here now.
Yeah, that is really important to mention.
Once again, this is a double under speed relay. We have seen all female teams. We have seen the mixed teams. I believe coming up next, we will see some all male teams. And we will keep moving through the first half of this broadcast, only focus on the speed events. Now, double unders, despite the fact that you're not using a rotating or an alternating foot pattern, it is still considered a speed event. So when we reference speed, we typically mean a rotating sort of right, left, alternating feet with the rope passing under each time the jumper takes a step. On the other hand, double unders, you're passing the rope under twice before your feet hit the ground. Both of those events are categorized in the speed competition. The other type of event that we'll see is double Dutch, right? So that's where you have 2 turners spinning ropes and a jumper in the center. And they will do very similar style rotations where you'll have the jumpers turning at one point and then rotating through and almost doing a figure 8 where each of the athletes is performing for a certain amount of time in the ropes. We'll, of course, talk more about that as we get into those events later in the broadcast.
Which speed event was your favorite? I know you told me that you weren't necessarily a speed jumper, but still.
You know, it's funny. I would probably say none of them were my favorite. And yet the ones that I was willing to tolerate, ironically enough, were things like the 3-minute endurance, so the 180 seconds individual. Not because I was good at it, but because I just appreciated that length of it, being a longer, I was never a very good sprinter, but I didn't mind the longer ones, right? So I could pace myself, I could sort of tune it so that I would go faster in the beginning or slower in the beginning.
It's more technical, right?
It's more technical, exactly. And I think I enjoyed that part of that particular event. But as I said, it wasn't anything that I was especially proud of as I competed. Now on the floor, we've got 2 teams here. Both are all male teams. And again, the records tend to be pretty consistent across males and females. And it appears that we had a rope break on one of the stations. And so the folks who are continuing on station 11 there, they're going to finish out the heat. And so one option here, it's interesting that they exercise this. The team on the floor who had the rope break, they had a backup rope, right? So it might have been something that their coach handed them, but they can then pick up another rope and continue, and that's also, I believe, allowed in the rules. And we'll check that just to make sure, but that's another way you can approach it. Now, of course, you lose a lot of time when that happens, and so it might be ideal to do a it might be ideal to do a re-jump in a situation like this where both athletes' ropes actually have broken. And you saw that he had to jump out of his box, so there will be a penalty for what happened there. But again, we'll see if they wind up doing a re-jump just so they have an opportunity to really show their stuff and get there.
That concludes the single rope double under relay.
All right, so the coach giving those athletes a hug. Obviously, a lot of emotion involved in that. They've been training so hard to get to this point. And so once again, we'll see if they wind up coming back out for a re-jump of that particular event in light of having 2 rope breaks. And Hannah, I don't know if I have seen a situation where an athlete had a rope break, they got an alternative rope, continued, and then the next athlete had a rope break, got an alternative rope, and continued. That might be the first time I've seen that happen.
Yeah, for me, 100% too. But I do think that this was already a re-jump, and that was the reason why they, if the rope is broken once, then you're not allowed to do 2 re-jumps.
2 re-jumps.
So if this was already a re-jump, then I think that was the reason why they handled the rope. But that is really interesting that the rope shouldn't break like that.
It shouldn't, and it's interesting because you see some of the judges conferring, right? I'm sure they're making sure that they're following the protocols exactly as they need to as we cycle through this somewhat unusual event that's occurred here. But over on the warm-up area, the teams who are preparing for double Dutch speed are getting ready. And double Dutch speed, of course, as we mentioned before, includes 2 athletes who are turning 2 ropes in an alternating fashion. And then you have an athlete in the middle of the ropes who will be moving their feet just as fast as you can. So what's interesting about double Dutch is, one, all 3 athletes are connected to the same system here, right? So they've all got to be perfectly in sync. And the other interesting piece is that you remove some of the variables, right? So the athlete in the center of the ropes only has to worry, in this case, about her feet and making sure they are moving perfectly in tandem with the way the rhythm is happening on the turning. On the other hand, the turners have to make sure that they are only focusing on spinning the handles and spinning the ropes perfectly in time. And so despite the fact that you don't have to do both the jumping and the turning at the same time, you've got 3 different people who all have to be directly synchronized with each other as they do it. Now, the other thing that we'll see in double Dutch is more variation in the style of ropes. So some teams you're going to see here are going to use ropes that are cloth and have a bead attached to them, or multiple beads attached to them, right? Because it gives it a little more weight, a little more substance. And the jumpers decide that they would prefer to have that stability in the arc of the rope, as opposed to having something that's a wire rope or something that's a little more subject to bending or twisting as they turn. Now, the trade-off there, of course, is that beaded ropes are heavy, right? So you have got to get your arms in shape. You've got to get your back, your core, your upper body, your stance, all of that optimized to be able to turn those ropes just as fast as you can to keep up with your jumper. On the other hand, you'll see some teams using plastic ropes. Now, plastic ropes tend to be a little lighter, they move a little faster, but they can be less stable. So some teams will use them, but they tend to be riskier, right? So on the screen now you see some plastic ropes. Again, we're going to see different styles showcased throughout this competition. And the final style, I would say, is the more traditional double Dutch rope, and that's made of cloth. So it's all cloth. It's usually woven cloth. It has a reasonable heft or a weight to it. And again, they're going to be turning it in an alternating fashion, and that holds its shape pretty well and tends to be heavy. So once again, some athletes and some teams really prefer a heavier style rope for that, while others want the lighter rope and they'd rather trade off, go for some of the instability, but have that opportunity for a greater speed. It's interesting to see the technique and the strategy that different teams use just based on their own individual strengths.
From the USA.
For me personally, double Dutch speed was one of the most fun events to do. I think the amount of focus and precision which really need to go into this event is insane. It's incredible. You know, you need to be so incredibly synchronized with each other, with the turners. The turners should look out for the jumper. And sometimes, I don't know what's your take on that, Joe, but we were always having this discussion, like, who has the harder job, like jumper or the turner? And I will not be able to tell, I think, you know, for the rest of my life. I have no idea. I think both.
I do think that an argument can be made for both, and you might get a different answer from 10 different people if you ask 10 different people.
100%.
Ready.
Oh my God, let's see. I'm really excited.
So the event we're seeing is the double Dutch speed relay. This is a 2-minute event, similar to the single rope speed relay. And so you're going to see each athlete perform for 30 seconds as they move through. Now, there are 4 individuals on the floor, and they're going to rotate through in a very specific order. So the rules actually require them to rotate in a certain order, and so we'll watch as those switches happen. Now, unlike single rope, where you're switching and you're just waiting for the beep, you'll note that they have to slow the ropes down and then speed them back up, get one person out and get one person in. And so the very best teams are going to do those switches seamlessly. They're going to be almost non-existent because they're so fast that they're just going to cycle in and out and just go as fast as they can.
Wow, Team France is going incredibly strong. And one thing which is really interesting to look out for is how they correct mistakes, because the correction technique is also really different from country to country, from club to club, from competitor to competitor. And I think it's really interesting to learn from each other, to see what are the different techniques, because, you know, it's jump rope, so you can have a mistake.
10,
Now, some teams will have the athlete actually exit the ropes at this level of competition for the most part. If there's a mistake, that jumper is going to stay in the center of the ropes, and they're going to hop back up, and they're just so synchronized with each other, they know exactly when and how to capture that jump, that very first jump, to get back in rhythm.
Wow, we are seeing some amazing scores from Team Japan, Station 9. I think they have the lead at this moment.
10,
Again, you got 4 different athletes. Each is going to perform for 30 seconds, so a 2-minute event in total.
20,
And you can hear the splits are called every 10 seconds, right? So that helps the athletes, that helps the folks in the coaches box know exactly how to call things out along the path.
Oh, well done, girls. Station 9, Japan, Station 2, Denmark, both of them with amazing results.
370, they were the leaders in that very first heat of this double Dutch speed relay event.
Just for reference, the current world record in double Dutch speed relay is held by China, and that is, oh my God, get ready. That is, oh no, sorry, in the female division, it's held by Denmark, and it is 419, I'm sorry, 419.
So again, as we think about splits and think about world record pace, what we're going to be looking for at the midpoint, so after 60 seconds, are scores that are above 200. If we see scores above 200, then that means that a team is likely on pace to be in contention for breaking a record. Of course, that's hard to do. The last round, we saw the high scores were 370. Let's see what this next heat can do as they try to get prepared for it. Now, as we mentioned before, you do see the variation in the ropes and the styles. And one thing that we'll watch for on this heat is the stance of the jumper. So when you're in the center of the ropes, you're trying to keep your body as stable as you can, because, of course, you have a very tight window to stay in the very center of the arc of the ropes, right? So there's not a lot of opportunity to move left or right. And oftentimes, the turners are going to call out instructions to the athlete to make sure that they stay directly in the center to minimize the chances of a mistake. Now, Team Sweden is on the floor right now, and notice the 2 turners. So the turner closest to us, she has her feet rather wide. She likes that very stable stance, right? Whereas the turner on the opposite side has her feet a little closer together, and she might prefer having her feet closer and having a little more movement in her upper body. Now, there's different styles that different people prefer, and so we will see a variety across this competition.
Now, I would really look out Station 2 from Denmark. Denmark in Europe is actually incredibly famous for their double Dutch speed.
And we saw multiple individuals after that first transition have scores over 100. So once again, we're looking for scores over 400 to be in contention for world records. So at each split, you can kind of think about it as increments of 100. If we start seeing 100, then 200, then 300, then that's going to get us excited about the opportunity to potentially break a record. And boy, do we see that here with a 210 at the split,
Wow,
a 220 at the split. So
Station 12, Hong Kong, Team Hong Kong. And you can see how the rope varies, right? Like what you've been talking about. They are using beaded ropes. And I actually think that if you have the strength and if you are able to train with beaded ropes, then that can give you a little bit more security, as you said, because I think that the rope has less chance to get tangled.
Yep.
Although you really need that power, that muscle power, and that really nice technique in order for you not to get tired within 10 seconds, you know, because it's beaded ropes we're talking about.
So they were at 320 at the split, Team Hong Kong on Station 12. And so they are very likely to cross 400 in this instance. And oftentimes, like the single rope events, teams will choose their fastest jumper and have them go last. That's not always the case, but here we're seeing Hong Kong with a very, very fast jumper. They've crossed 410.
Oh my God.
420.
Oh my God.
429. They are excited. Their coach raised his arms in the air.
All right. This is... I would say, Joe, I would say this is a world record because I know it's unofficial, but this is like
Station 2.
above our current world record with 10 steps. We will see. We'll see about that.
And they know it. They know it. You know, even the other countries, I saw someone from Japan, they're clapping them up, giving them some kudos for that performance. A clean performance. Again, we've talked so much already about the impact that mistakes have, or bobbles, or any other kind of just rope drop or other break in your rhythm. But again, these teams have really performed well in terms of clean runs all the way through, and that's how you break world records.
Station 12, 4499 from Japan.
We got a comment on YouTube from Stephanie. Gosh, I love double Dutch speed. It's so smooth and beautiful. I could not agree with you more. It's a beautiful event to watch.
Coming up is heat number 16 and the double Dutch speed relay. And again, today is all about teams, so we're going to see multiple athletes on the floor at the same time for each of these events. And today is the qualifier for the finals. And so right now on the floor, you've got 12 different stations that are all competing at the same time. And again, they're not competing against each other within their heat, but they are competing against each other across their division. So whether that's all female, all male, or a mixed gender group, we take the top 6 scores and those athletes move on to the finals. Now, just like in single rope, if a rope breaks in these double Dutch events, then that does create eligibility for a rejump, but it is less common to see rope breaks in the double Dutch events.
Here we go.
Double Dutch.
So notice that Hong Kong
4 by 30.
is starting already in the center of the ropes,
Ready.
whereas
Interesting.
it is. And so the team from USA right next to them is starting outside the ropes.
Oh my God, that speed. Okay, I hope that everyone's watching are getting the same chills as I do, because this is mind-blowing.
These are some amazing teams. They are really cooking here. Team Germany, an all-male team there on the upper part of your screen moving.
A huge shout out to the judges, because to count this speed, I mean,
It is no joke. And so again, you see Team Hong Kong there. At the first split, you had scores over 115 from both Germany and from Hong Kong.
10.
Excuse me, Team Belgium.
Belgian, yeah.
And Belgium has a long tradition of being really excellent in the double Dutch events, really clean athletes. They know how to really move their bodies in a way that's consistent. And it's exciting to see these gentlemen competing here in the all-male division. Like the single rope events, they have to stay inside the box that is outlined. You see in the blue and green lines on the floor.
And that is on Station 8, Load, who is a 3-time European champion.
20.
Again, we're looking for at least 100 at each split. So north of 300 here will get them in contention for records. And we see that from 2 of the teams on the floor. Belgium already at 312 unofficially as they enter the last athlete.
10.
Wow, Station 12, Japan.
Station 12 is now
20.
over 400.
Oh my
Station 6 over
God.
400.
Oh my God, Station 12, Station 6.
430. 440.
No, wow.
Team Japan with
All right.
446.
That is just 4 steps away from our current world record.
Station
Our
1,
current world record, just for
4497
reference,
from
is
Hong Kong, China.
450, held by
Station
China,
2,
Team China.
2254 from Belgium.
They were incredibly close.
I have a feeling we're going to see some of these folks again in the finals.
Oh my gosh.
They keep upping the ante, and you see them getting shout-outs there from Team Canada. Just a really impressive showing. And once again, the skills required to perform well in this kind of event translate over into the freestyle events because of the endurance, the rhythm, just the ability to control your body in ways that, frankly, just aren't natural, right? The ability to hold steady, to just be so in sync with each other, to be able to predict each other. It's a beautiful thing to watch when everyone's really moving in such a tight rhythm together.
That is right. We got a question on YouTube about the current world record, so I would just read out the current world records for first of all, female team. So it's double Dutch speed relay. The current world record is from Denmark. Mary, Matilda, Caroline, and Anna with 419. In the male division, it's Team China with 450, as I said earlier, and the mixed record is held by, again, Denmark with 414, Emma, Josephine, Simon, and Alfred. These are the current world records. And I'm excited to see
Everyone ready?
who's going to play
Here we
them.
go.
That's right.
Double Dutch speed relay, 4x30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
Team Hong Kong here. Again, we saw a team earlier start from the center of the ropes before they began, and in this case, they started outside the ropes. You'll see some variety and preference, but again, it's just what's the most efficient way for these different teams to get moving and to keep moving.
20.
Imagine the practice which goes into this event as well. Like in this pace, you really need to feel. You need to feel your legs. You need to feel the turner. You need to feel the rope. It's just, you know, what we've been talking about. It's in your bodies because, oh my God, like, you know, this is the only way you can get clean.
And so let's watch this transition as it happens, the next one, because again, there's a specific order that each team must move in. So the athletes can rotate through, but they have to do it in a specific way. And so what we're about to watch is the person on the center of the rope move out. She's going to take the ropes, become a turner, and then that individual who is outside the ropes moves into the center.
And if I was correct, then just the team we were watching now from Denmark, they are the current world record holders in the mixed division. Team Hong Kong is going strong. Notice how Team Hong Kong is normally using beaded ropes.
That's right. I think we've seen that across just about all of the different groups who have performed. And again, some countries choose to adopt a consistent style for training purposes and consistency and equipment. And you see that show up here at competition.
Also, look out that like most of these jumpers only move their legs, like their upper body is just staying incredibly still, and that is something really hard to do, especially if you're getting more and more tired, because your shoulders tend to move, your upper body tends to move, and just look out how precise the movement of these athletes.
And we see a 4:15 from Hong Kong.
Amazing job. I am so excited for the finals.
Station 1.
And 3:79 from Team Hong Kong. That's the second best in
from
this heat.
Belgium. Station 3.
Oh, sorry, from Denmark.
2391 from Canada. Station 4. 4573 from Germany. Station 5. 2390 from
Next up is
Canada.
heat number 18
Station 6,
of the Double Dutch
2406
Speed
from the
Relay
USA.
event.
Station 7. 4570 from Denmark. Station 8. 4580 from Korea. Station 9. 4576 from Hong Kong, China. Station 10.
And here are the preliminary standings. You can see the different names of the individuals as they've moved through. So first you're seeing the female Double Dutch Speed Relay.
Notice the difference between the second and the third place. I don't know if you saw it, but it was really, really, really neck to neck.
And again, many of these athletes are competing in multiple events. So if they have a clean run, an excellent run, they get very excited. They're, pumped up, adrenaline's moving, and they've got to go reset and reorient their brains for the next event that's coming up, usually very soon. So it's an action-packed day. And because they're competing in so many events, they have to train their bodies to be able to do that and perform in peak form multiple times within the same window of time.
Yeah, and you're not just required to recover physically, but mentally as well. When you just gave your all, and with every nerve in your brain, you were just like focusing on one thing, and then suddenly you need to move on to the next. So what these athletes are doing, this is inhuman.
4x30 seconds. Judges ready.
This will be one of the final heats here of this event.
Set.
Oh, wow.
Team Hong Kong there on station 12 already moving.
And station 1, Denmark also. Wow.
Now, when the jumper in the center of the ropes keeps their upper body really still, so much of that is controlling the core, right? So it's not just about your legs, it's not just about keeping your shoulders tight, but truly so much of that stability comes from the core muscles. And so they really do have to think about how to train for this and to optimize the way they get their bodies in shape to, you know, not only turn but jump, because this is an event where all 4 of the athletes on the floor have to play all roles. They all have to turn and they all have to jump.
20.
Again, we're looking for scores that are in increments of 100 at each split. And we saw Team Denmark had a rope drop, a handle drop earlier in their event, and yet they have been so fast that they're still at that 200 split mark. And so again, the very top teams can really do a wonderful job of accommodating those mistakes and moving past them. Now, Team Hong Kong on station 12 is moving along at a very strong clip. They appear to be the leaders on this particular heat, and we'll keep an eye on them as the final jumper comes into the ropes.
Oh my God, it's almost 300. It's almost 300 mark. Let's see what they've got.
And station 9, keep an eye on that one. They're at 340 already, and we've just entered the 4th athlete. So 20 more seconds to go here. Let's see if they can cross the 400 barrier and get a clean run out of this.
Oh my God, that is so exciting. That is a potential world record. Station 12 from Hong Kong, a potential world record we can see here. They have the last 10 seconds.
So we see over 400 now.
And there's a mistake. Yeah, well done, guys. Oh my God, I'm seriously, Joe, I don't know about you, but like, I just cannot wait until the finals. Like, wow, what we are going to see within 2 days here, I just cannot even put that in words.
And of course, Team Hong Kong here is very excited. They are making their way off the floor, catching their breath, probably cycling back up for the next event. And that appears to be the final heat of this particular event. You know, the preliminary standings you'll see here on the double Dutch speed relay for the mixed division. You'll see the names on the screen, but not necessarily the countries. And again, that top team there with 307, they have certainly separated themselves, let's say, from the rest of the pack here on that particular event. All right, and as we transition events, we're actually going to talk to someone who's come into the sport. This is the coach of Team India. This is his first time at Worlds. He jumps, but not necessarily someone who's competed at competition. And so I'm wondering if you'll introduce yourself and talk a little bit about how you got into the sport of jump rope and sort of what inspired you to be here today.
Okay, so when I just started jumping, it was around in 2011. So I just used to watch videos of especially Nick and a lot more other jumpers. There was this video song called Rise Up that was a lot famous, like quite trending in our country. So we watched that and that inspired us to take up jump rope as a sport. But it was not very much passionate until like we started watching the real sport and competing in the competitions and watching the sport grow overall from like a very small sport to such a big, huge competition. So that's how.
That's great. And on the floor right now, you see one final heat of the double Dutch speed relay. The team on the floor you're seeing is from Australia. This is an experienced team. Luke Boone in the ropes right now. He has competed for many years, one of the most decorated athletes in the sport of jump rope, multiple world championships that he's won, and he's with a team that he's been with for a long time. So we're going to watch how they perform in this and just look for the consistency, because these are athletes who've got a ton of experience in the sport. A clean run, a good transition, and now you see Ben in the ropes. In the other station, we've got Team Canada, and again, they're cycling through. And so you saw that mistake there, but they instantly jumped out and back into the ropes. And if you notice during that recovery there, they have plastic ropes, but with a few beads on them. And the reason they do that is really twofold. One, so they can hear the rope. It kind of clacks every time it hits the ground, and that helps with the rhythm so they know how to sort of time the turning with it. The other thing it does is it gives a little bit of weight in the center of the arc of the rope, and what that does is helps it hold its shape as it turns across time. And Aman, I'm interested in continuing to talk to you just about your experience in the sport, because you referenced that you were inspired by seeing a video of Nick, and of course you're referencing Nick Woodard, who is one of my co-commentators, Kaylee Woodard, her husband. Both of them are world champion athletes in the sport. They are married now, and so Nick has been an inspiration for so many athletes around the world. And, you know, you talked about seeing a video and that being a source of inspiration for you, and I want to pick back up on that after we see the conclusion of this particular heat.
Yes.
And so Australia's on the floor now, and they are concluding here with the fourth athlete in the ropes. They're crossing 350. Again, we've been watching all day for scores above 400 as the mark to meet to be in contention for world records. They had a clean mistake recovery there. They seem reasonably satisfied with that performance, but we'll see how it holds up in the final standings as they move through it. Now, Aman, back over to you. When you said you watched that first video, what was it about what you saw in the video that got you saying, I have got to find a rope, I've got to learn how to do this?
Actually, when I started, I was in school. So I was about in 9th grade, about to finish my schooling. But then I didn't have any other sport as an escape from the studies. So when I watched few of my colleagues jumping, so I decided then even I can do this. And one of my teachers, she just spotted me and said, wow, you are doing great, you should compete. So I said, no, my parents are not that supportive so that they can send me to the competitions. But she managed to convince my parents, and then that's how I went for my first competition, and there I won a gold medal in the state competition. So that's how my journey started. And then slowly and gradually, while I was exploring the sport, I saw some videos. Like first one was the Rise Up the music video, and then I found out Nick Woodard, and he was such an amazing inspiration. So I just decided this is so cool and I just want to do this. So that's how my journey started.
That's wonderful. And talk about the state of jump rope in your country, in India. How has it progressed over time? Obviously, we're seeing athletes representing your country here at this competition, and over the years, I know I've personally seen different teams come through and an increase in the number of athletes. So tell me about how it's progressing in India.
So definitely the jump rope sport as a sport has grown a lot in India, but it has a very long way to go yet. Because right now we don't get the support from the government and the different organizations. So whatever it is like just self-sponsored by the athletes, and that is the reason many of the athletes could not come here and participate because of the financial conditions were not so strong. But we are hopeful that because after watching the our team participating here at the IJRU 2023 championships, the government will extend some amount of support to the athletes, and it will be a great help for the athletes and a boost for their team to compete better and practice better, and they can definitely perform better in the upcoming IJRU championships.
And speaking of performance, you had some athletes who I believe won in the International Open Tournament, which, of course, it was on the first couple of days of our 8-day event here. Can you talk about what went into those winning teams and how those athletes felt achieving that great win?
So we won some medals in the double under relay and speed relay. So one of the reasons we are quite good at speed events because the amount of the space and the area we get to practice, we can hardly practice a lot of things there. So freestyle usually needs a bit bigger space and some good floor to practice, and we practice on usually hard flooring, that is tiles. So that is why we got some of the medals at the IoT championships in the speed events. But the main reason to come here was to learn the double dutch and the freestyle event. So it was more of a learning approach for coming here in this championship, so that we can learn and get better and then make sure that we make India proud at the next upcoming championships, and also inspire a lot of other jumpers from India so that they can take up this sport, so they can think that nothing is impossible and even India can do this. So let's go and just grab this opportunity and get this done.
I love that, Aman, and I think your words are inspiring because I remember my own journey as an athlete and learning about the sport, a very similar path where I was inspired, seeing something, having a little bit of success early on. So hearing about your more junior jumpers who are coming into competition, having some success, the excitement they take back home with them, their ability to connect to their peers and their friends and talk about this, and then ultimately show them something so impressive, really speaks volumes about the future of our sport and where it's heading. And so to that end, I'm interested in your opinion about just what gives you the most excitement about the future. So when you think about not only the goal to bring more athletes from India to these competitions, the goal for training and being able to have different opportunities for that sort of thing to happen, but talk about just what gives you the most excitement right now.
So actually it was one of the biggest dreams of my life to be representing India at the World Championships, and also I was about to compete in the World Championships around in 2016, but due to financial conditions, that's how I told, so I could not go there. But when I first stepped into this arena and I just saw this arena, and that same time Nick Woodard was just coming out and we just said hi to him, and it was like a dream come true. So that was the most amazing feeling I could ever have. And even when I'm standing here and I see the people competing, breaking records, so it gives me chills. So it's a very amazing feeling. So words cannot actually describe how right now me and all my competitors and my teammates are feeling right now. But it has been an amazing feeling, and we are really grateful that we end up here at USA. So that's a very great feeling.
Well, Aman, thank you for joining me. I think your words have been so inspiring. I love hearing about your ability to see something on a video, train yourself into it, come to a world championship, meet the individual who inspired you in that video, and then be at a world-class event like this, leading your team and representing your country. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
And
Namaste.
thank you for being here.
And I would like everyone, those who are the great influencers of jump rope, I would like to say something you all to India, so that every jumpers can hear you out, and then they can be really boost up so that they can perform really well at the championship. So I just want to speak few words to the jumpers of India so that they can hear you and they can just be there at the next championship.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, well, thank you, Aman. And again, that's Aman Verma, and he's representing Team India here at the competition. And just a wonderful, inspiring message that he had to share with us. And again, like as we see different athletes come from different places around the world, we've got 25 countries represented here today, or really across this competition. And I think it's because of the little things. It's because of the videos. It's because of the outreach. It's because of the way the different countries and jumpers lift each other up, help each other, learn new skills, and find new ways to innovate. I think the creativity element of the sport cannot be overstated.
And I don't know about your experience, Drew. I'm really curious, but I would say my personality has been shaped, by jump rope, not just because of the sport itself, because I guess every sport, can shape your personality, but because of these interactions with this incredible, diverse community, just to grow up basically with different cultures, year by year you meet with Australians, with people from India, and you share that passion and you just learn from each other, not just skills but perspectives and, about their cultures and about their mindset, and just share the passion for the sport. I think this is something which is so incredibly important as a young athlete, and also as you grow up. It, again, like personally, myself, I'm just formed and shaped by jump rope.
I think you're right. I think for all of us who have been in the sport for a long time, it really has helped shape not only our personality but our lives.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so once again, you can follow along at ijru.sport. And on the website, you can find the live heat sheets. You can see preliminary standings and how scores, as they become published, show up. And ultimately, you can also follow along on YouTube, where you can leave comments, and we will respond to your comments as best we can throughout the competition. Coming up next will be the Double Dutch Speed Sprint. And this is an exciting event because unlike what we've seen so far, Double Dutch Speed Sprint is only one athlete in the center of the ropes, and they're going for 60 seconds all out. And so they don't switch, right? So the two turners who begin turning are going to be the two turners who conclude turning. You don't have any transitions. The beep starts, the athlete gets in the ropes, and they go all out for 60 seconds. And we're going to see some really amazing performances, I have a feeling, here in this particular event. Because when you reduce those transitions, you really eliminate some of the variables that often will cause mistakes. And what that can lead to are, frankly, higher scores and a stronger rhythm throughout the duration of their performance.
And you just need to focus on one thing. I mean, I didn't mean to say that, but you only focus on one single thing. If you're a jumper, you're focusing on how fast you can jump, and if you're a turner, you can focus on how fast you can turn, right? And also, I would encourage everyone just to send some really good vibes and good energy to all these athletes who are going to come to the floor right now, because this is also a very challenging event, and I'm not sure if we're going to see mistakes, but specifically during this event, if there's a miss, let's say around the 45th second, right? That is an extremely hard thing to recover from, because you're already going for 45 seconds. Your legs are so heavy. Your legs are basically concrete, right? Like, it's just, you're not feeling your body, and then from there to recover and start catching up the same pace as you did before, that is incredibly challenging, both for the turners and for the jumper who's jumping between the ropes. So this is also, I feel that we're saying this to all events, that this is a really challenging and really complex event, but that's jump rope. It is really complex, it is really technical, and it is amazing. And I hope you get the feeling of how complex and how incredibly creative this sport is, because we're just seeing multiple events, multiple different events, which need multiple different skills and mindsets and preparations and
The next event is the
cross
World
trainings.
Championships Double Dutch Speed Sprint. Heat 20, Station 1, 2090 from Canada.
We got
Station
some
2,
amazing shout-outs to
4398
India
from Hong Kong,
in
China.
our YouTube chat.
Station
Again,
3,
I welcome everyone, and we
4397
both
from
welcome
Germany.
everyone in our
Station
YouTube
4,
chat.
4392 from
You
Denmark.
can follow along
Station 5,
IGRU on YouTube and on all
4399
social
from
media
Hong Kong,
platforms.
China.
Drop us a
Station
question
6,
or
2111
just,
from the USA.
any thought you had
Station
about
7,
jumper boats, about speed
4395
events,
from
about this
Germany.
particular
Station
tournament.
8,
We would love to hear from
4403
you.
from
We would love to
Korea.
engage with you.
Station 9,
And at this
4401
moment, we
from
are
Hungary.
welcoming
Station
the first
10,
heat
2089
of the
from
double
Canada.
Dutch speed
Station
sprint.
11, 4393 from France.
Let's
and
see
Station
what
12,
these athletes
4402
have.
from Japan.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see some amazing results. And let me quickly look at the current world records of the double Dutch speed sprint. So first, we're going to see the female division, and in the female division, the current world record of the double Dutch speed sprint. So this is again 1 time 60 seconds. One jumper is jumping with two turners, and the current world record is held by Belgium with a 216 score. That is again 216. And a team from Belgium, Elise, Flort, and Margot are the ones who are currently holding it. Let's see if they can keep their world record. I think this is one of the most exciting things now at the World Championship, Joe, that these world records can be broken, and that is so exciting to watch.
Yeah, and we've already seen that happen in a couple of events, and we expect to see more as we move through the day. Once again, we're about to begin the very first heat of double Dutch speed sprint. And again, this is with one athlete in the center of double Dutch ropes going for 60 seconds all out, and we're looking for some big scores. Now, like the prior double Dutch events, we are going to see variations in ropes. We're going to see variations in stance, sort of the way the athletes hold themselves. You can see in this case on the screen, you've got plastic ropes with a number of beads in the center.
That is an interesting choice, and I actually jumped once with that, and me personally, I didn't really like it. It's really tricky. It can get really tricky, but it is a really, really interesting choice. What it does is that it gives the rope a little bit of weight, and we've been talking about this earlier, that the rope having more weight helps us to control the rope more, right? So it, I think, reduces the possibility to have mistakes. But it also gets that lightness to the rope, which makes the rope faster. So I think it can be a really nice combination.
And I'm smiling as you say that, because that was my preference. I liked the plastic ropes with the little beads on them, because that gave me just enough weight to feel confident with it. Okay, so no switches are going to happen here, and we're going to see how quickly these athletes can move.
Also, you can notice some of the athletes are showing like different signaling basically to the turners, and that is so that the jumper can communicate with the turners, right? They cannot really talk, but they can signal with their hands like to go faster or slower or just keep the pace. That is also really interesting to look out.
Now, as we approach the 30-second split, we're looking for scores over 100, obviously. Scores over 200 for the final out of this are going to be very competitive. And then, of course, we're going to be looking for scores north of 220 to start getting into world record territory.
I think the lead is right now station 6 and 5. The United States, oh my God, yes, now station 6 from the States.
They're over 200 already. And 211.
211. Wow, that is unofficial, but that is only 5 steps away from our current world record. Amazing job, girls.
And I believe Team Japan also had a score of 200 unofficially there. And so, again, we're already seeing in the very first heat of this some individuals come out and show us what some of the top folks in the world can do.
Yeah, and just to give you some reference, when we were talking about individual speed sprint, like the 30-second speed sprint, right, when only one person is jumping with a rope, then what we've been seeing these days, 105, 108, sometimes 110, and then there's a rope involved, right? And in this case, we're talking about 60 seconds, but without a rope in your hand, right? Like the turners are turning for you, so that can potentially make the speed event faster because you're only focused on your jumps and the turners are only focused on their turning. So yeah, as you said, there are less variables involved, if we can put it that way.
And one thing you might see on the floor, just for interest's sake, is a flag, a red flag in the hands of some of the judges. And what happens is they raise those flags as the athletes are getting onto the floor. They have to confirm that all the clickers and the judges are set. They have to confirm that all the athletes are the right people in the right place at the right time to get set for things. And once those flags are all down across the floor manager can signal that the heat is ready to begin. So you'll see various cues like that across the competition, and we'll call those out just so you have a sense for the feeling in the room and how really this whole operation happens. And many of these jumpers are starting in the center of the rope, so all they're doing is hopping up in the air and getting that first rope turned under their feet. Of course, that requires timing, coordination, and of course, communication. Now, typically, teams will have individuals who are stronger turners, and they'll have individuals who are stronger jumpers, and you want to choose the right mix for these particular events to make sure that you've got your very best folks in the right roles. The other thing that's interesting here is some of the turners like to be behind the jumper, so they're seeing their heels come up and down. Other turners like to be in front of the jumper, so they're seeing their toes come up and down. It's really a preference thing, but typically every position that folks are in is intentional, right? So they're not just sort of randomly hopping in. They have trained for this. They know what they're looking for, and they've got different call-outs here.
Amazing job. On station 7, we've seen Belgium, who are actually the current world record holders of this event, and now they had 2:08 with a miss. So I believe that if they're gonna make it to the finals, we're gonna see some records broken.
Now, Hannah, when you think about a miss in an event like this, in a sprint-style event, what kind of score impact does a mistake have on the final score? So we saw Belgium perform 2:08 with a miss. If they hadn't missed, what's an estimate that you've got in terms of how they could perform there?
Oh my God, that is a really hard question because it really depends on how fast they can recover, and that depends on the 3 people. But I would actually say maybe 10 jumps.
10. And yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it does depend on the severity of the miss, right? Dropping a handle is one thing where you have to recover that. Having a slight bobble is a totally different thing. But I do think you're right. Up to 10 jumps in that window of perhaps 1 or 2 seconds that it takes you to recover from a mistake. And of course, as we're seeing some of these scores come in, 10 jumps is the difference between first and
Oh my God.
sometimes fifth place, right?
Oh my
it's
God.
it's so neck and neck, and so
So this is how important it is to have a clean run. Yeah.
absolutely.
And just for everyone who's watching, our current double Dutch speed sprint record in the male category, because we're starting to see male teams on the floor right now, it is 230 by China. Zhao Ying, Chongyang, and Kayu from China.
10,
Oh, wow. Station 10, Hong Kong, is going incredibly strong.
20,
Wow, they are leading this heat by a lot.
They are really moving. Again, at the 30-second mark, we want to see these teams over 100. We're hitting the 30-second mark, and they're at 114.
Oh my God, Station 10. That is Station 10, guys. Wow. There's a miss.
40,
They recovered quickly. They're also using beaded ropes. Ah, wow.
And notice the athlete's arms. He's holding them up, keeping them bent, trying to keep his upper body stable while he moves his feet just as quickly as he can in rhythm and then timing with the turners.
It is also very important at a speed sprint like that is to be, wow.
So we saw a 208 out of Station 10 from Team Hong Kong.
That
Now-
is a really nice score, I would say.
Station 1.
It's a wonderful score. They know they can do better, right? And so you see that reflected in their body posture. You see that reflected in the way they're interacting with each other. That score may yet hold up for the finals because, as we've said, if you're over 200, you are starting to get into record territory. And so let's see what happens in these next heats. Again, they're in the all-male division. And so we'll see if there are other all-male teams, at least 5 other all-male teams who outperform them at a 208 level. But I have a feeling we might still see that team get an opportunity for redemption in the finals. And yet, every year the ante gets upped because the teams are better and better. So let's see what this next heat has in store for us. We're moving into heat number 23. This is the Double Dutch Speed Sprint. And if you are just joining us, this is the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. And we are live in Colorado Springs in the USA. And we are on day 5 of an 8-day event. This will culminate in our finals on the last 2 days of this tournament. And today, each of the athletes on the floor is working not to win a medal, but simply to qualify for the finals.
And we are watching world-class athletes. I repeat, world-class athletes. So what we are about to see in this next 60 seconds during this heat is going to be mind-blowing.
And again, as you see the scoreboard shown on the screen right now, that is connected to one of the judges who has a digital device in their hand, and every time they see the right foot of the athlete successfully touch the ground and the rope passes under, they press a button. And every time they press the button, the score inches up one by one, and so you'll see those scores climb together throughout the duration of the tournament. Now, that's just one of the judges, right? So that's why when we call out these scores, we say they are unofficial. And you see one of the judges on the screen, that big green button you can kind of see on his screen there. Every time he taps that, that's going to count a score, and that's going to feed up to the scoreboard, which is what we're going to watch as we see this event take place. Now, the other 2 judges usually have what are called mechanical clickers in their hand. And so those aren't digital, but rather a button they depress, and at the end of it, they record the score. They tally them up, they look for averages, they make sure there's not too much variance, and then they use that to tally the final result.
judges ready,
Oh my God. We are
ready,
starting the heat.
set.
And a fast start here for Team Hong Kong.
Station 4, Hong Kong, they are really famous jumpers
10,
with a lot of experience. And you can see that how, oh my God, Station 7,
From Japan.
Japan. Now we are seeing Station 4 from Hong Kong. You can see the position, right? Like you can see that only the legs are moving and the upper body is just basically still. And imagine, just try it out now. Try it out now. How hard it is to do it. Just for a few jumps, and these folks are doing it for 60 seconds.
Now you see Team Belgium and station number 6 crossing the 150 mark. You've got Team Hong Kong here, now crossing 200 already. And we're 10 seconds
Oh
away.
oh my God. I think this is going to be a world record.
2:30, 2:40.
2:40.
Wow.
Well done, guys. Oh my God. And there was one mistake.
They know it. They know how that performance went. You could see it in their body, just the joy on their faces. And you know what's ironic about that is they're not done yet, right? Because they've got to go do it again when it counts at the finals to be able to truly win that world championship. But no one can take away the fact that they do appear to have just broken a world record. And so we'll see if that holds up through the duration of the competition. But boy, is that going to be tough to beat. And that last heat, we shouldn't take away from everyone we saw there, because there were a lot of very impressive scores that happened on that last one. So here are the preliminary standings on double Dutch speed sprint in the female division. Again, you see 2:10 as the top score there, preliminary. And moving all the way down to 200, which was the fourth place score. And we've talked already about the fact that really the benchmark we're aiming for is 200 and above. And once they cross that 200 mark, they start to really get into competitive territory and, frankly, get into some world record territory. Now, we're moving into some of the mixed divisions, so you're going to see both male and female athletes on the same team. And, again, sometimes you're going to have male athletes in the center of the rope. Sometimes you're going to have male athletes turning. The same with female. There doesn't seem to be a general tendency to it. It truly comes down to the individual athletes and what their preferences and their skills are.
60 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
We're also seeing the
10.
The heat is moving, and you can see again different body postures from different athletes. Team Belgium really moving there.
20.
You can see how the jumpers are communicating with their hands.
Sometimes they'll use hands to signal speed up, slow down. One thing you can't really do as you're jumping this fast is talk, right? So you've got to use your body to signal to your teammates about what you need, what you want. And when I competed, I recall the person in the back tended to, the turner behind the jumper tended to be the one communicating the most, sort of shouting out things as we went. That was just our preference. You'll see different styles from different teams. Here's Team Hong Kong.
50.
And again, you're only trying to get your feet high enough off the ground for the ropes to pass under. You want to keep it as efficient as you can without causing a mistake.
Wow. Wow. From Denmark, 222. Oh my God. Well done, guys.
222
well
Denmark.
Done, guys.
We saw Australia hit 216. That's that experienced group of athletes again.
Okay, so this is unofficial, but the 222 is a new world record. Unofficially, it's a new world record. We had 220 in the mixed category, held also by Denmark. So it looks like that they just broke their world record. We'll see.
Station 6, 4590 from Hong Kong, China. Station 7,
As we continue moving through the events, we're at heat number 25. And again, today is all about team events. So this morning we're doing speed. This afternoon we are doing freestyle events. And that'll be a treat to see this afternoon as we watch our athletes move from more of an endurance and sprint style effort into more of a creativity. We're going to see prowess this afternoon. We're going to see folks show us really innovation with a rope, show us sort of how they can string together different skills and different tricks within the confines of the rules, matching the required elements, ultimately to produce a score that will include components of both difficulty but also presentation. And so this morning we see a lot more uniformity in the way the different events look, but in the afternoon we're going to see a lot of variation from routine to routine. Now, you'll notice that as the jumpers, before they're going to start the event itself, they're going to position where they want inside that box. Some of them like to be angled, like the team we just saw from Canada. Others like to be sort of perpendicular to the edges, like you see in the Korean team on the right side of your screen. Again, there's a lot of opportunity for folks to customize the sport to be what they need it to be to match preference. Now, Team Hong Kong here on the screen, both teams from Hong Kong, and they're off to a blazing start. again, at that 10-second split, if you see 40 jumps on the screen, that means they are on pace for 120 in a 30-second mark, and then ultimately 240, which would indeed be a world record. Now, because they're going 60 seconds, it is difficult to maintain that pace throughout the entire event, and yet some of these teams do appear to be able to do that.
Wow. This is the only thing I can say. Station 5 and 6.
40.
Station 7, USA.
50.
All right, we've got a 200 that were passed on Station 4 from Korea. A mistake will slow them down, but probably not keep them out of contention here as they are at 207. Team USA at 206. And again, any score that we see over 200 is getting us into territory that's competitive, and the top 6 scorers once again will advance to the finals in each event and in each division.
1302 from Canada. Station 2, 3852 from Germany. Station 3, 3858 from Japan. Station 4, 3847 from Australia.
All right, we're continuing to move through the events here. We are winding down the double Dutch speed sprint event, which is personally one of my favorites, just seeing that athlete in there going just all out as fast as they can.
And just 1 second, we're seeing the preliminary standings of the World Championships double Dutch speed sprint male category. Oh, we can see a huge difference between the first and the second place, but each of these scores are like insane. So well done, guys.
And we talked a little bit about that. One of the teams was disappointed because they had such a great first half of their event, and then they had some mistakes in the second half. They weren't sure if they were going to make it, and yet they still had a score over 200. The preliminary standings here would imply that a score over 200 will, in fact, get them into the finals, so they have a shot at redemption. We'll see how that plays out here throughout the rest of the competition as things get finalized and ultimately the scores get published.
We are welcoming our juniors on the floor.
So the juniors now, these are individuals who are under the age of 15, and they are competing to win today, right? So the juniors are not eligible to compete in the finals of the World Championship, right? So what they're going for today is not necessarily to qualify for the last days, but in fact to win their event. So they're trying to leave it all on the floor. And again, we're going to see very similar style to what we just saw, but they're going to have obviously less experience just in terms of years, but sometimes, interestingly, we see the juniors outperform the seniors on scores just because sometimes the raw talent accounts for perhaps the lack of as much experience. And so we'll see if that plays out today, but again, this is the future of the sport. These folks are already top world-class athletes, and so as they progress through their careers, we expect to see them show up again here at the finals in future years.
And we are going to continue with single rope speed relay. So we are going to transition with double Dutch to single rope once again. Single rope speed relay, 4 times 30 seconds.
Set.
So again, we started the day with the seniors. They worked through their different team events as they try to qualify for the finals. Now we're going to see those same events happen, but with the juniors who are working to win a medal, a shot at a medal, and this is their shot, right? So this is, in fact, the World Championship for the juniors here today.
On station 3, we can see Korea getting really close to 100. Maybe, yeah, she is going to go above 100. Wow. That team is a team to look out for.
And once again, I'll remind you of the splits that we're looking for in the single rope speed relay event. 100 per 30 seconds is a world-class pace. And so the closer they can be at 100, 200, 300, and 400 across each split, that's sort of the easy marker that, as a viewer, you can look for to know how competitive these teams, in fact, are performing. 200,
Team Japan, station 3. Wow. Wow, if they can keep that pace up, then that is going to be a potential world record, which we didn't have in the seniors. So that is, to your point, sometimes juniors can outdo seniors.
It's true. And what's exciting, especially from a team like Japan, is that in the past, they've traditionally sort of the personality of the country has been really biased toward double Dutch. They have been just top of the world, like class act in double Dutch and freestyle and some of the DDC things that we're going to see later today. But they have invested so much effort and time and coaching and training into some of the single rope events that now, as you can see, they are pushing the records. And so really it's been so exciting to see the evolution of the sport in Japan. Earlier today we heard from an individual from India, and he talked about sort of the development of the sport there and its maturity and its growth. And so I'm just so encouraged to see these teams really break the mold for what we traditionally see. Now, Team Japan there with 384. I think they should be proud of that. I hope they're proud of that, and we'll see how it holds up as the rest of the juniors continue competing.
I'm really sure that that is going to be, one of the top scores we're going to see today. And to your point, I think it also shows the possibility each country has, you know, like even though you're known for something, or as each individual, even though you're known for something or you have a strength, you always have room to develop new ones and to just get inspired. And the world stage, like world championships like that, like this, what we are currently having, I think there's no better opportunity for a jumper to get inspired, or for a nation to get inspired, to get new skills, to get new perspectives. And that is something I think we've been talking about this, but it's really unique in our sport that we are a family, even though we're growing rapidly. And so sharing here is normal. You know, we share our knowledge. We show what we can do because we want others to do it. We want sport to grow. We share that passion, so we're not holding back. We're always giving each other that extra inspiration.
Again, if you're on social media, you can engage with us at hashtag IJRU2023. You can follow us on YouTube or at ijru.sport to see the live stream as we progress through the competition. You can find information about the athletes. You can find rule books if you are inclined to go look at some of those details as we work through our day. Today's all about teams, so we're going to see multiple jumpers on the floor at once for each of these events. We are in heat number 27 here on day 5 of the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
We have some shout outs to Hong Kong
Single rope
on our live
speed
stream on
relay,
YouTube.
4 by 30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
Now, once again, you've got 4 jumpers, each going for 30 seconds for a 2-minute total event. And every time you hear the beep, that means that they're going to switch. They can communicate with each other. They can move around within the confines of that box that each team is confined to, but they can't step out of it. And if they do, that results in a penalty, which will reduce their score.
Wow, above 100, Team Korea on station 12. And now we're seeing on the screen, oh wow, yes. Team Hong Kong
10.
going strong. A little miss there.
Now again, some of the athletes choose to have a more hunched over posture, and what that does is it lowers the height of their body, and in fact, that actually lets them use a shorter rope. And of course, a shorter rope weighs less, a shorter rope can be easier to turn fast, but a shorter rope is also potentially more prone to mistakes. So they want to dial it in and get as tuned as they can, but it means they have to be exceptionally consistent in the way they position their body. So here, an athlete from Japan, she's hunched over, she's got her hair pulled down so it doesn't flip up into where the rope is crossing over her head, and you can't see the rope because she's turning it so fast, but it's only coming inches or centimeters over her head so that there's a minimal amount of extra space. And again, as they try to get as efficient as possible with their technique, we see especially some of the older athletes really dialed in on that as they have really years and years of experience to get it right. Now, some of the scorers we see here are already above 300. We are looking for some 400s in this. We'll see if we get it out of the juniors. We've been impressed already in the day. Here you see Team Korea. They're moving. They're encouraging each other, those who have already jumped, pushing 375 and almost at 380 unofficially. And that's an excellent score for any team, especially for a junior team. And these young men are certainly, well, they certainly should be proud, and they appear to be acknowledging a job well done.
Station 2,
Well done, everyone.
3947 from Hong Kong, China. Station 3, 3948 from Japan. Station 4, 3946
With 25 countries represented here, as you can imagine, there's a lot of logistics that go into making this event happen. And backstage, there are different warm-up areas for the athletes to get ready for their time on the floor. And so they have sort of a pattern that they move behind the scenes, kind of getting back into the warm-up area. And as we've gone about the competition, we've gone backstage, we've talked to different athletes, talked about some of their training, how they're thinking, how they're preparing for this. And Hannah, I want to bring it back to you and your experience being in a place like this. When you're backstage with your team getting warmed up, what were some of the exercises you were doing right before you came on the floor? Were you doing the event? How long were you jumping? Were you just talking to each other? Talk about what you did to get your mind and your body right just before you step on.
Normally we wouldn't do the whole event, right? So if there's like, for example, like what we are seeing right now, single rope speed relay, 30-second speed, then each of us would do 10, 20 seconds. You would never go all in because you want to keep your all in on the ground, right? Like when you're coming to the floor. So that's what we would do, and we would also talk to each other. But again, I think it's so different and unique for every team. We also like to just, you know, be in our own space as well, to be really focused on what each of us individually is going to bring to the table. And of course encouraging each other. But you know, when you're competing for so long with each other, then you just like encourage each other by looking, you know, or just by feeling the other one. So that's what we did, yeah. And what's your experience?
Yeah, very similar. I think a lot of it really just came down to the mental game more than the physical game, right?
Yeah.
Making sure our bodies were warm, but then also making sure that we were all in the right space, not over-indexing on the adrenaline, but also making sure that we channel it in a way that allows us to perform at our best and potentially beyond what we had done before.
100%, 100%. On station 1, we're seeing Hong Kong at the left corner on the screen. You can see that. That is potentially going to be above 100. Yeah, 100, 101. And then on station 3, Japan is also going really strong. They're neck to neck, just super close to each other.
Yes, we see Japan and Hong Kong just at each other's heels here. Crossing 150 now, both teams are. And then another team from Japan seeming to creep up and start getting into the mix there. We saw a mistake from Team Hong Kong, which might set them back a bit, and so now Team Japan has pulled ahead. And we've already talked about how one mistake can set you back up to 10 points in this kind of event.
Team Japan just hit a 200 mark.
And again, we're going to see if we can find scores today above the 400 mark to really get in contention for world records. See these athletes from Japan just really moving, and this particular individual, he's rotating as he jumps, and some folks choose to do that. It's just based on how their body mechanics are working. One side maybe being slightly stronger than the other, or just a preference in terms of how they keep the rhythm with the rope. Oftentimes this fourth leg, this final leg, will be their strongest jumper, and so we do see a lot of the teams that are on pace to get very close to 400. It's possible that they break it, but we'll see. If not, it's going to be close.
20.
Crossing 360, you saw a handle drop there, and again, we've talked about how sometimes one miss begets more because it can be difficult to get back into rhythm. 391 from Team Hong Kong was the strongest performance in that particular heat. That's an excellent score, and just speaks to how difficult it is to have 4 jumpers all exceeding 100, all running a clean run without any mistakes on it. And it's just an accomplishment for each of these individuals on the floor to be able to do this with each other. You see them encouraging. They probably knew they had more they could do, but mistakes can just be heartbreaking. And on a team event like this, where you're individually performing, you are so dependent on each other. And these fellows are encouraging their teammate who might have dropped his handle throughout that event, and yet they still had an amazing score. They performed really well. But it just speaks to the pressure and the intensity that some of these events bring, and frankly, the level of competition that we're seeing across the entire day. Heat number 29 is coming up. Again, these are the juniors, so the Junior World Championship. This is single rope speed relay with 4 jumpers. and they're going to rotate every 30 seconds. Now, everyone on the floor, because they're a junior, that simply means that they are under 15 years of age. And we're going to see teams that are, we have seen teams that are all female, teams that are all male, and then teams that are mixed.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Single rope speed relay, 4x30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
And they are off in heat number 29. Now, one clarification is with respect to male and female, so the mixed groups, you can have 3 females and 1 male. You can have 3 males and 1 female. You can have 2 and 2. There's not a requirement on the gender balance on the mixed teams. You see most of them spreading the box, right? So they are each standing in their own corner of that competition box. So they're staying out of each other's way, because if, say, a jumper tangles their rope in another jumper who's standing idle next to them, that's a mistake. And that counts as a miss, and it means that their score is going to be impacted by it. So they're trying to give each other enough space while also remaining poised and ready for their turn in the transition.
And normally the jumpers let the judges know about the order. That's also a really important thing, because there's a millisecond between the transitions, right? So the judges want to know who's going to come next.
And I'll say from experience as a judge, one of the things, if the jumpers did not tell me, right, as they were coming on the floor, I would often go ask them. I'd say, could you share with us the order that you're going to move in so that we as judges can prepare? Because some of the judges like to remain in front of the athlete who's performing. Some like to remain beside them, sort of viewing them from a side angle. Others like to remain behind them so they can see the heels come up and down. The judges can really be anywhere outside of that box, but the more the athletes can do to set the judges up for a successful, accurate count, the better. Now here we are going into the third athlete.
10.
These are amazing, amazing scores we're seeing right now from our junior teams. The lead in this heat is Station 5 from Hong Kong.
Crossing 340 now.
Station 9 from Korea. Wow.
367. Yes, wonderful.
Beautiful job, beautiful job.
Again, seeing the juniors perform the way they do speaks volumes about the future of the sport, and the more that these individuals stay in it, the more that they continue training, the more they continue staying involved, learning, and frankly, as we become better with the ropes, better with the equipment, better with the different techniques, we're going to continue to see these scores go up and up and up.
That's correct, and I think we've been talking about these days, but it's really, really impressive to train with world-class athletes as a junior, right? Like, if within your club, within your team, within your country, there are those role models we are seeing throughout these days from all the countries, then as a junior, it's just a crazy amount of inspiration you get from day one, basically. And your boundaries just, you know, and barriers just broken. They just get broken by these seniors. So I think it's really fun to, you know, pass on the sport to the younger generation.
Undivided attention at this moment. It is at this moment we take the time to recognize one of our key sponsors.
We're going to do a short presentation on the floor now. We'll take a break here, and President Sean Hamilton of the International Jump Rope Union is doing a quick recognition.
Represented by Dan Cox here today. Dan Cox is an amazing individual whose company is dedicated to providing the needs of our athletes and encouraging them to do hard things. On behalf of the International Jump Rope Union and all of our entire family, please help me thank Dan Cox and Elite SRS with a small token of our appreciation. Now, the beautiful thing about partners is we find innovative ways to work with each other. Is that right, Dan?
Yeah, this is a pretty awesome opportunity, and it's pretty impressive to think that over 1,200 people have come from all over the world for something like this. And, you know, it's our country. We're in Washington State. Didn't have to come that far, but we're thankful to be a part of this incredible event and serve the community.
Let's give Dan a round of applause, everyone. Now, if that wasn't enough, they did not stop there. we've got some pretty exciting news to show you. Really quick, by show of hands, how many of you all love this sport? How many of you guys love this sport? Yeah? Very good. How many of you want others to join the sport? Raise your hand. Very good. So IGRU has partnered with Elite SRS with a unique opportunity called Everybody Jump. Everybody Jump. Here's what this is. The Elite SRS has donated over $5,000 worth of free ropes. Over $5,000 worth of free ropes. In their booth, you can go up and grab a free rope. However, this rope is not for you. This rope is to give to someone who is not jumping. We want to invite you to be an ambassador of our sport. That's right. You can clap for that. You can clap for that. We want you to be an ambassador of our sport. Now, on this rope, there's a little QR code. You've seen it up top as well. If you scan that QR code, it takes you to a place for that person you gave it to fill out some contact information. And if we are able to connect with them and keep them involved in our sport, our community grows that much stronger. Our community grows because you helped. So here's what you do. All athletes, all parents, listen up. Go to the Elite SRS booth, grab a rope, and we need your honesty. Promise that you will give this to someone else, make sure they fill out the information, and when you give it, post something on social media and tag it, #EBJump. And I promise you, our community will grow stronger thanks to you and thanks to our partner at Elite SRS. One more time for Elite SRS. Thank you, everybody.
And what a wonderful way to engage the community, to engage the world in getting involved in the sport of jump rope. And so, as you heard there, we've got one of our sponsors who is purchasing 5,000 ropes, or $5,000 worth of ropes. They're going to give them out free. And then the rule is for all the athletes here, they can go collect one of those ropes, but they have to give it to someone who's not new. They have to give it to someone who's new to the sport, who is trying to become inspired by the sport. And I think that's just a remarkable way for us to continue to spread the word, because jump rope is typically something that people are familiar with, but they're not always familiar with the level of competition that it can engender as athletes spend time in the sport and as they grow and develop and mature, and really showing them new heights that they can reach. And speaking of new heights, the Junior World Championship single rope speed relay female, you can see the scores on the screen right now, with the top one being 3:88.5. And again, the half mark comes when they average the judge scores. And so as we look down through it, that second place is 3:62, moving all the way down with pretty reasonably consistent increments. And so again, that top team there has got to be proud of a 3:88, because for a junior team under the age of 15, the future is indeed very bright. Now on the floor right now, we've got a team from Australia, and more than likely this is a re-jump premised on a broken rope. And we've said this before, but just for anyone joining us new, if a rope breaks from any of the athletes during this event, they are eligible for a re-jump, so they get to come back and do it again. Now, if a rope breaks this time, they don't get a re-jump. And so what we're hoping to see is a clean run all the way through here for this team.
We're seeing Team Australia on the floor. Beautiful work so far. Quick fix there.
20.
And you can see how the second jumper is getting ready to jump, right? Like, she is already in her zone. There she goes.
Now, oftentimes you're, as an athlete, if you're not competing or you're not the one who's jumping at the moment, then you are counting out splits for your partners. You are counting out encouragement. You're giving them a good heads up on, hey, you're getting there, keep going, 10 more seconds, that sort of thing. And just that little encouragement kind of in the background can be so impactful when you're giving your all in an event like this.
100%.
And you can see the judges there clicking. Again, some have a mechanical clicker, some have a digital clicker, and they're counting every time that right foot strikes the ground. So when we talk about these scores, when we talk about these records, keep in mind that, yes, we're talking about things that are in the 300s and the 400s, but in fact, we're really talking about things that should be in the 700s and the 800s, because that's how many jumps they are actually doing, because you have to take these scores and then ultimately double them. Now, again, most teams tend to choose sort of their strongest jumpers at the beginning or at the end. Sometimes teams will choose their most consistent jumper and have them go first just to get a good rhythm going, try to avoid mistakes, and really get everyone off into a good start. Now, you can see it on her face. She is pushing. She is giving everything she's got. Let's see if she can finish strong here. They've crossed 300. She's hanging tight. Just a few more seconds.
Beautiful work, ladies. Well done, well done. Unofficially, that is 316
The next
in
event
the junior
is the single
division,
rope double
female
under relay.
category. Well done,
Heat
well done.
30.
Great job, Team
Station
Australia.
1.
And one thing I do like about Australia in
381
particular
from
is that you see a lot of their senior
1324
athletes
from
who
Canada.
come and interact
Station
and
3,
support and coach their
1322
junior
from
team.
Belgium.
So
Station
earlier I
4,
saw some of the same individuals who had competed and had just come off the floor probably 5 or 10 minutes before in the senior division in the coach's box for their juniors, right? So it's not that they're so aloof that they can just do their event and be done, but they give back, they support, they recognize the value of the next generation. And I think that's the kind of connection, that's the kind of looping that happens between these generations that makes their sport so resilient over time, and frankly has contributed to the growth, just because there is that human-to-human connection and engagement as we move.
That is beautiful, and there's no better way to inspire the younger generation than showing them the way, right?
That's right. Now, we've wrapped up, of course, that was a re-jump in the single rope speed relay. We've concluded that event, and now we're going to move into the double under relay. And once again, you've got 2 athletes on the floor. They're doing double unders consecutively for 30 seconds, as many as they can do. And the judges are clicking every time they complete a successful double under. And so we're going to go for 60 seconds per heat. And we've got 12 different stations on the floor right now. And again, these are juniors, so everyone here is under the age of 15. We see some all-female teams, we'll see some all-male teams, and then we will see some with a mix of male and female throughout the competition. Now, the juniors are not eligible to compete in the final World Championship, which will happen on the last days of this event. So today, they are giving it their all because this is their opportunity to win a medal and ultimately take home some hardware.
Single rope double unders relay, 2 by 30 seconds. Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set.
Again, with double unders, it is really important to reach the ground as fast as you can. And unlikely to most events, unlike most events, here you need to touch the ground as fast as you can. So you want to jump really low.
Really low, and yet still high enough for the rope to get under.
Oh yeah, that is very important. Yeah, because remember, these athletes are turning the ropes twice.
Now, Hannah, are they using the same ropes? Did you use the same rope for a traditional alternating foot speed event and a double under event?
The length was different, but the rope type was the same. The length was a little bit like the double Dutch ropes. I would say normally are a little bit longer, just because if you can see now on the floor, the body postures are a little bit more upright, and we can see, and we've been seeing amazing single rope speed events where the bodies were really bounded. So I think that's the only difference.
Yeah, so slightly longer ropes. They tend to be the same material, so you're still seeing the wire, and the handle is perpendicular to the handle as it's attached, usually a ball bearing on it. And so they are just working to keep that movement as efficient as possible. We saw a number of scores above 160, 166, some of the leading scores in that last heat. And again, we tend to benchmark ourselves around the 100 per 30-second split mark. And so if we see a team start approaching 200, we know that we're getting into world record territory. Of course, with some of these juniors, as they're still conditioning and getting into the sport, seeing a score between 150 and 200 starts feeling competitive, and the closer you get to that 200 level, the more likely we are to see them on the podium getting a medal.
3871 from Hungary. And station 12, 1342
Heat number
from the
31
USA.
is coming up next.
I love seeing the diversity. Again, there's 25 countries who are represented at this championship. And just right now, look at the floor. We're seeing teams from Germany, from Canada, from the United States, from Australia, Hungary, Japan. Oh my God, like, I think this is so beautiful for our sport.
It is nice to see the representation. You know, I can recall when I was more active in competition, this was in the early 2000s and the late 90s, you know, we were excited when there were a dozen countries. We were excited when we were seeing, you know, a handful of teams out there. And just to see the progression, see the intensity that's picked up, the training, the discipline, quite honestly, to not just train for this before the competition, but train for it throughout the year. Train for it across multiple years. That sort of thing has been really inspiring as a former athlete to see just how passionate this next generation is and how they're carrying that legacy forward and ultimately building the sport for their future generations. Now again, double unders, you're going to see 2 feet hit at the same time on the floor.
Beautiful work from these guys on the floor right now. We're seeing Team Germany, and at the back we're seeing Team Japan and Australia going strong. Now we're seeing Team USA on the floor. Beautiful job. Also, the transitions are really fast, so the second athlete needs to be incredibly prepared for that beep so that he or she could start immediately, not losing a single millisecond.
Prepared to jump right in, but not too fast, because if they get ahead of that beep, then there'll be a deduction.
20.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful results. Station 6 from Japan. Wow. Beautiful.
Nicely done. We saw a 175 on that particular heat, which is so far the leading score that we've seen in the junior double unders. And so we'll see how well that holds up as the heats continue to progress through.
Station 3, 3869 from Hong Kong, China.
And Joe, it must be so beautiful for you to see the evolution of the sport. What's the one thing you would highlight from your perspective, being involved for so long?
You know, I do think that when I began, it felt like I'd say we were a little less regimented in the way we trained for things, right? We weren't explicitly training for the double under relay and the single rope speed relay the way some of these athletes do. We were training for speed broadly, right? And so we kind of used that as a general horizon, right? We were working toward getting our bodies in shape and that sort of thing, but now, I mean, you already called it out. So the differences in the rope. So these athletes are probably using a different rope for double under relay versus single rope speed relay. When I competed, we used one rope. And half the time, it wasn't a wire rope, it was a plastic rope, because there weren't wire ropes, right? Because they hadn't really been invented yet in terms of the handles and the way the ball bearings worked and all that kind of thing. So I think seeing the way not only has the equipment evolved, but as the training has evolved, and as we've seen the scores reflect that evolution in a really positive manner. The other thing that I really like is seeing just how, as the plateau has come about with the top scores, it's rarely a single individual. It's rarely a single country. We see these countries pushing each other neck and neck over time. And I think that's inspiring, because if that continues, then the sky's the limit, right? We're going to continue seeing these things grow and progress. And I think that just means that we've got more work ahead of us to continue building this and, frankly, getting more people involved in the sport that has been such a life changer for so many of us.
I love that. I love that. And yeah, that being said, in the world stage, like that the world stage is literally the best place where you can get inspired and where you can get that boundaries pushed. And also now social media is another really great tool for us to get inspired and to, you know, see other jumpers, what are they doing, so that during the preparation we can also be pushed by others, not just by our own clubs or by our own country. We're seeing some amazing work on the floor right now. I think the leader at this moment is Team Korea. Wow, yes, 181. Oh no, sorry.
186.
Hong Kong, 186, Station 7. Wow, and they're so happy. Oh my God, yeah. Well done, guys. Amazing job. And just going back a bit to social media, do not forget to follow us on social media. On Instagram, you can find us RGRU. And the first profile, which is going to come out, that's going to be the official RGRU site, there are going to be a lot of videos clips from the competition, results, world records, slow motion clips. You do not want to miss that.
You know, that's another big change that has happened with respect to the sport and how it's evolved over time is social media, right? Because that's another difference I recall from my competition days was, you know, finding a video of a heat or a video of an event is exceptionally unusual, right, from back then. But now it seems like nearly every station has someone with their phone out, someone able to get short clips. And we already heard from some of the interviews we've done about folks having been inspired by these videos that they've seen and been really excited about how that has played out and just some of the way that we can reach a bigger audience through new mechanisms like social media. So I think it's been a really great piece for this. All right, heat number 33 is getting prepared to start. Once again, they've got to get each of the stations set before they can give the all clear to begin the heat.
And these are one of the most nerve-wracking moments, I would say, for an athlete, right? Am I right?
The last thing you want is to be on the floor and then there to be something going on logistically. You have to stand there for an extra long amount of time. So I do think that does represent a challenge.
Judges ready. Athletes ready. Set. Ten. 20.
'Beautiful score from Belgium, station 6. And now we're seeing Team USA,
10.
Australia, and now here is Japan, Belgium, also USA.
Again, we're seeing the juniors in the double under
20.
relay.
Beautiful work.
Team Japan just barely getting off the floor right now.
It's so incredible, no, to think about that the rope actually goes around 2 times their body. 2 times. Wow.
That's
beautiful.
right. And we saw another score over 180 in that last heat, so that's very exciting.
That is going to be one of the best ones.
Station 2, 4010
Okay, as they make their way off the
from Hong Kong,
floor, we're next going to have a short conversation with a team who's joining us here in the commentation booth from Korea. And with me is Won-Woo Kim, and he is from Team Korea. And he's part of a team that we've already watched compete in this tournament and has done such a wonderful job. They've been exciting to see as they move through things. Excellent speed jumpers. And so, Won-Woo, I'd love to ask you, so your team has scored incredibly high in the single rope events, right? The relay, it's just inspiring to see how much that has grown over time. And so while we're waiting on judges to confirm the score, because of course they're always unofficial, the ones we see live, there's a pretty good chance that you all have either matched or broken a world record. And so how did it feel to achieve that incredible score here at the World Championship?
I feel very exciting, very good. Yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about how you train for this event?
Everyone
I
ready?
practiced
Here we go.
for
Single
6
rope
hours
double
every
unders
day.
relay. 2
6
by
hours
30
every day.
seconds.
Yes.
And when you
Judges
practice,
ready.
can you describe the kinds of
Ready.
things that go into
Set.
your practice? So when you do 6 hours every day,
Yes.
right? So that's a long day to think about practicing.
Yes.
10.
And in the course of that, what sorts of things are you doing? Is it just jumping with your feet? Is it your arms? Is it your legs?
Speed and PVC
20.
and training ball.
Training balls.
Yes.
So it's interesting that Woonwoo has referenced training balls because earlier Hannah was talking about training balls and how many athletes will use them. And for the viewing audience, a training ball is essentially a short speed rope. And you hold it in one hand and you spin it, and it has kind of a weight on the end. And what that does is allows you to condition your specific muscles that you're using to spin the rope so that your arms are in shape.
20.
Now, your arms are only one part of the equation, right? Because you've also got your legs, you've got your core, you've got your cardiovascular system, the breath, all of that. So when Wonwoo talks about 6 hours a day, I imagine that definitely builds up some of those support muscles along the path.
Yeah.
So then let me ask you here finally, what advice do you have for young athletes who want to be world champions in the future?
I started jump rope when I was 8 years old, but I never give up. I never stop. I never give up.
Never gave up, right?
Yes.
So you pushed through regardless of how tough it was, regardless of how, challenging it can become to train. 6 hours a day is not a joke, right? That's a very serious matter. And it's showing up here as you all push the world records, as you all, frankly, break world records. And I'll tell you from the commentation booth, we're excited to see you and your fellow teammates in the finals, right? We're excited to see what you can do the last day and see if you can really show us what an even higher world record looks like. So that's the challenge that we will levy to you, is to show us just how far you can push us this year and then come back and do it again in 2 years at the next one.
Yes, we can do it.
Well, Wonwoo Kim from Team Korea, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for representing your country and the sport and for inspiring the next generation of athletes throughout your competition.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are now moving into heat number 35. We're in a slight transition here as we shift between events in the junior category. And we've wrapped up the double under relay. And so next what you're going to see are more of the double Dutch events. Again, that's with two turners spinning two ropes. And we're going to see one athlete in the middle. First, we're going to do the double Dutch speed relay. And that's going to have four athletes on the floor at once. They're going to rotate through and do a different transition style. And then we're going to see the double Dutch speed sprint, where you only have one jumper the whole time. There's no transitions. They are going all out for 60 seconds.
That's correct. Joe, what is your favorite speed event?
Well, so I talked about 3-minute speed earlier being the one I personally enjoyed doing, but the one I like watching the most is definitely double Dutch speed sprint.
Oh, yeah, all right. Yeah.
I think just...
like the intensity, right?
The intensity and the fact that, so you don't have the transition, so you really can have your specialists involved, right?
Oh,
so you can have your specialized turners, your specialized jumper, and they can just go all out. And so it really feels like you're seeing the peak of what's possible with that. Because they can get up to speed and maintain that speed as they move. Now, the other thing I like about it is the fact that it's not a solo event. It's not a single person, right? So you have to stay in rhythm. It requires training. You can't just get into this without having to work and collaborate with other folks and really train in a way that's consistent and supportive throughout all of your work. And frankly, the ups and the downs, like we just heard from Team Korea, he said he started at age 8 and has jumped throughout his time, and now he's a senior athlete here who's competing and pushing world records. But when he's talking about those things, he's talking about it with his teammates standing right behind him, right? Because they are all doing it with him, and they're working together to do that.
I just get goosebumps. Yeah.
And so I do really think that that's exciting to see in the sport. And so, Hannah, tell me about you, though. When you think about not only your favorite to perform or compete in, but tell me which one you like watching the most.
Double Dutch speed for me. It can be sprint, double Dutch speed sprint, or double Dutch speed relay. I really enjoy watching those just because I know the amount of work and precision which needs to go there. And I also, if we're talking about freestyles, I also really enjoy the senior double Dutch freestyles. Oh my God, the creativity level, like it every time it's just like, it gets me. So I think those are my favorite ones.
Now, when we see these teams, oftentimes we're seeing, 3 or 4 athletes together. Are these folks staying together throughout their jump rope career? Are they the same team who started when they were 8 years old and now they're all 19 years old and they all have come that same path together? Are we seeing mixed teams? What's been your experience, at least from Hungary?
I would say generally, I think it would apply to the world stage, at least to my knowledge, that it's more likely that the teams are changing just because, we're still a growing sport. People quit, new people are coming. So there, I would say, and of course the levels can vary, right? Like the coaches are aiming to put together a team with more or less the same level athletes, right? So I would say that it can change, and I would say that to my experience, it's rare to have a team who is actually growing up together. I don't know about you, I'm really curious. I was fortunate enough that I more or less grew up with a team, and I think there's a little, I don't know, it's like amazing, and it's really special. Yeah.
Well, that has been consistent with my experience. I find that oftentimes you will see some of the best teams. They have been together for many years, and they've learned to predict each other's rhythm. They know how high they come off the floor. They know how to keep their ropes moving at the exact right speed. They know the little cues, right? So they can tell when someone's getting tired or different communication patterns, that sort of thing. So I do think that there's an advantage to having a consistency in the teams, but it also requires them to push each other and to sort of develop their individual skills as they develop their team skills. And sometimes I think that can be a hook to keep jumpers involved in the sport. I know I can say personally that it would not have been without my teammates or the folks who became some of my very best friends on my team that kept me involved, kept me excited to do it, kept pushing me, and I think that kind of motivation really bleeds into these different
I love that.
events.
Yeah, that's so true. But also, if we look at countries like with big delegations, for example, I have Hong Kong on my mind. Like, I know that those guys are rotating from year to year within the teams because, for example, the same male team who would compete last year, for example, this year would have a mixed team. So, for example, there are certain countries who use, the development of each athlete and just try to combine the best possible teams for that single year. And that can also be a nice technique. And also, if you're jumping with, I don't know, with like, let's say 20 other people, right? And you're having trainings with them all the time, then you can also have that chemistry even though you're not at the very same team.
That's right. And if you're just joining us, this is the International Jump Rope Union World Championship in 2023. We're here in Colorado Springs on day 5 of an 8-day event that will culminate in the finals, which will happen on the last 2 days. And so today, our senior athletes are competing for an opportunity to perform and compete in those finals for a shot at the world title. Our juniors today, those who are under the age of 15, are competing today for a medal in their event. And so we've seen the seniors do their team speed events already this morning. We've seen about half of the juniors so far do some of their speed events. We're going to see more speed from the junior teams here coming up after we move through this brief judges break. And then in the afternoon, we'll get into freestyle. And freestyle is always exciting because there's music involved, there's choreography involved, it's a little more artistic, and we can get almost a more subjective sense for things as opposed to a pretty cut and dry score in terms of endurance or sprinting and the number of jumps that the athletes get here this morning as we're watching them perform. Now we're here at the Ed Robson Arena at Colorado College. It's a beautiful venue. They have done such a wonderful job setting things up, and we couldn't be more excited to be here with you on this World Championship week. Now as they welcome teams to the floor, we're transitioning back into double Dutch. As we mentioned before, we're going to see double Dutch speed relay with 4 athletes, each performing for 30 seconds in the ropes and then transitioning through. We've talked about this already, but there is a very specific order that they have to transition. So it can't just be, well, I finished, so I'm going to get out and someone else get in. No. These athletes have it down to a science, and they're going to transition quickly and move through. So one of the things to watch for as you're viewing this event is just how fast those transitions happen and how clean they happen. So we often use the term clean when we talk about routines. And when we say clean, what we mean
without mistake.
Is simply no mistakes. That's right. So we're not dropping handles. We're not having the ropes clip our feet. We're not having open turns of the rope without a jumper in it. Everything is dialed in, ready for a world championship caliber performance.
Exactly, and I would also highlight the fact that this is a really complex event. We've been talking about this earlier, and these are junior jumpers, right? So the complexity of this event requires, in my opinion, a great amount of experience. So what these girls and boys are going to do, it's going to be mind-blowing because, you know, they're just going to show us the best what they can.
Everyone
and
ready?
I think this particular
Here we
event
go.
requires a lot of practice.
Double
and training.
Dutch speed relay. 4 by 4.
So we're in heat 35 for the day. And we see different styles of double Dutch rope. We've talked about that a bit. And of course, we also see different styles of starting positions. So some are going to begin sort of next to a turner. They're going to be sort of at the turner's shoulder. They're going to move in diagonally to the center of the ropes. Other teams are going to start with the jumper already in the center of the rope. So the Belgian team that you see in the upper left portion of your screen there, they've got their jumper already in the center of the rope. They're on station 9.
Athletes.
It's
ready.
really just a matter of personal preference. And let's see how they begin. Now again, I will say one of the areas that I do think we see differences between juniors and seniors is on the team events,
20.
right? Because they've got more time to learn each other, more time to work together. And so we tend to see that the seniors who have team events can separate themselves more from the junior scorers. Whereas on the individual events, natural talent or
That's
raw
correct,
talent
yeah.
can really come into play more as an individual. But as a team, it just requires that mix
10.
of 4 individuals who all sort of possess the same rough level of skill to be able to do this.
Yeah, that was my point earlier. Like, these events require a great amount of experience, a
20.
great amount of chemistry, and of course that chemistry can be developed over time, most of the time, right? So I would completely agree with what you just said.
Now again, as we've been talking about splits and what's an ideal score here, every 30 seconds, world record pace is going to be over 100 for every split, right? So we're going to see 100, then 200, then 300, then 400. Now for the juniors, we're going to look for scores that are more in like the 80 range at the split.
80,
and up.
90, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
20.
So again, if we start seeing final scores that exceed 350, then we know we're going to see some very competitive outcomes here.
These girls here have amazing shape. Wow. Beautiful. 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 You can see how perfectly positioned their back is, how only their feet
10.
are moving, how the hands are staying still, which again is what you said, Joe. This requires a lot of strength and core muscle strength.
20.
And again, different body postures based on preference. Some like to have their arms dangle. Some like to have their arms bent in the center. And you can see the team from Japan exceeding that 350
Wow.
mark we talked about a moment ago at 358.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Station 1, 1404 from
And they're
USA.
happy.
Station 2, 3901 from Australia.
So a great start to this
Station
event.
3,
That rush, what you
1405
get
from
when
the
you just
USA.
finished and you just hit your
Station
dream
4,
number, you know, your personal
1392
best
from
as a
Belgium.
team.
Station
Oh my God,
5,
that feeling is, I think you can agree, that is something else.
It is a good feeling, and especially when it's happening on the floor that you trained for. It's one thing to hit your personal best in practice.
Yeah.
It's one thing to do that when no one's watching or when it's not official and that kind of thing. It's a different thing when you're doing it with an opportunity to win a world championship.
Yeah, 100%.
3959 from Hong Kong, China. And station 12, 3961 from Hong
We're
Kong,
welcoming
China.
Heat 36. It's also interesting to see, as you can now see on the screen, that some of the teams are only turning before the event. Some of them actually would jump. I would never jump. I don't know about you, but I would never jump. I would want to keep myself and my team still and just prepared of that moment when the music starts. But it's interesting, you know, the difference is the different, again, techniques and just kind of rituals, right? Because these are also kind of rituals, because normally teams who are competing long enough, they normally have the same before the event moment.
That's right, they do. And, you know, the other thing that's true about rituals is most of what we're seeing here in a world championship like this are folks representing their country, right, as a whole country. But typically they are operating in clubs within their country. So different clubs train different ways, and that's why we see some variation even within the same country teams in the rituals, in
That
the
is a great
styles.
point. Yeah.
Relay, 4 by 30 seconds. Judges, ready. Athletes, ready. Set.
And as they begin, again, it's sort of like getting off the starting blocks in a track and field event. You want to get moving just as quick as you hear that beep and go just accelerate as fast as possible. Of course, that's a little harder to do when you've got to depend on your turners to be in rhythm with you, because one of the hardest parts about this sort of event is the ability to modulate your speed, right? So to go from a dead stop and get up to pace as fast as possible, everyone has to be in sync on, okay, we're going to try to get into our steady pace by, say, the 4th jump or the 10th jump, or we're going to call it out and I'm going to hold a fist as a jumper once we're at where I need to stay. All of those different techniques can come into play, but truly, by the time you get to the point of a competition like this, not a ton of that communication is required because you have trained and you know how to get yourself there.
100%. And I would also add that, during the preparation time, you just jump together for so many times. Like our guest a couple minutes earlier said that they practice 6 hours per day. That is such a long time to get to know each other that you just feel the pace with which you want to go. And that is also very beautiful because we would just say our kind of like middle pace. That's what we go for now, or like the highest, and then everyone knows exactly the exact pace we're thinking of.
Now, the other thing you'll notice, especially with some of the beaded ropes that show up a little better against the background, you can see how high the ropes are flowing above the athlete's head. Now, obviously, the closer you get to the athlete's head, the tighter that loop is, right? But then again, it's sort of a risk-reward thing where there's more opportunity to miss potentially if you're keeping the ropes really tight. So the other thing that they have to consider is how far apart should the turners stand, right? So they can adjust a little bit by leaning forward or leaning backward to get their arms right, but because it requires so much strength, they really need to make sure that they are the right distance from each other when they begin and ultimately when they finish.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, amazing scores. I think this heat was won by Team Hong Kong with a 340 score. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're welcoming Heat 37 now on the floor. Again, it is the double Dutch speed relay event.
From Hong Kong, China. Station 7, 1573 from the USA. Station 8, 4024 from Japan.
The other thing I like seeing, Hannah, as a male in the sport, is seeing many more teams that are all male competing, right? And so when I competed, typically we knew, I could count on one hand the number of senior all-male teams that I was competing against.
Yeah.
So we all knew each other. We all knew what our strengths were. We all knew what our weaknesses were. We could kind of benchmark ourselves against that as we trained and knew it. And yet now, I don't think that's true anymore because you see so many more young men getting involved in the sport. And I think as we watch it grow, as we watch it develop, seeing the mixed teams come about, it's really become something where we're finding just peak athletes getting involved in this, and I think that's inspiring as we look toward the future of the sport.
100%. I really, really agree, and I think it's beautiful to see the different styles. Like what we've been talking about, the different styles of the different countries. We can also talk about the different styles within the genders, right? Like female jumpers, male jumpers, mixed jumpers. Yeah, it's amazing.
Set.
And again, Team Japan here on the screen, an incredibly fast pace, but we've already talked about how the hardest part of this is modulating and getting up to speed in the right timing with each other.
20.
And again, this is a place where you do see more differences between junior teams and senior teams. So the senior teams tend to be able to run cleaner, right? So they have fewer mistakes as they get through this type of event. It is more technical, it's more complex because of the switches, because each athlete has to be able to both turn and jump effectively.
10.
And that can be hard to do when you're under 15 years of age and perhaps have only been involved in the sport for a few years. Now, despite that, many of these teams are, in fact, pushing the seniors in terms of some of their scores and some of their paces. And you can see that right now on the screen. as some of these scores are starting to creep up, particularly from Team Japan. And we talked earlier in the broadcast about how Japan has traditionally been a double Dutch powerhouse. So that's been a something that their country has really just excelled at. And so it's been encouraging to see them starting to excel in single rope. Some countries have this sort of background where they really have a culture around a certain event or a certain type of thing, right? Belgium has traditionally been a very clean country in terms of performing well, performing very technical routines on the freestyle front, performing very strongly in speed. The Australians have a personality to their team. The Americans tend to be a little more high-flying. Sometimes they'll take more risks and sort of push for that potential for a higher reward, despite the fact that there are challenges. I think that's part of what makes the sport so fun, are those different dynamics that come into play between the different countries as they show up to an event like this.
And that just shows the endless creativity this sport has, right? Because you have that space and, freedom to play with those differences.
And a nice job there from Team Hong Kong at 3:49, and that appears that they might, in fact, have won that particular heat. And again, they are aiming to beat the others in their division, not just beat each other in their heat. And so they're going for the top scores as they move through the competition.
1574 from the USA.
Up next, we have Heat 38
from Japan. Stations 7 through 12 are vacant.
Now, this time when we watch the teams, if you look really closely, one thing that you might observe is that the jumper is often standing in the center of the ropes, right? So the arc of the ropes is there. They're usually in the middle, but not exactly in the middle. They're actually typically slightly behind the center, right? Because they're not striking the ground with their entire foot. They're only striking the ground with their toes. So what they do, they want their toes to be directly in the center of those ropes. And so that means naturally that they're biasing their body toward the back of the ropes because their heels are a little higher. And if you can imagine the arc of the rope as it's being turned and sort of that consistent shape of it, that actually matches the pattern that their foot hits the ground in. So their toes on the ground in the dead center of those ropes, and then as their heels a little higher, it is aligning to the arc of that rope as it comes up. Now, this is less of a big deal for some of the junior teams or some of the teams who are still developing their skills, but when the senior teams get really tuned in their technique, little things like that, like explicit and specific body positioning, really start to matter in terms of how efficient they can be, and frankly in terms of how tight they can make the ropes over the jumper's head so that they can go as fast as possible.
20.
Now, this is likely to be our final heat here unless we have any rejumps due to rope breaks. And again, the last event that we're going to see here on the double Dutch front is going to be double Dutch speed sprint, and that will be coming up following the conclusion of the double Dutch speed relay that we're wrapping up right now.
Wow. Station 6 from Japan is going really, really strong. A little miss there, quick fix. And yeah, to your point, the jumper really needs to stand at that exact position, and imagine the practice which needs to go into that to hit that perfect position within the rope, because if you're moving even 1 centimeter, or millimeter even, then there's a chance to miss. Because the rope doesn't touch the ground.
That's right, that's right. And we saw the team from Japan there have a string of mistakes there in a row, but they recovered pretty well. And they're still leading the heat. That's right, that's right. And so they know how to get back in the ropes just as quickly as they can. And they're off to the races now, crossing 250.
Beautiful.
And again, sometimes it's the mental game, right? So ensuring that you're not psyching yourself out after a mistake. And again, getting up to speed in timing with your turners is some of the hardest parts of this event. Now all the teams are over 200. Japan is now over 300. And despite the challenges they've had, they're still putting up a respectable score here.
Oh yeah, I think without the mistakes, that would I can imagine that these guys go above 400.
I think you're right.
Well done, everyone.
They know they've got more to give, and yet the score they put up is a respectable score. Exciting to see that happen. And that appears to be the final heat for this particular event. Again, next is double Dutch speed sprint, and we are on the junior division right now. And so these are athletes who are under the age of 15 as we cycle through this.
Once again, we will be starting with double Dutch speed sprint in a few minutes. Thank you.
Again, hashtag IJRU2023. You can use that on social media to engage with the viewing audience or engage with the jumpers, engage with the athletes.
And I would be so curious, for those of you who are watching, what was your favorite event so far? Drop us a comment in the chat, in the live stream chat on YouTube.
And we are on day 5 of an 8-day tournament.
Joe, on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for the finals?
I easily a 10. I do think, I'll say in particular because this is the first time that we have been back in person. We've had athletes from across the world come together once again for the World Championships. The last time that we had something of this scale and size, I believe, was in 2019.
Norway, that's correct.
In Oslofjord, Norway. And that was a wonderful event. We got to see some records broken. We got to see people come together. Great momentum. Of course, the world then had to face the challenge of the coronavirus pandemic, and that changed the dynamic, right? We had to flip things into, okay, well, we can't practice together in person right now. How do we keep our continuity? How do we keep our connections with each other? How do we ensure that the value the sport represents in our lives continues to be that for us, even as we go through something like a global pandemic? Now, during the pandemic, there were a series of virtual events that were held. And so the way we accommodated that was through things like recording routines and submitting them and then having them scored by a judging panel. Now, there's excitement in that, sure, but it's not quite the same as a live event, as hearing the cheering crowd, as seeing each other in person and engaging and frankly learning from each other and feeling the energy in the room. And so I can say personally, I'm glad that we're past some of those virtual routine submissions and kind of watching it online and announcing the winners. And yet I'm so appreciative for all the folks who worked so hard to kind of maintain continuity through the pandemic and make sure that we come out of this stronger than we've ever been, which is what's true today.
100%. And I would acknowledge at this point our junior jumpers, because our junior jumpers went through the pandemic and those virtual championships with, such less experience, and just I think for them it was especially harder because the seniors already knew how it is like to be in a world championship and they knew for what they are training for. But to the juniors, they really needed to have that bigger perspective and that bigger motivation, and probably the seniors, as you mentioned before, were a big help in that, because it's just like we're passing our knowledge, we're passing our inspiration to the younger generation, and that is very beautiful. We got a comment from Katie who's saying that she was and is very excited to see double Dutch freestyle. 100%, I'm with you, Katie. And we have a comment from Sunrise who's saying her favorite was, or has to be, pairs freestyle or master freestyle. It was crazy. Oh gosh, yes.
And we'll see more of that in the finals, right? So so much of this is qualifying. That's right.
Yeah.
Now, Hannah, you just mentioned the junior jumpers that we're seeing here. Tell me about how and when in your experience with the sport you got started. So what age did you start? What were some of the things that really got you hooked when you initially began jumping rope?
I would say I started at age 5, so I was really tiny when I started. And to be honest, one of the things which got me hooked was the bigger jumpers, the senior jumpers, just to see how much fun they have, how they were always smiling, they were always making shows, doing shows, and I think the show aspect of the sport really got me hooked. like to see those
We will
senior
now
jumpers just
continue
present
with
themselves
double
and just make the
Dutch
audience
speed
happy. And oh my God, yeah.
39.
So tell me what a
Station
show
one.
is, right? We use the word show or performance oftentimes, but for us in the sport of jump rope, when we say that, it means something a little different from competition. So talk about what a show means.
Okay,
Hannah.
that is a very great question. A show is for the sake of entertainment, right? Like we're deliberately and consciously choosing moves and putting together routines in order to entertain people. So in difficulty, they might be less difficult than a competitive routine, but more entertaining for an eye of someone who's not involved in the sport. And I think that's the biggest difference.
I think you're right, and I will say that was my preference as well. And what really hooked me was that opportunity to do these exhibitions and to really just break the rules a little bit, right? Find the things that you're getting the big smiles, the big audience reactions to, but then also see the look on people's faces when you show them something they didn't think was possible with a rope.
And that's a thing with jump rope. I think we can just get that wow reaction so fast because a lot of people do not know about our sport. So then when we say there's going to be a jump rope show, they're like, oh, okay, well, all right. And then when they see the first move we're doing, they're like, wow, this is possible with jump rope? Yeah.
Double Dutch speed.
Okay, now we are moving into the
60
double Dutch
seconds.
speed sprint. Again, this
Judges
is
ready.
3 athletes on the floor at once, and
Set.
one of them will be jumping the entire 60 seconds.
This is Joe's favorite event for those who are just tuning in.
It is my favorite one to watch on the speed side because you really do get to see these jumpers go all out. And wow, are we seeing it on the floor right now? You can see the scores jumping up as they go.
20.
Oh my God, Station 2, Japan. Oh my God.
And you can see how dialed in her posture is.
30.
And even the turners, they've got their own individual way they like to position.
That is, wow. I'm mind blown. We're seeing juniors, guys.
40.
Junior division. Wow.
So
if
they're
she could keep that up.
On pace to cross 200 if they can maintain this throughout the duration. 10 more seconds. They've got 20 more to go. Let's see if they can get there. Crossing 190, 195, and 200. Wow.
Oh my God. Without the mistake, that would have been a potential world record.
211 in the junior division.
Oh my God. And just for a reminder, our current world record is, let me see, 216. So without that mistake, wow. Junior division.
Easily surpassed the world record without the mistake. And yet, at 211 unofficially, as a junior team, again, the future is so bright for them because they have a wonderful opportunity to continue pushing and setting new records as we go. Again, I will say that team from Japan, really their stance, they had a mature stance to them, right? So they knew what they were doing. They knew their preference. They didn't have to do a whole lot of communication. They were focused. Their eyes were in the right spot, locked in. They clearly knew what they were doing and had done quite a bit of practice to get there.
Yeah. And a thing which just came to my mind is that after a competition like that, after an experience like this, the strength and the security an athlete can get is really, really great. Like after an event like this, you're just like more secure in yourself. You're more confident. You know, me personally, I always start to train differently than before. And I think that's also a really nice thing for all of these athletes, that they get to have this experience and then they get to bring this experience into their practice after the event.
Here we
That
go.
is beautiful.
Yeah, the other thing that's true today that hasn't always been true is we talked about how ubiquitous things like social media are now, or using phones with cameras, that sort of thing. So the athletes can actually tape themselves, watch their technique, and then see it from the outside, which I think can be really invaluable. And in fact, in coaching experiences I've had, and in even judging experiences I've had, the ability to have that video replay to sort of watch how you yourself are performing is invaluable to improvement.
100%. Wow, we are seeing Team Australia on Station 7 going strong. They just had a little miss.
30.
They're getting right back at it.
Now, once again, if we see scores above 200, that is world-class territory. As Hannah mentioned, in the all-female division, 2:16, I believe, is the standing world record, and we're hoping to see that broken here over the course of the competition.
50.
And this is a 60-second sprint.
Wow, beautiful work by Team Hong Kong. We're just seeing them on the screen. They're currently the leaders of this heat, and they almost hit the 200 mark. 194. Well done.
194. They're clearly proud, very excited about their performance there.
Amazing job.
Stages 2,
Beautiful.
are vacant.
Now, one thing that the athletes will often do after an event is they'll look up at the scoreboard, they'll check their unofficial score on the screen, and they'll get excited about that. But then what they'll do is they'll walk over to the judges and say, hey, can you confirm, or can you show me your mechanical clicker and let me just see the score? And I can recall as a judge, oftentimes what I would do and just be ready to do is just turn my clicker around so they could literally see the device and see their score. And that way they in their heads know what they were aiming for. They know their personal best. They know the world records. And so that often just seeing the delight, or in some cases the sort of disappointment that they had, just the emotion involved in it, I think really speaks volume to how much they've invested themselves into becoming great at what they do.
That's right.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
We're having Thailand on the floor.
Double Dutch speed sprint, 60 seconds.
So a single team on the floor right
Judges
now.
ready. Athletes ready.
Their arms are crossed to start because they're going to swing that rope forward and get right in. Again, every team who begins their event here does not want to have any open turns of the rope. So they want to be in the rope on their right foot with the very first opportunity. And so we saw Thailand do that expertly here at the beginning of this particular heat.
20.
Thailand has 4 athletes currently at this World Championship, so we're seeing now 3 of them. And also, it's a really interesting fact, I think, that they have cross trainings with Korea. So you can see a little bit Korean influence as well. I really love when countries train together and get just inspiration and techniques, and, you know, they share the knowledge between each other. I think this is one of the
40.
most beautiful things in our sport.
So one thing that's interesting, if you notice their ropes, there's a little knot in them. Hannah, why would you tie a knot in your rope?
50.
I would not. But it can be for various reasons, you know. I would think that. Oh my God. Okay, they did a really great job. Sorry, 1 second.
184.
184. Wow. Wow.
And for a small contingent, right? So they brought 4 athletes to this competition. They have got to be thrilled with that, because that was one of the more competitive scores from these junior teams that we've seen so far. So really well done to Thailand. But Hannah, tell me again, you wouldn't tie a knot in your rope, but why might an athlete tie a knot in their rope?
Station 6.
Probably because, okay, one thing I can think of is that they're using the same rope maybe for single double speed relay and double speed sprint, and maybe for the speed relay they need a longer rope, so then they would, I don't know, they would not do a knot so that it would be shorter for this particular event. Another thing can be because maybe it can cause a little bit more weight because there's a knot. So maybe it would be easier to control the rope. That's one thing I can think of.
These are good hypotheses.
But to be honest, I never did that, and it just never crossed my mind. Did you ever do it?
I did. I had knots in my ropes at different points in time.
So why aren't you talking about this?
Well, so the knot helps shorten the rope, right? So it does make it a little tighter, and sometimes you just want to tune it a little bit. And honestly,
but why wouldn't you clip the, the upper part of the rope?
Well, I can say, speaking from experience, we had one set of ropes we really liked, and so we would tie a knot in it, shorten it up for one event, untie the knot for another event to make it longer. Like I said, the sport has evolved over time, and we have seen these athletes grow, their equipment get better and better.
I love that. Okay, we're seeing the male and mixed division on the floor right now. Again, that is junior speed, double speed sprint, 1 time 60 seconds. Japan on station 1 is going strong. Oh, and
20.
Korea, station 6, neck to neck to Hong Kong, station 5. Wow.
A big variety in technique of turning and jumping here. a variety and styles of rope that we're seeing. Again, the Japanese seem to have their technique really dialed in here. The rope's just barely coming over the jumper's head. That makes it more efficient. We're looking for scores approaching 200. It looks like they're at 180 now. Station 3, they might get there. They're at 190. Team Japan. Hong Kong is at 199. 200 now from Hong Kong.
208 unofficial result. 208, and also Japan Station 12 201. And again, Japan 202, Station 3. Wow, well done. Again, this is junior division. And just for reference, our current world record, double Dutch speed sprint male category is 230 from China and 220 from Denmark in the mixed category. But I believe that was broken. We'll see.
Wow. So again, these are the juniors that we're seeing right now, and they are leaving it all on the floor because this is their shot. The winners from this event here,
there's no holding back.
Well, they don't hold back because this is their shot to get a medal. Now, in the senior divisions, the winners of those ultimately qualify for the finals, which will happen on the last 2 days. So the top 6 scores will move to the finals. But for the juniors, they're fighting to get their shot at a medal here in this event. And we have seen some really impressive performances so far. Now, as we wind down the final heats of the double Dutch speed sprint, we will have a break for a award ceremony from some of the prior events. So the award ceremonies are kind of sprinkled in throughout the duration of the event to help ensure that that's not just a single long effort, but it happens across the way. So that'll happen after we wrap this event up. We'll have some further presentations that'll occur, and then we'll come back in the second half of our day and look at freestyle. So again, it'll be team events, team freestyles, and that'll be an exciting discussion for us to have as commentators, but also for you as a viewing audience to watch.
Wow. It's heat 42, and they can still blow my mind.
20.
Again, you see how quickly teams can recover from mistakes often dictates their potential, right? Their potential score. And,
30.
You know, it's kind of impossible to assume that you will have a perfectly clean run every time. So teams do train on, hey, how do we handle a mistake that happens here? How do we handle
40.
a rope drop? How do we handle if my hair gets wrapped around the rope? And teams will actually train for these different scenarios so that when they're
50.
in the midst of a competition, they don't have to think about it. It's just a
They
reaction.
know exactly what to do, yeah.
That's right.
Almost. We almost got the 200 mark in this heat as well. 194 from Hong Kong, Station 3. Well done. Well done, guys.
And they knew they were close.
Yeah.
For single red speed relay. Heat 42.1. Station 4. 1533 from the USA.
You can see them breathing in hard. Obviously, the jumper has a lot of work as they're alternating their feet just as fast as they can in rhythm with their turners. But it's also work for the turners, right? Because their upper bodies are strained. Their core strength has to be in place to be able to stabilize their body as they're turning the ropes. And, of course, the communication, the coordination with each other.
And the mind game which goes into this, even from Turner's side, right? Like, wow, that concentration, it is also very tiring. Even, it's so funny, right? Like, it's just 60 seconds, but wow. Wow, man.
And I will say, I always preferred turning. I felt like that was exciting. And here are the preliminary standings for the double Dutch speed sprint on the female division. You can see the top score, in fact, is over 200. So that 211 that we saw, super exciting to see that there. And then as you cycle your way down through, you see it drops to 194, then 184. But just some really impressive performances that we have seen from the juniors here so far. Now, I was mentioning before that turning was always a preference of mine. I enjoyed that part of it. I liked the concentration required there. I felt like I was, as you're jumping, you really do have to keep your feet in such an even rhythm back and forth, and that was always a challenge, right, to make it perfectly timed, whereas the turning, you kind of have the benefit of the weight of the rope to help pull your arms through. But, Hannah, were you a jumper in double Dutch or a turner in double Dutch?
Both. I was going from, from side to side, jumper side to turner side. Yeah.
All right, and now we've got Team USA in a single rope speed relay. This appears to be a rejump, again, likely due to a rope break. And so they will get their shot to place here. And this will likely be our final speed event here of the day.
We've got a question on YouTube. When is the prize giving? I believe that there's going to be a medal ceremony right after this event.
And a clean transition there.
10.
They're very clean so far.
And
20.
again, most of the countries that we see competing, so right now we see Team USA on the floor, they are spread across their different countries in clubs, right? So in different teams themselves that compete and train. And so within a country, they might 1 week be competing against each other in a sort of national championship or a country-based championship. And then in the next week find themselves as teammates for Team USA, again, coming to competition. Now, one thing that's unusual these days is seeing jumpers who come from different clubs combining to compete in a world championship, mostly because of the training intensity involved requires you to kind of be close in proximity. It also requires you to have some good rhythm and sort of timing with your teammates. Now, that was not always true, and in fact, when I competed, I partnered with 2 other individuals who were not on my team and lived in a different place. You know, it was roughly a 3 or 4 hour flight away from where I lived, and we would set different weeks that we would choose to train. So we'd come together, we'd join up, and we'd train, or we'd have phone calls, because this was before video calls, and we would talk about sort of where we were on things and make routines together.
Wow. And well done. Well done, Team USA 321. It was a beautiful clean jump
from Germany.
And it looks like we actually have one more re-jump, as I see a couple other jumpers coming on the floor. And based on how many folks there are walking on, it's probably going to be a double under relay. And so we'll wait to see that happen next.
And Joe, to your point, we've been talking about that chemistry element when you're jumping with your teammates, right? So how did you have that when you trained through phone calls?
Well, some of it was the fact that we were familiar with each other from competition.
Okay.
So we had competed against each other.
Wow.
We had met each other at workshops. We had worked very closely together. In just different events across the sport, because of course, like you mentioned before about exhibitions and shows and presentations, competition isn't the only thing out there.
Yeah.
You're often traveling to teach new audiences how to jump. You're training different athletic teams or teachers on cross training. There's so many different venues for the sport to be on display that you do get to know each other. And so my time in the sport, when I competed at the world level on an all-male team, me and my partner teamed up with 3 other males, I should say, from another team, and then we all came together. And in fact, one of those who I partnered with was Nick Woodard, who Kaylee Woodard, one of our co-commentators, her husband. In fact, he and I competed together along with a few other folks on that 2006 World Championship team, and what a delight that was.
I love that. I love that. And right now we're seeing Germany on the floor doing a re-jump, double under re-jump, doing a really, really clean event so far.
So again, double unders, the ropes passing under their feet 2 times before they land. They're using these wire ropes.
Oh, what a nice camera angle. I love that. Wow, you can really see the rope turning 2 times. Wow, that's a beautiful angle. Well done, Team Germany.
And re-jumps are always nerve-wracking, right? Because usually there's only a few folks on the floor at once.
Yeah, 100%. You feel like everyone's watching you. Yeah.
We will now have
so
an
well
award
done. Great job.
ceremony.
Great
And
job.
after the award ceremony, begin again with the World
Okay, well that
Championships
wraps up
single
our
rope
morning
air freestyle.
team speed portion of the day. And again, you are watching the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. We are live here in Colorado Springs on day 5 of this tournament. In the afternoon, if you join us after some of the presentations and award ceremonies, we're going to get into team freestyle. And so if you're available, you're going to be in for a treat because we're going to see single rope pairs freestyle where you have two jumpers jumping together in synchronicity, trying to perform an artistic routine with some difficulty skills, some presentation skills. You're going to see a single rope team freestyle with 4 athletes on the floor that are just ups the ante because now you have to have 4 people all in sync doing these same things. You're going to see double Dutch single freestyle, so 3 athletes doing a freestyle routine with double Dutch ropes. And then you'll also see a double Dutch pair freestyle where you've got 2 jumpers in the ropes typically and 2 turners, so 4 athletes on the floor. And again, they're doing a choreographed routine to music, and we're excited to see the seniors go and then the juniors go. So a medal ceremony will be coming up. We will stop the commentation broadcast for that portion so you can hear the medals as they're announced and go through. We'll take a short break, but we will be back here from Colorado Springs at the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship.
Choose to respect it or choose to infect it, but once it hits the water, it's too late to be selective, cause one voice is enough to make sleeping giants wake up, to make armies put their hands up. I could wait 1,000 days, you never wait for me, you never wait for me. Even when I ran away, you're all that I could see. You're all that I could see. When I could hardly walk on my own, I had to lift myself out of the trench below. Haven't I suffered enough to let you go? Let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now. I could wait 1,000 days. You never wait for me. You never wait for me. Even when I ran away, you're all that I could see. You're all that I could see. When I could hardly walk on my own, I had to lift myself out of the trench below. Haven't I suffered enough to let you go? Let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now. Let you go, let you go, let you go now.
Can I please have June Harataki to the Judges' Lounge, please? June Harataki to the Judges' Lounge, please. I would like to introduce our medal presenter for this ceremony, Mrs. Monica Foster. Monica is a 3 times national champion, 2 times world champion. And Monica continues to give back to this sport that we all love. She continues endless hours of her time. She volunteers endless hours of her time as a coach and as our #1 tournament director for the IJRU. We'll start with the double Dutch pair freestyle Junior World Championship mixed division. The bronze medals go to Japan, Aoba, Shuto, Ichika and Kono. The silver medals go to Belgium, Kat, Wood, Fenn and Charlotte. And the gold medals go to Belgium, Aileen, Chinte, Sene and Murtha. We'll now present the medals for the Junior World Championship Double Dutch Pair Freestyle Male Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China, Qin Yong, Su Hang, Shi Chin, and Ming Hin.
The final answer is that one up there. Okay. On the wire race, and then we'll be good. All right. Yeah, oh, you're good.
The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China. Ka-Lok Chan, Ka-Lok Ng, Austin Mao, and Chin Yin. And the gold medals go to Japan. Tsukasa, Yuki, Kanshiro, and Nataka. We'll now present the medals for the Junior World Championship Double Dutch Pair Freestyle, Female Division. The bronze medals go to the USA, Gabrielle, Katie, Barrett and Ariel. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Yat Ning, Hui Yu, Ka Yu and Yui Lam. And the gold medal goes to Australia, Ava, Annie, Gabrielle and Holly. We now move to the Junior World Championship, Double Dutch Freestyle, Mixed Division. The bronze medals go to the USA, Gabrielle, Logan and Barrett.
Yeah.
The silver medals go to Australia, Kate, Tilly and Maverick.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
And the gold medals
Hey, hey,
go to
hey.
Belgium,
Hey,
Aileen,
hey, hey.
Bertha
I can hear
and
myself in the
Sydney.
other headset. Hey, hey, hey. Oh.
The IJRU is celebrating all of our winners by providing free award pictures. Visit our website and download yours now. We now present the awards for the Junior World Championship, Double Dutch Single Freestyle, Male Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China, Ching Hin, Hin Yao, and Magamako. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Chuk Hing, Chuk Lam, Ka Lok. And the gold medals go to Japan, Tsukasa, Yuki and Satoru. And the final medals for this presentation will be the Junior World Championship Double Dutch Single Freestyle Female Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China, Wing Yi, Yi Q and Yat Yin. The silver medals go to Belgium, Hannelore, Jada and Laura. And the gold medals go to Australia, Ava, Holly and Annie.
Thinking maybe it's okay now. Till you opened up your mouth when I never had it down. Now you're acting like a victim. Really hoping for a lie. Like it never meant to hurt you. How about I finish with the truth? I don't wanna be with you. Can I get you?
I would like to now announce the qualifiers for single rope triple unders World Championship Male Division. From Australia, Luke. From Korea, Chanje. From the USA, Seth. From Canada, Thomas. From Korea, Yi Sung. And from Japan, Shoi. And the female qualifiers. From the USA, Lauren. From Australia, Jasmine. From Canada, Stephanie. From Korea, Hunjae. From Germany, Annika. And from Germany, Pia. Congratulations.
The next event is the World Championship Single Rope Pair Freestyle. Heat 44, 2116 from Belgium, Margot and Yoke. Everyone ready? Here we go.
I'm so new, I can barely breathe. Oh, and the clouds seem close now, and I won't let die. Oh, the questions that come back, and baby, I'll let you know.
Right now on the floor, you are seeing our Belgian team starting off really strong here with some big quadruple unders. Quadruple unders are something that we are not really used to seeing here, especially in the pairs event and especially in an all-female pairs. But I think that we're going to see that quite a bit in this competition. Nice backward switch CL there. Anytime they switch arms like that, they are garnering extra points.
And as you watch this event, you'll notice that they're working to do their best to stay perfectly in sync with the rope. So even when they're doing crossing skills or other rope manipulations, if one of the athletes does it on their right side of their body, the other one's going to try to do it on the right side of their body. In these triple sequences, you see that they start by spinning the rope to the side, move into an EB, a CL, an AS, and they're doing it perfectly in sync with the same arm in front of the other.
Amazing job to these girls from Belgium. And they look very happy with that performance, as they should be. That was very clean as well. A great way to start off this event.
It was, and it's one of the hardest parts about any kind of event where you've got a team operating and you've got multiple jumpers on the floor, especially doing freestyle, are in fact those mistakes. Because if one person has a bobble or a miss and you come back into it, the other person has to be in sync with them to be able to get into the rhythm of the routine, because you're not by yourself. You can't improvise. You've got to be in sync with your partner.
That's correct. And these athletes practice that. They practice their misses. They practice getting back into sync with each other. And, you know, you can really tell, too, a lot of these pairs have been together for multiple years. And this is really, you know, and the icing on the cake of years and years of practice for them.
Next up on the floor, we've got another team from Belgium, this time an all-male team. And again, these gentlemen are going to be doing a synchronized single rope pairs freestyle routine, and their objective is to complete it between 45 and 75 seconds. They're going to pack as many skills into it as they can and try to wow the judges, not only with their difficulty, but also with their presentation.
Absolutely. So you'll see this pair going for an interaction right off the bat. Kind of a risky move, especially with that release. Some nice gymnastics here, which is one of our required elements. You'll see several different elements in this freestyle event. One is our gymnastics and power moves, which you just saw right there as well. Another is our multiple unders, which you're seeing right here, where the rope will travel underneath the athlete's feet 3, 4, 5, even sometimes 6 times in one jump. So that's another one of our required elements. We're also going to see some wraps, some releases, and some interaction between these pairs. Nice floater there. Another kind of risky move. The handle floats in the air and you have to grasp it again. Wow, what a great interaction there.
And one of the benefits of a team event like this is that use of interaction skills. So like we're seeing right here, we call that a scoop, where one of the jumpers is going to try to use their rope to scoop the other one and bring it under their feet as they're performing as a team. That was an excellent execution of one. Just a slight bobble as it crossed one of their heads, but they've recovered and gotten right back into rhythm as they're moving.
That's right. And so the way that our judging system works, if a rope bobbles, as Joe just mentioned, that means that it kind of snags on a body part. It's not as smooth as it could be, but the rope never stops. And so in our judging system, that does not count as a strict deduction against their score. However, it will affect their presentation score. So there's almost kind of a subjective deduction there.
That's right, and what these jumpers are aiming to do is pack in the difficult skills, but make them look good, right? So make them clean, make the arc of the rope smooth, have their body posture be more upright and effortless looking, let's say.
Right.
Because the skill and prowess required to pull off these skills is not something that you can just pick up a rope and do. It takes years of practice to get to this level, and then to infuse the artistic components of it, right? To think about how do we creatively string these tricks together, make it flow, and then ultimately execute on the floor really requires a tremendous amount of development and practice.
That's absolutely right, you know, and a lot of these athletes consider these freestyle routines to be a piece of art. They are expressing themselves in many different ways, not only going for that difficulty, but really hitting that creativity. And that's honestly what takes so long to put these routines together. Athletes spend hours not only creating new skills, but also syncing those skills up to the music and going for that feel where the audience is in it, the judges are in it, and they have the whole crowd on their feet. That's the ultimate goal.
Now, right now, we're in a bit of a pause because you can see the floor manager holding a flag up. And what that means is simply that they are navigating through tabulation or other items that they've got to get logistically ready for the next event to come up. And so that flag is a signal that we're not quite ready to begin yet. But as the flag has gone down, we are ready to get started here with heat number 45 and a team from Korea.
Excellent start here. You see that little mistake there. It was a quick recovery, which is great because anything that occurs during a mistake does not count. So if one partner is completing a skill, but the other one is fixing a rope, then that skill won't count. Now, all of these skills that they're doing together will count for their difficulty score. She'll get right back into it here.
And the other complicating factor is the music, right? So a lot of these routines are choreographed to music. So if a mistake is made along the way, then you've got to be aware enough with your partner on, hey, if we have a mistake here, where are we going to pick back up so we're in rhythm? Because, of course, the skills need to be performed in tandem to get the full score for it. Not only for the difficulty skill, but also for the presentation and the way it looks coming together.
That's correct. That's correct. It really is a team effort there. And here they go with a great multiple under sequence. Those were triple unders, rope traveling around the body 3 times in each jump. And it looks like they'll finish it up with some wraps and a little bit of gymnastics toward the front.
Another floater where they're releasing one of the handles and then ending in a gymnastics move there, concluding the routine.
Heat 45.
Nice job from Team Korea here.
2281 for Belgium.
And so one thing to note also, Joe, these athletes did not just arrive today. This is day 5 of our competition. So many of these athletes have jumped multiple events. They've also been cheering on their teammates for 5 days. And so to see these types of amazing skills being done on the floor really does amaze me that they still have any energy left.
Well, they've got to leave some fuel in the tank, so to speak, because their finals are still coming up. And, and the top scores coming out of today will qualify them to compete in the final championship. So our seniors today who are competing, in fact, are simply aiming to qualify. So if they perform an excellent routine today, they have a chance to be in the finals, the top 6 scores, and then that event will crown the world champion.
That's correct. That's what they're all fighting for. And we're welcoming now to the floor a team from Belgium in our all-male division. And you see the concentration on their face even as they begin. And for good reason. They're starting off with some big quadruple unders. And what you're seeing here are some pretty complex arm restrictions. You see arms going under the leg, behind the knees, behind the back. Every time you see one of those restrictions, they are adding points to their score.
And they just landed a multiple sequence right into a front flip. And the difficulty to speed your rope up and slow it down and modulate it that fast takes a tremendous amount of skill.
It absolutely does. And see, you saw that again, that round off to a multiple under, straight to a handstand. They're changing the momentum of their bodies and their ropes so fast. Really showing that athleticism there. Oh, that was a backwards AS quad.
Backwards AS quad, and then a scoop right behind it. Like another triple under with a scoop at the conclusion of it. You can see them getting in sync, getting in rhythm. A quad sequence here with modifiers on these, AS, CL.
Absolutely. Very complex restrictions there. And to be doing these at the end of a routine like this is extremely impressive. These routines are so fatiguing by the end, you really can't even feel your legs.
That's right. And so many of our top class athletes here in the World Championships, they're going to try to use the maximum amount of time available to them because they want to improve the density of the routine, right? So how much can they fit into it and still pull it off clean? Here you're seeing a replay of that multiple sequence right into the front flip. A slight mistake, but look how quickly the athlete got back on time.
That's right. And that's that backwards AS quad into the scoop. Again, anything that you see going behind the back or behind the knees and backwards is going to be even more difficult than that same skill going forward.
Chinese Taipei on the floor now, an all-female team.
You can see these girls are really working to hit the music. You see those little bounces in between their multiple under skills. That's because they are really working to hit every single beat there, and they're doing it. Oh, that was the skill known as a hummingbird, a wrap with a rotation, and a quadruple under.
So a slight mistake there, but they're getting back in rhythm with the music. And sometimes, honestly, the music can help because you both know the routine and the cues in the music when it's well choreographed. And so even if you don't know exactly what your partner's up to, you can't see them because your backs are turned to each other, you know if I follow the music and I follow the way we plan this, I'm going to be in sync with my partner.
That's absolutely right. Finishing up with some more quadruple and triple unders, a little combo there. That was another one of those floaters that we're talking about. Oh, and that was going to be a very interesting interaction where she kind of tangled her rope on purpose and then did a push-up through her partner's rope.
You know, so often these athletes are intentionally manipulating their ropes in ways that an audience might think, you know what, did they just make a mistake? But
right.
But then you see them pull it out and, in fact, do some very intentional type of shape with their rope or other kind of interaction skill. And I think sometimes the surprise factor is one of the most exciting parts about these routines. There's the hummingbird right into a rope scoop backwards, and then a rope release into another scoop.
And here's these multiple unders into that floater that we talked about. And that nice interaction at the end. You can see it barely caught on her partner's arms, which is a risk. Anytime you're interacting, you know, my rope might catch on my partner's rope, and it just becomes that much more risky when we're interacting like that. So great job from those girls. We have now a team from Hong Kong, China taking the floor. Woo, that was a quintuple under to start off that routine. Wow. So, you're seeing quintuple unders there with arm restrictions. So these are not regular quintuple unders. They're doing all kinds of different things with their arms. Wow, I have never seen that before.
A backwards push-up in a scoop. And now they're doing reverse quads and quins.
And landing in ASs and CLs. Backwards. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. Okay, so that was a release in a multiple with a rope direction change into a scoop. So much I can't even talk about it.
And they're going to get excellent scores for these things in terms of not only presentation, but the interaction skills, for the difficulty. They have upped the ante in terms of stacking up how challenging these are. Now, of course, the tricky part is execution, right? So we want to see them do it clean. We want to see them pull it off. They've had a few minor mistakes throughout this, but the difficulty on some of these skills really should help them have a competitive score if they can keep it up.
That's absolutely true. And still going with these really difficult multiples. Excellent job.
The power in that routine, just the strength to pull off those multiples, not only to get the amplitude on your jump, right? You've got to get high. Then you've got to move your arms and your legs in rhythm with it. And then you've got to get your arm untangled so you can do the next skill. It's just so impressive. And there's that backwards push-up into a scoop. I don't think I've seen that before. And it's amazing to see them innovate on some of these traditional skills in new ways.
It sure is. You know, and that skill is hard enough by itself without scooping your partner. So impressive. Welcoming now a team from Sweden in our all-female division, starting off with some quadruple unders. And again, I'll emphasize, it was not too long ago that we just didn't see females doing quadruple unders. So to see multiple quads strung together in a pairs routine like this is very impressive.
It is, and oftentimes you'll see pairs string those tricks together at the beginning, right? Because you've got the most energy, you can pick it up and go. Of course, the challenge with that can sometimes be, all right, but my nerves are the highest at the beginning because I haven't started yet. So what you don't want to do is have a trick right at the beginning that is a big risk. But these girls have done a really nice job keeping this pretty clean so far. You saw some interaction there just now, a frog or a handstand with a cross afterwards, then a floater. And as one of them continues on with the music, the other one's right back in sync despite the mistake. A round off with a backwards double under at the end of it. Again, they're doing these backward skills and modifying that to up the ante on the difficulty, and the judges will reward them for that.
That's right, and these routines are scored based on difficulty, and the way that it works is that the difficulty for each skill is actually summed together. So Joe mentioned earlier that these athletes will take advantage of all the time that they've got because they want all of those difficulties scores to sum together to a large number. That number can then be actually modified by up to 60% by their presentation score. So a pretty complex algorithm that we have set up here for our scoring. And it has been so helpful in the last couple of years to have this scoring system developed. So shout out to our developer, LJ Lavecchia, and his dad, Tom Lavecchia, for developing that algorithm.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Next up, Team USA on the floor, heat number 47.
This is Team USA here, starting off with some triple unders and a quad there, moving into some more quads. Just great amplitude there. It looks very effortless for these guys.
Some reverse, rope reverse, so you'll notice that they're jumping forwards and backwards, sometimes in the same sequence, because they can switch the direction of the rope so quickly and effortlessly.
That's right. Looks like a release. Oh, catching behind the back into a scoop. Upping that risk factor and the difficulty. And hitting that music too. Oh, that's known as popcorn. So one athlete is doing a double under. The other athlete is jumping both revolutions of the rope, but in two separate jumps.
So you still see them stringing in triple unders in the air. Again, we're getting later in the routine now, so that becomes more difficult. They're a little more winded in it. Throwing in some quads here.
And moving all around the court, which is not necessarily required, but it is certainly smart because it ups the creativity and the presentation score.
And I do like the music choice for an all-male team.
Right, right. They're just letting everybody know. Girls run that world.
Some interaction skills there. Might not have gone quite the way they wanted to there at the end, but they really had some clean skills throughout the middle part of the routine, and we're going to see a few of those replayed here.
That's right. And a very nice rope manipulation. You're able to kind of see that in a little bit of a slow motion, how they're crossing underneath their legs, switching from leg to leg. And here's this complex wrap move as well. I love the creativity on that. And you know, Joe, we've seen some super innovative wraps these days in the sport and in this competition. And this might be one of them. I've never seen that particular beginning.
You know what? That is a new one, right? with the cross, you got one arm behind the back, and you've got the ropes intertwined with each other and the handles down. One of the things that the judges are looking for is a very purposeful opening and closing pose. So it's not just standing on the floor waiting for the music to start, but doing something like these girls just did here, where they showed us a very intentional start.
Moving into some quadruple unders, a little bit of trouble there, but a super quick recovery.
Again, triple unders with CLs and EBs intertwined in these.
Awesome multiples here, girls, with some rotations. And it's important to note that anytime you rotate at least 180 degrees, you do get a slight modifier on that multiple under to make it more difficult. Oh, yes. I like the visual of that a lot.
That was a cool looking trick. It's a rope release where you're releasing at least one of your handles while you hold the other one. There's another.
Wow.
Wow. So they released both handles from behind their back, caught it, and got right back into rhythm on their routine as they're progressing through.
Just very smooth interactions here. You kind of see how their interactions don't look like they have to set up a lot. They're just part of the sequence, and that makes for a very visually pleasing routine there.
They'll get rewarded on the presentation score for that. Again, as Kaylee mentioned, that is a modifier on your difficulty, so it can boost your score. And what we're seeing as they perform smooth skills, as they end on the music, as they have a very purposeful pose, all of those things add to that presentation factor.
That's right. That's right. And these athletes are really trying to maximize every bit of that score. So you see their nice gymnastics, and you notice that that cartwheel was on one hand, more difficult than doing it on two hands. You get one additional point for that, into that super cool release that we saw. And another one, yes, that was a floater with both hands just literally floating in midair into that catch. I mean, just so risky. And that's a total of 4 handles actually in the air.
That's a good point. Next up, Team Hong Kong on the floor. Now, so far I've seen a lot of these male teams start their routine with very high-flying multiples.
Yes, that has been typical of Team Hong Kong. And they do not disappoint. I look forward to seeing those multiples every time. Whew, man.
Some Quinn AS, some Quinn CL.
These used to be skills that we would play around with on our free time for fun, but never dream of putting them in a competition routine.
Much less stringing them together.
Right.
And one of the things that makes them difficult is because you are landing in a restricted position. Your arms are crossed behind your knees or behind your back, or sometimes behind your back and behind your knees. And when you land like that and have to bounce back up into your next skill, it can be difficult. But these two young men are making it look really quite easy as they just string together difficult trick after difficult trick and move through it.
That's right. You'll see them kind of move into some interaction, and that was actually a very close save, trying to get that rhythm back on with each other.
Now, when there is a mistake, the judges will not score it, right? So unless both athletes are performing the skill, they do not get credit for it.
That's correct. And each mistake where the rope actually does stop is a 2.5% deduction from that score. So they can add up pretty quickly if there are multiple mistakes in one routine.
And that's really where the risk reward comes in. So how difficult of a skill am I going to try to perform like that Quinn CL?
Oh my goodness. Oh, that was a great slow-mo there where you got to see the intricacy.
Wow.
My goodness gracious.
And so one thing that you might have noticed there is they were facing backwards, right? So their front of their body was facing the opposite direction of the judges. And sometimes as a performer or an athlete, you do that so you know the judges can see exactly how intricate the cross skill you're doing behind your back is. So they're intentional about how they place themselves, especially at this level.
That's right. They don't want the judges to miss anything.
Now this is the Czech Republic, and we're heat number 49 in the single rope pairs freestyle event.
That's right. And the Czech Republic bringing a relatively small contingent of athletes to this event, and they've been having a great showing. Always enjoy watching these Czech athletes. You saw that multiple actually landed in a wrap behind the back. Another thing that will increase that difficulty score just by a little bit, and every point here counts. You saw there a nice switch cross. So one cross was done with the right arm on top, and then the very next jump happened with the opposite arm on top. That increases the difficulty and the risk factor, and that was an amazing scoop, a TJ triple under, and then scooping your partner on the last revolution. Joe, I don't know about you, but that for the scoopy is a very scary skill. Easy to get hit in the face.
Easy to get hit in the face and easy to be out of position, right? Because the person doing the skill sometimes can't even see you. So as the scoopy, you've got to be in just the right spot at the right time. Clearly these girls are having fun with this. They've got some cues on the music. The scoop skills there. They're happy with their performance. Well done.
They sure were. Some really great interactions in that routine. Very much enjoyed that. Just the intricacy, the cleanliness. Excellent job from the Czech Republic. We'll see now that switch cross that we were talking about.
And the switch cross might not look all that challenging from the outside because it is just two basic bounces back to back, but try it.
Right.
try doing the switch cross, have your right arm over your left, and then on the very next bounce, have your left arm over your right. You have to switch your hands at just the right place for the rope to not tangle in your feet.
That's correct. And welcoming here from Team Korea, they've already got the crowd on their side. You hear the crowd just roaring. And you know what? I like this music choice too. It goes with their dramatic style. Nice front flip there. And you'll notice they're facing away from each other, but they're still perfectly in sync. That is so difficult to do, and it takes so much practice with your partner.
These are triples, quads, rope releases mixed into the triples. There's a hummingbird with a scoop at the end.
And that hummingbird is a quadruple under with an arm wrap behind the back and a 180 turn. Very complex. Oh, that was a difficult interaction again, known as a French trick, right into a scoop. Nice multiples with some wrapping under the leg, rotations into a double under frog. So they're leaping into the air. The rope is clearing their feet, and they land on their hands in a handstand.
At the end of the routine, too, right? I mean, this is the time when they're most tired, and they're spinning in these power and difficult tricks. Well done to these two young men from Korea.
Right, and they should be happy with that. That was an extremely complex routine. And you see the fatigue right there, too, that we're talking about. I'm telling you, you can't feel your legs at the end of these routines. Yeah, that hummingbird scoop right there. And then we're seeing some of these multiple unders into our French trick scoop. Woo!
Wow.
The timing there.
The timing, because the rope is already wrapped up and tangled up, intentionally so, but you've got to pull it out, reverse directions, scoop your partner, and get it under your feet. And all of those things taken together can be
Everyone
very,
ready?
very difficult to pull off.
Here we go.
Heat number 50 is on the floor now. This is Germany, an all-female team. And you're noticing that we're rotating between male and female. There are 2 panels of judges on the floor, so as soon as one routine's over for one gender, the next one's on the floor, so we can cycle through very quickly.
That's correct. And if you are just now joining us, thank you. We are watching the 2023 IJRU Jump Rope World Championships. And this is our senior division, our single rope pairs freestyle.
Now, the athletes are competing today for an opportunity to be a part of the finals where they have a chance to win the title of world champion. So today is a qualifying day. These are our senior jumpers, meaning that each of them is at least 15 years of age. And these 2 ladies here from Germany are doing a nice job keeping this routine pretty clean, interacting and getting some scoops mixed into it. The other thing that we're seeing them do is change direction, change location. They're spreading the floor. Part of what the judges are looking for is how dynamic is the routine. So how well are they using the entire floor space and infusing some creativity as they do that?
That's right. That can account for up to 60% of their score. That was a very nice rope release into an interaction to end their routine. Excellent job, ladies.
Heat 51.
From Germany.
Station 1. 2141 from the USA.
So we'll see some replays back here. We're seeing their interaction with each other and moving across the floor into one of those triple under scoops that we've talked about is so risky.
And there's the rope release. You can see how they grab the middle of the rope, spin it with just the right precision, catch it in their hands, in sync with each other. It's always fun to see rope releases in single rope pairs routines because not only do you have to be able to pull it off as an individual, but your partner has to be able to pull it off. You have to be able to do it with the same hand, using the same muscles, and then you've got to be able to communicate to time it right in the midst of the broader routine. And so in a 75-second performance, seeing not only one of those types of skills included in these routines, but multiple really creates the opportunity for a high score and an innovative routine.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And what Joe was just speaking about too, it takes so much practice. Oftentimes, these pairs really do become like family because they spend hours and hours in the gym working on these minute details. Now, you're seeing on the floor, Team USA, this is Ella and Riley. Ella is actually planning to become a professional jumper performer in the upcoming year. And we're watching her do her best here and show us why she would like to be a professional performer here on the floor. With that presentation, excellent job with those backwards triple unders.
And they're doing some floor work here, up on their arms, on their hands. That takes a tremendous amount of strength in the shoulders and in the back. Not only that, but balance.
Oh, that was great. So an assisted aerial with a scoop at the very end before the aerial landed.
And again, the trick in a pairs routine like this is to be able to make that seamless in the flow of the routine. So you don't want to have to stop your ropes completely to be able to set up. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that was awesome. I call that a buddy scoop, but it was a different variation on it.
So they had one jumper moving backwards, one jumper moving forwards, and found a way to make that flow together as they rotated positions in the midst of it.
Little hiccup there, and you see just how difficult that rhythm is. You got to get with your partner, got to be perfect, or else little mistakes like that happen. But these girls did an amazing job.
And they got right back on rhythm with the music. Again, the music can be a helpful factor in these freestyle routines because you can follow the cues in the music to stay back on pace, even if mistakes are made. Here's that assisted aerial with the scoop. The timing and the precision necessary to pull that off is just tremendous.
Yeah, you know, it takes a lot of air awareness. And we see that a lot with gymnasts, and these athletes are trained in gymnastics quite often. But to have the air awareness to know where your body is, but also to know where a rope is in space is kind of a whole nother level.
Everyone ready?
Excellent job to those ladies. And welcoming now from Japan. And I think we're going to see some big things from these guys, but also some high entertainment value.
Starting off with a sequence of quads.
Oh, yeah. With restrictions, too. Landing in those restrictions behind the back, behind the knees, and backwards, by the way, just in case, you know, forwards wasn't hard enough. Oh, yeah. Nice B-twist there, taking some inspiration from breakdance and interacting with the crowd. Oh,
Ooh.
my goodness. Backwards push-up, landing in that behind the back, behind the knees cross. I mean, backwards push-up by itself is extremely difficult. I believe a level 6 skill, so they just made it the top level that they can get.
And they're continuing with these multiple sequences, even later in the routine, going right into some rope releases. So far, they've been pretty clean on this. There's a backwards push-up scoop. I think that was a double under. I can't quite tell.
That was unbelievable. That just had me like on the floor. So strong from these guys. And you know, I love watching routines like this too, where their difficulty is through the roof, but they don't even look like they are struggling. They're smiling.
They're smiling, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful job from Team Japan. They know it.
Goodness.
Yes. The entertainment there, and you know, you can just tell when they can feel it, right? Like you can just see it on their face because it does look effortless. It does look clean.
Yep. And Joe, that's that it factor. Like they have an it factor, and that was that backwards push-up that we talked about. So difficult. But they have that it factor. They didn't just do the routine. They did that routine. Like they performed it. They killed it. It's awesome.
And there was that backwards push-up scoop while they were moving in position on the floor. Again, very pleased with that performance.
Welcoming now from Hong Kong, China, an all-female pair. And they're going to get right back on time with each other. You saw them kind of communicating, figuring out, okay, where are we going to start again? Now they're back. Here we go with a floater.
And again, they're moving across the floor. They're trying to really spread the entire area of the box. And on your screen, it's the green lines that they have to stay within. If they go outside of those green lines, it will be a deduction. And so any type of big spatial movements or gymnastic skills, they just have to be aware of how much space they have on the floor.
That's right. Some quadruple unders and some triple unders that we're seeing from these ladies. And all of them with different arm restrictions, adding points each time they restrict their arms behind a body part, underneath another leg.
Now, as we call out these skills as you're watching these routines happen, you can only imagine how quickly the judges have to not only recognize the skill, identify the difficulty, and enter it into their system, which is all digital now. But what helps many of the judges is that a lot of them are former athletes. A lot of them are folks who have done this before. A nice finish there, by the way, from Hong Kong. But a lot of these judges are folks who have actually been on the floor. They know how it feels. They know what to look for in the midst of these routines, and that helps them as a judge.
That's right. And they train extensively. I mean, they have video practices. They have certification courses online that they have to go through. And so these judges really do put in quite a number of hours to be able to do this accurately for our athletes.
And you're seeing on the replay some of these very synchronized skills. They might have been one of the most in-sync teams we have seen so far.
Yes, excellent job. And starting out here with some really big multiples from Team Japan and some choreography. Another big multiple behind the back, then behind the knees. Oh!
A double scoop with a rope release in the middle of it.
And oh man, the timing there is so tough to scoop in the middle of a flip like that. And you can't go too high in your flip or too low because you have to fit right in the middle of that rope.
Right in the middle of the rope and right on the music beat, too.
Yes. Ooh, over the head, quadruple under to behind the knees cross. Amazing.
And they are just stringing these multiples together with tremendous difficulty as they work through the routine. You see the footwork happening there.
Man, right on the music there for that front flip.
And what I like about this is you never quite know what's going to happen next, right? So you see them seeming to set up a skill, and then all of a sudden they do something you don't expect. Or they move in a different direction. They pull off a multiple that no one should be able to pull off without prep.
Right. So true. Yeah, I love the flips that come out of nowhere, and we've seen that from these guys.
You know, as Kaylee mentioned before, that was an exciting, entertaining routine, but they did have a number of mistakes throughout it, and so that will hurt their ultimate score. Nonetheless, the prowess to be able to pull off skills like this, where they have a scoop, do a Mick rope release, another scoop, all in sequence, is super impressive. And here is that sideways flip with the scoop to the music. Amazing to see them pull this off.
Yeah, just incredible. Excellent job from Team Japan.
And we talked about this during the speed portion of the day, but Japan is traditionally a double Dutch powerhouse country, right?
Yes.
And so to see their jumpers really learning and developing in the single rope field,
right?
It's exciting to see the maturity of it coming about in all corners of the world.
Absolutely. Welcoming now to the floor, Team USA. Starting out with some big multiples, a little bit of a mistake there, but it looks like they're getting right back into it. Into a nice high back tuck. We haven't seen that yet in this pairs event. It looks like these girls have quite a gymnastics background that they're bringing to the floor. But one thing I would like to point out is that this is not a spring floor. This is a hardwood floor, and they're doing these flips looking like they're on a trampoline.
Looking like a trampoline and spinning the rope under their feet or over their back as they're doing these flips.
That's right.
Nice. You see footwork there, and then an aerial in sync with each other. Again, the synchronization of these teams really factors into their presentation skills. The scoops, and she pulled her rope off her partner's neck because she dropped it there as she went into that thing intentionally. Just a really fun routine to see.
Yeah, that was extremely creative. I don't think I've seen a scoop done like that before. Nice release straight into a 3/4 front flip. And a beautiful press up there.
And the strength of these ladies, again, the upper body strength in particular, to be able to do some of this arm work, right? On your arms, using your shoulders, using your back. They're happy with that performance despite a few bobbles throughout.
That's right. And we'll see this huge backflip here. Landed very in sync as well. Right into that two-footed frog, diving off of 2 feet straight onto your hands. Very difficult and can also be a little bit scary. Yeah, we see this leapfrog, and so that's a risk you take in a leapfrog done like that, where the rope just doesn't quite make it high enough to fit over your partner's back.
Next up, Team USA. This is heat number 53.
And you see one of these jumpers on the floor is a multiple-time world champion, and that's Seth Ingram. We saw him in his freestyle earlier, and now we're seeing him with his partner, Dalton, doing a great job.
This is a team that's got a reputation for doing really high-flying power skills, a lot of strength-based skills. They infuse gymnastics really well. An assisted one-legged flip with a scoop at the end. Again, the timing to pull that off requires so much practice.
Oh, and a front handspring, pulling the rope under the feet before you land. Extremely difficult. Nice little music catch there.
And again, sometimes they're integrating these creative spots that are lower flying so they can have a chance to catch their breath.
That's right, yeah. We do have to breathe. That front flip looked like it was easy. They landed high. Wow. That was known as a shoemaker over Seth's push-up. A skill created by Brian Shu. Shout out Brian Shu.
And you'll hear us calling out these trick names. Most of these trick names are either based on folks' initials or other things. These fellows are very excited about their performance there because they had some high-flying creative skills infused throughout.
That's right. And you'll see a lot of these athletes, yes, they are going for really high scores, but they also want to have fun with the audience. And they want to impress the audience, and these guys definitely did that. Nice back tuck there with a triple under, not just a regular back tuck.
There's a switch cross again, like we saw before. Here's that assisted flip with a scoop at the end. Boom, right under his feet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That timing that it takes to pull something like that off.
And that micro feeling you have when you're doing this and you pull off that trick you knew was going to be really risky. You just kind of chuckle or smile to yourself on the floor as you do it. It's so much fun.
Oh, yeah. And then you're like, oh, phew, it's over. I can keep going. Welcoming here to the floor, Team Germany. Starting off with some difficult multiple unders and great presentation there. You see her smiling, looking like she's having fun on the floor. That's what we want from these athletes. Nice quadruple unders there with behind the back and behind the knees crosses. And you see as the music ramps up, they ramp up. This is a well choreographed routine.
A nice series of triple under multiples here with some restrictions involved.
That's right, and these athletes really do kind of rack their brains to figure out, well, okay, well, how can I restrict my arms in new and innovative ways to maximize my difficulties credit and keep the tricks unique? Because if they repeat a skill, it does not count twice. So each trick that you're seeing is unique.
Now, oftentimes what you see are these setup bounces between these really high-flying multiples and things like that. And what they try to do is make sure that they minimize the number of those bounces, but have enough that they can catch their breath and be on time and in sync with each other as they work through their routine.
Station 2.
That's correct.
2299 from the USA.
Seeing some of our replays here from Team Germany. We see some quadruple unders and triple unders there under the leg.
Very synchronized with each other, the arc of the rope going at the same time.
And doing a really nice job moving across the floor. Excellent job from Team Germany. That backward split. Hard enough to push yourself off from a split and pull the rope forwards, but to pull it backwards is that much harder.
Next up, Team USA.
Starting off with some quadruple unders into that hummingbird scoop. Quadruple under with a turn and a scoop.
Some quads with a cross in the front, a cross under the leg, the round off back tuck there. Again, they're trying to time their round off and back tuck so that they're getting off the ground roughly the same height so they land at the same time and can stay in sync.
That's right.
Now we're seeing some rope wrap skills that they're moving into power skills where they're down on their hands in different formats. Here's a scooping skill, going backwards, going forwards, the rope direction change. That looks like it might have been a mistake, but he turned it into a rope release and got his handle back and right back in sync. That's the sign of an experienced jumper.
It definitely is. And, you know, that's also a very smart move because technically if the rope doesn't stop, the judges don't count it as a mistake. So that 2.5% deduction technically shouldn't happen there. Nice to the beat of the music with those wraps. And they know, I think that they're kind of getting to the end of where they want it to be. So fast on that last scoop, and they pulled it off beautifully.
Now, these jumpers that you just saw were using plastic ropes with plastic handles on them. And so just like we saw on Double Dutch and in the speed events, we do see different styles. So some teams prefer beaded ropes, some teams prefer plastic ropes. And it's really a matter of preference. And sometimes it can be a matter of visibility, right? Because the plastic ropes do tend to be a little more difficult to view, right, as you see the rope moving and it kind of blends into the background. Whereas the beads, you can really kind of make out the arc of the rope as they jump.
Yes. And so we had a quick question here on YouTube. How do the commentators know all the names of the skills? Is there an index? No, there is not a definitive index. However, a lot of these skills we have done growing up, and they are based off of a set amount of initials, basically. And so tricks are kind of a combination of initials that go to other skills. So, you know, it's all up in the brain somewhere.
And both Kaylee and I are former world champions, so we've had multiple decades of experience in the sport. And so it does sometimes feel second nature to watch these routines and be able to identify some of these skills, but still see modifications on them and new ways of presenting and performing them.
Right, absolutely. And you're seeing that here from these girls. They're doing an innovative wrap sequence there, and you'll see a little bit of trouble, but she knew right where to pick up with her partner. And you know, one thing that's important, yes, you want to pick up quickly after a mistake, but you don't want to pick up so quickly that you cause another mistake and kind of compound on itself. So it takes a great deal of finesse and discipline from these athletes. Oh yeah, a great release into a double under behind the back and behind the knees cross. TJ scoop, that triple under, landing with your scoop.
And looking effortless, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just pulling the TJ off. She knew right where her partner would be, right behind her. And they're matching the cues of the music here. Winding down. And a creative ending there. Nice job, ladies.
Yes, very entertaining. And you see their team excited about that.
Station 2.
Very nice job, ladies.
4519 from Korea.
Now, again, if you're watching online, if you go to the YouTube stream of IJRU, you can leave comments in the chat area, and then we'll try to respond to your questions, or you can interact with each other throughout the duration of that. You can use hashtag IJRU2023 on social media if you'd like to engage in the social media world. And then, of course, at IJRU.sport, you can see the live stream and the heat sheets along with the preliminary scores as they become published throughout the duration of the event.
That's right. And I'm loving this beginning from Team Korea. It's almost like they're, you know, saying, we're in this together. Strong start here with some multiple unders. just flying through the air like they're effortless on a trampoline or something.
And these are quintuple unders. Now, you did see the jumper in the back.
Yeah.
He backed up so he could jump off the back and do that triple under. He did step out of bounds, so there will be a deduction for that. I think he realized that once he got back there, but he said, you know what, I got to finish this routine and pull it off, and so he kept moving through it.
That's right. And, you know, it was actually a good thing that no skills happened outside of the boundary, because if that were the case, those particular skills would not actually count. But he just stepped out and then stepped right back in.
Very intricate rope wraps, right into some gymnastic skills, right into some power skills, playing up that interaction.
Right. Little good job in the middle. More difficult quadruple unders with restrictions and behind the back. Anytime you see those arms crossed behind the back like that, just understand it is difficult to control and turn that rope in that position.
And from a lot of these male pairs, we've seen them start their routines with a lot of quads and quints, so 4 and 5 times under their feet. What we often see them finish with are more triples and quads, so 3 and 4 times under. I'm going to wait and see if we find routines that are doing quints at the end. Right? But these guys here showed us a lot of power, a lot of multiples, some really intricate manipulation skills. So the crossing, the under the leg work that they did, really impressive job.
Absolutely. And you saw a nice example of a quintuple under there.
Standing back tuck, his partner jumped up in the air, 1, 2, 3. Boom.
Nice.
On the ground, and they start right back up into a power skill together. That's called a push-up. And
there's that intricate wrapping sequence there. You can see the rope wrapping around their body. And understand, too, every time you wrap the rope and then try to jump it, that rope is now shorter, so more difficult to jump, and they are rewarded for that in the difficulty score.
That's a great point, Kaylee. And here's Team Denmark, and they started, sure enough, with a rope wrap and moved right into some multiple sequences.
There we go. Some nice musicality there, hitting the beat with those multiples. TS with a double under exit. It doesn't look that hard, but it is very tricky because you have to slow the rope down behind your back and then speed it up again for that double under.
And again, the floor space that they're staying in is a 12 by 12 meter square, right? So, or roughly a 40 by 40 foot square. And the jumpers have to stay inside that, but they don't have to be in the same location. So as you see the girls doing right now, they're in different quadrants of that sort of square on the floor. And that's a good thing because it shows that they have spatial awareness and that they're able to infuse some of that creativity as they move apart from each other and then back together for some of the interaction skills. Now they're infusing these triple unders with restrictions toward the end of this routine when they're got to be feeling the tiredness in both their legs and their arms. And now, again, the gymnastics to move around, interacting with the scoop, smiles on their faces. There's your rope release, catching it, and ending in a wrap.
Very nice. Very nice. And Joe mentioned the fatigue at the end of a routine like this. You'll see that fatigue on some of these athletes' faces. Definitely not all of them. Some of them hide it very well. But just understand this routine is kind of like running straight up a mountain as fast as you can, and at the top someone tells you to do a backflip. I mean, it is extremely grueling.
I like that analogy, Kaylee. Running up a mountain as fast as you can and doing a backflip at the top. In some cases, we do see these jumpers. They came off speed this morning.
Yeah.
They were running as fast as they could, and they are doing backflips in these routines. So
very literally.
All right, next on the floor, a team from Korea. We've seen some high-flying skills out of Team Korea so far, and this team is not disappointing so far.
That's right, and hitting the beat of the music here. Oh, nice catch there. And we've seen this team now excelling in speed and freestyle, a very well-rounded team overall. With the musicality there, a nice catch, interacting with the judges. And these are some quadruple unders with arm wraps, a rotation, adding to that difficulty. Oh!
He did a rope reverse. So he was going forwards. He flipped it behind his knees and brought it backwards. Or I might have that opposite. But regardless, he switched directions and then scooped his partner in the air. Here's another scoop while his partner's in an AS cross on the ground.
Yeah, that was awesome. I don't think I've ever seen an AS done with a scoop. He never stopped jumping. Oh, this is fun. Hold that handstand now. You better not let it go.
So his partner did a rope release, wrapped it around him while he was on his arms in a handstand, unwrapped the rope from his partner, still in the handstand, and caught it. That's a creative skill.
Yeah, I'm shook. I can't deal with it. That was awesome. And to hold a handstand that long, he's probably wondering like, okay, when are you going to join me so I can come down now? Nice mick release there into that fun little catch. And that spinning release, I called it a mick. That is what it is known as, and it was actually named by our very own Mike Fry, who you've heard on this commentary. It is now a skill, so much fun here that we saw, but it is now a skill that is being done by athletes literally around the world, and you'll see probably, I don't know, 100 different variations of it in this competition.
Now, Team Canada's on the floor, but I will say to the question about rope name or trick names and the way athletes sort of develop them, one of the unwritten rules of the sport is if you're the first one to pull it off, you get to choose the name.
That's right.
So it's always a fun thing to do in practice and in different workshop environments and that sort of thing, to try to invent a new skill, confirm that no one else has done it, and then you get to name it. And the names catch on as we're calling these out as we go. I mean, there really is its own set of terms and names and nomenclature that we use in the sport, and it really creates a culture around it that is so much fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everyone wants to be the first to name their skill. And we've been seeing some very nice things, some creative things from Team Canada. They just did a push-up scoop that was extremely creative into one of these buddy scoops where both ropes are moving, they're rotating around each other. A nice wrap release there. And it takes a lot of finesse to be able to synchronize these very complex wraps with a partner. You can't just go at your own speed. You gotta wait for your partner. And they're doing an excellent job of that. Nice job, Team Canada. Very nice. And they look happy with that.
Station 2.
You know, a lot of times, Joe, as these athletes are kind of exiting the floor, they're finding the fastest and closest video they can because they want to come and analyze their routine. They want to know, okay, what did we do really well? What maybe went wrong? How do we do better in the future? And I think these girls will be excited when they see their video.
You know, earlier in the broadcast, we talked about how the sport's evolved, and one of the ways is through the use of video, right? So to be able to watch yourself instantly, everyone's got a phone, everyone can do a video on that and instantly look at it to critique their routines. It's exciting to see the jumpers put that to use.
Wow, that is so true, and that double under that you just saw was amazing. They switched their arms behind their knees and came out with a double under backwards.
And now this team is from Denmark. We are on heat number 57. So backwards AS, backwards CL, into a forward TJ with additional restrictions, a triple under AS, a scoop there into a split.
Whew. This routine has been packed with subtle difficulty here. Switch crossing everywhere, going from behind the back to behind the knees, just so smoothly. Sneaky difficulty is what I like to call it.
You know, and one thing to notice is the jumper's handles. So look how they are considerably longer than the jumper's hands. Sometimes that can help you be able to get your rope crossed or behind your back or behind your knees and get around your body. Sometimes that's harder to do with a shorter handle rope. So a lot of these athletes at this level opt for a longer handle rope that you wouldn't traditionally find in, say, a training environment or a conditioning environment or even the speed routines. You will not see long handles, but in freestyle you will.
That's right, and it is athletes' preference. Some athletes prefer those long handles, others have grown up and prefer the shorter handles. It really depends on their style. So we'll see that switch cross behind the knees right out into a double under.
Wow.
Yeah, so complex.
Now, Kaylee, do you prefer jumping with long handles or short handles?
I personally prefer jumping with long handles. I enjoy the leverage that it gives me. So I feel like, you know, when I move my long handle a little bit, the rope moves a lot. And so that it's just the efficiency I really enjoy.
Next up on the floor is Team Australia, heat number 58 in the single rope pair freestyle. And if you're just joining us, you are watching the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. We are on day 5 of the 8-day event. And today, the seniors are working to qualify for the final championship, which will take place on the last 2 days of this event.
That's right. They're all fighting for those spots. The top 6 will make it to our final round where they compete for the title of World Champion. And these girls are doing an excellent job. Team Australia really works to stay on beat to the music, to choreograph their routines very well. And they're showing us that here. Little bit of a communication issue, it looks like, but they're right back on with each other. The nice scoop there and a switch cross. You see those intricate crossing skills. Nice triple unders into a quadruple under to finish out that sequence.
round off with some backwards double unders. Again, they're getting late in the routine, so toward that 75-second mark, which is the time limit for this. And so sometimes it can be more difficult to put those power and multiple skills here at the end.
That's right. Excellent job to our ladies from Australia. Great presentation, and you know, we see great lines from Australia. Their bodies are typically nice and straight. Their kicks are nice and pointy toes and things like that, and so that increases their presentation score, which is a part of their overall score. They're scored on difficulty, presentation, and also on required elements for this particular event.
Now, the other thing Australia does really well is flow between the skills. So they don't just sort of do a skill, stop, reset, do another skill. They string them together in a way that feels natural. And that's something that the judges are looking for on the presentation side.
That's right. Team Canada here starting out with some big power skills and some fun interacting with those judges. Nice wrap sequence there into, a nice back tuck here with a triple under. He almost went out of bounds. It doesn't look like he crossed the line, though. He is pretty dangerously close.
Some nice quad sequence there with the crosses. There's a scoop with a turn for presentation. I like my man with the headband here. That is reminiscent. When I competed for a handful of years, I had the headband with longer hair. I appreciate seeing that here in the next generation.
I remember that. Maybe it's just never gonna get old.
Let's hope. All right, to continue with a triple under sequence here. A scoop with a rope release, recovering really quickly out of that potential mistake there.
So that one, it looked like the rope hit his partner. Always a risk when they're interacting like that. But they're right back into it with some wrapping and a one-handed frog there. Remember, anytime you see a power skill done on one hand, that is one additional point compared to that same skill done with two hands. Excellent job from these guys from Canada, and they look pretty happy with that. Here's this big back tuck with a triple under, it looks like.
And again, they're working hard to stay in bounds so they don't get a deduction for stepping out.
Nice, a good close-up of the complexity of those multiples and the wrapping here that they're doing.
And you can see how they string them together, right? It's not a random stop and start. It is a flow from one to the next to the next.
That's right. Welcoming now to the floor Team Belgium in Heat 59 of our single rope pairs freestyle event. And they're starting out with some powerful multiple unders. Notice that they're landing exactly perfectly. It's almost like they sound like one jumper. She decided maybe her rope was tangled a little bit, so she would wait and then pick up on the very next skill. Often a good choice.
Agreed. You know, sometimes you just recognize it and have to make that split-second decision. I will catch my partner on their next skill. It's not worth chancing that extra mistake.
Correct.
And you can see over the shoulder there from the coach's box, just like in speed, you can have a coach down on the floor or nearby the floor to be able to support the jumpers and offer encouragement throughout the routine.
Oh, you see another one of those difficult triple under scoops into a split scoop.
And they made it look easy.
They sure did.
You might not even know how difficult it was, the skill that they just performed.
Right, they're making it look smooth, but, you know, trying to pop up off the floor from a full split position takes a lot of leg strength and a lot of core strength. These are athletes that you are watching.
And as they wrap up, you know, you think about the other piece that makes it hard is their partner having to be in just the right place, right? Because the rope as it spins is in an arc. And so the arc is longest in the middle, and so you want your partner as close to the middle as they can be in a scoop like what you just saw here. Now, if they're off even a little bit, then they're going to get caught up in sort of the angle of the rope that's going to be shorter, and you risk catching on their foot, on their arm, on their hair, on their back, any body part, really. And so seeing them pull this off and make it look easy is so impressive. Now, heat number 59 is up on the floor now, Hong Kong, China.
Oh, and that was another one of those backwards push-ups into a restricted position. That rope has to travel almost a full revolution from their hands and before their feet even land from that push-up position. Extremely difficult. Nice, really playing off the music there with their speed.
Quads right into rope releases, spinning around, trying to maintain good presentation for the judges while still infusing the difficulty.
And that's what we call a blind scoop. He was in front of his partner, so he couldn't see where his partner was as he was scooping him in his rope, making it that much more difficult to space. Oh, backwards quadruples there, landing in restricted positions. Oh my goodness, yes, just stringing multiple quads together right at the end of the routine. You can tell that they're feeling that fatigue, but they are fighting here.
And once again, oftentimes they will face away from the judges so the judges can really see the intricacy of those crossing skills when they perform them behind the back. Now, we talked before about how difficult it can be to string in big multiple skills at the end of a routine, and you saw them pull it off. He got the rope under his feet. However, he didn't quite land on his feet. So he's smiling, he's laughing, and yes, he did the trick. He probably will not get full marks for presentation for that, but nonetheless, I'm sure he's happy.
Wow, and you know what? I missed that the first time we saw it, but that was a Sunny D, a backwards frog, and his partner just slipped in there right inside the rope to get scooped on the way down. So difficult. That Sunny D skill, for a while, could only be performed by a select few individuals in the world alone, let alone with a partner in the middle of your ropes. Very nice job here starting out from Team Korea. We see our all-female division here.
Some nice multiples, and there's some backwards under the leg crosses, almost a backwards elephant is what we might call some of that. There's a rope release into a handstand.
Nice, and they'll move across the floor here, making those releases look really easy. Those handles almost seem like they're magnetically drawn to their hands. However, we do know that magnets aren't allowed, so these are real rope releases, folks.
Again, long handles, right? So it makes those crossing skills slightly easier. You can see how far they stick out from the side of the jumpers' bodies. Again, that's a jumper preference, but I would say within the last decade or so, just about unanimously do we see these freestyle, single rope freestyle skills being performed with long-handled ropes.
That's right. We also see these freestyle routines being performed with what we call licorice ropes, or PVC. That's that plastic rope that is considerably lighter than the other style, which is a beaded rope. And, you know, I think that's owing to the amount of multiple unders that we're seeing. That rope has to travel fast.
And it does speak to how the sport has evolved over time. So, for example, the last time I competed in a competition was, in fact, 2006. And interestingly enough, on my all-male team was my co-commentator, Kaylee Woodard's husband, Nick Woodard.
Oh, yes.
And I'll say, I used only short-handled ropes for that, right? So that was not yet something that everyone was doing. Everyone was using long-handled. Now, if I jump today, I actually do prefer long-handled ropes, but even 15, 20 years ago, you saw a lot more shorter handled ropes, which are more traditional, more classic style jump ropes. But the technology has evolved over time, and the athletes have evolved with it.
That's right, and it's exciting to see. And this is Team Japan on the floor. We're already seeing these huge multiples with restrictions, quintuple unders 5 times. Oh my goodness. They're moving so fast, I don't even know how their bodies are keeping up. My eyes certainly can't. Little mistake there, and you see he's going to get back on even though they're facing away from each other. So they have to instinctively know where they are in the music.
And sometimes it's just the sounds. You can hear and sometimes even feel each other, the impact on the floor. Hit the ground at the same time. You know you're in rhythm.
Right.
You feel good despite the fact that you can't visually see your partner. A lot of trust involved in these team events.
And again, a lot of these pairs have been together for years. This is not their first rodeo. It's not their first go at this. And you can kind of see that experience almost like they are one. Nice handstand there into a multiple under, landing in a push-up position, which I will remind you is happening on a hardwood floor. So these athletes really train upper body and core strength to be able to withstand that impact. And a nice performance there from Team Japan.
And it's not just the physical, muscular skills, but it's also the joints, right? Because you've got to land on your hands, on your feet. And in fact, a fun fact is my co-commentator, Kaylee Woodard, is actually Dr. Kaylee Woodard, right? And someone who knows quite a bit about the physical impacts of athletic training and that sort of thing. And so, Kaylee, will you talk for just a minute about what goes into conditioning your body to do these sorts of skills?
Absolutely, absolutely. So a lot of times if people have have not been used to jumping, maybe you're new to the sport, there's some fear there. You know, will it make my knees hurt? Will it make my ankles hurt? The answer is if you train it correctly and you just kind of ramp up slowly, do just a little bit the first week and then slowly ramp it up, no, it should not cause these injuries. Yes, there's a lot of impacts, but the body is also very resilient and it responds to the way that we train it, which is very cool and very interesting and awesome that you can see these athletes really withstanding this impact and that training coming into play. And here from Team Japan, we're seeing them landing these really high-flying skills. We're seeing what we're talking about here with that impact and adding in some finesse with releases, this cool wrap here that we have, and interactions.
And as you continue watching these routines, you can almost predict when you're going to see an interaction skill, right? So one of the jumpers clearly is concentrating on getting their body positioned or set up for the skill. I think that always builds some anticipation, especially for the judges who can kind of, they're watching the individual skills, but then they can see something coming, and it's always an exciting moment to see just what happens, and frankly, if they pull it off.
That's right, yes, and you'll see the athletes kind of moving closer together. That was known as a lasso release, where the rope kind of snakes or spins on the ground and then it flies into the air. Difficult to control that type of release, but they did it flawlessly.
Now, one thing to keep in mind is we are at altitude here in Colorado Springs in the USA, so we are over 6,000 feet, which is more than a mile in altitude, and in many cases, the thin air, if you will, is not something a lot of the athletes are used to. Now, these girls really pulled off a lot of these amazing scoop skills in their routine, but clearly at the end they were also quite fatigued. Some of the teams we have learned really did do some altitude training in advance to prepare for the competition, particularly on the speed and endurance front, but that same training bleeds over into the freestyle events as you're seeing some of these skills really packed into a dense 75 seconds.
That's right, and welcoming now Team Canada here in Heat 61 of our pairs freestyle event in Colorado Springs. They started off strong with a multiple under sequence. And now they're going to show us some of their gymnastics as they get right back in sync with each other after a quick mistake. That was a triple under with a 360 turn known as an EK. You actually do get extra credit if you rotate during your multiple unders. So that was a smart move on their part.
I will say EK was one of my favorite skills, right? It's relatively straightforward. It's turning in a 360, spinning it on your feet 3 times, but there's so many opportunities for variation.
Yeah.
And so it's fun to see these jumpers weave those kinds of skills in.
That's right. And they just did an interaction sequence. I think they probably did like 8 or 10 scoops right in a row. The timing that takes and the practice, it takes hours really to pull something like that off. So props to those guys for that huge interaction sequence. A little bit of trouble there, but right back into this leg wrap. And they'll end it right there with a smile. And you know, I think they know they had some mistakes. It probably wasn't as clean as they would have liked for it to be, but they were still able to showcase some of their unique and creative skills as well. And now on the screen here, you're seeing some preliminary standings. This is probably not including the last heat, but first place here with a 23.57, one of the better scores that we've seen in this competition in the freestyle events.
And you'll notice that there's some pretty tight coupling between some of those top scorers, right? So within 3 points of each other. And that's what we'd expect to see in a lot of these competitions at this level.
Now we have an all-female team from Team Canada. Starting off with some pretty complex crossing skills, and now they'll move into their multiple under sequence. Jumping so high, and you can see the amplitude that these girls are getting.
And really a lot of multiples strung together.
That's right. They're really trying to make the most use of that 75 seconds. Remember, the more skills you pack in, the higher potential score you have, because our difficulty is a sum of all of the skills that you do. There we go, kind of watching her partner, making sure that they get back on sync. There's that mixed scoop again, that spinning release.
There's the buddy. And they're really moving back into the multiples. This pair of ladies seems to have a lot of strength on the multiples front, which is, of course, spinning the rope under your feet more than one time before you land, and then manipulating the rope as you do that, because every manipulation adds to your difficulty score for each individual skill.
That's right. And to kind of understand the complexity of some of these multiple under skills, I would like to challenge you, if you are able and you maybe jump rope occasionally, try just a double under. Jump up and try to spin the rope under you 2 times with regular spins, right? And then just imagine that rope going under you 5 times, but on every revolution, you've got to do something different with your arms. It's pretty daunting.
And yet we're seeing these athletes make it look easy. Here's some of that interaction we've been talking so much about in the single rope pairs events. It's part of what makes this so much fun and so unique. I'll admit, when I was competing, this was my favorite event. I enjoyed this the most because you're single, you're an individual there with a partner, and you can have almost endless creativity in what you can pull off.
That's right. And, you know, Joe's pairs routine was one of my favorites. He's kind of a legend in this event, so later on we'll have to pick his brain about how to really succeed in this event.
And I'll shout out my partner, Ted Lehman, who we competed together for many, many years over time in the late 90s and early 2000s. So it's fun to see men like these 2 fellows here from Germany on the floor right now in Heat 62, carrying the legacy forward and really pushing the bounds of the sport.
That's right. Some big quads here with behind the knees crosses, some under the legs. Little hiccup there. You just saw him uncross his rope a little too early, and that's a risk that we all take. You have to remain crossed until the landing if you want to succeed in these multiples. Nice getting back on target there with a double under push-up into a kamikaze skill.
And once again, if only one of the pair performs the skill, then they won't get credit for it because both of them have to do it, or it has to be intentional that one of them is stopped because they're setting up a scoop, like in this case right here.
Right. Series of triple unders here.
Again, we saw a lot of quads at the beginning. We see more triples at the end. I think they know that they had a few mistakes along the way, but nonetheless performed some really impressive high-flying skills.
That's right. And I'll take just a minute here to remind you, if you are not following IJRU on social media, take 30 seconds, take out your phone, and do it. There is some amazing content. You can keep up with all the live action. Our handle is at IJRU_jump rope. So take out your phone, follow us. We would love to see you there. And here we are welcoming Team Hungary with some big multiples to start out with restrictions. Oh my goodness, these girls. These ropes are moving so fast, you know, and I don't think it is a coincidence that we see a lot of the jumpers that succeed in speed can also do really difficult multiple unders.
That's right. So many of those same muscles you're training, the same body movements that you're learning, really cross over between the speed events and the freestyle events. And we see another rope release scoop, and there's almost a flavor to some of these routines, right? You can kind of get a sense for, hey, we tend to see a lot of the same kind of scooping action, the same kind of rope release action. And really there are trends that occur in the sport like many other things. And so one of the trends that's true right now is this use of these scoops coming out of rope releases. We see so much more of that than we used to, say, 10 or 20 years ago, and it makes it exciting just to watch things evolve over time. There's another switch cross into what might have been a one-handed cartwheel, again picking right back up into their sequence. They're working to stay on the beat, and of course music selection is a big part of this because you want a routine that complements the music, but also music that complements your skills.
Yes. And you saw them land that in a nice triple under to split. So 3 times under the body, and then you don't land on your feet. You're just going to go ahead and land and split.
Well, if you can do a split, let's be clear.
That's true, that's
right?
true. In these girls' case, you know.
In these girls' case, they make it look easy. But landing in a split off of a multiple, again, you have to train your body to be able to accommodate that high-impact landing, and they clearly have prepared for that.
They sure have. Excellent job here from Team Hungary. And welcoming now to the floor, Team Germany. Felix, who you see on your right here on the screen, is I would say a veteran athlete. He's been a part of the sport for many, many years, has mentored his younger teammates, and now we're seeing him on the floor, kind of showing us what he can do.
And one of the things that's been really fun has been to see these older athletes in the coaches box supporting the junior athletes, because this competition does include both divisions. And so it's wonderful, as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, to see kind of that looping happening between generations to keep it moving. Love that rope release. Wow. 2 handles, he jumped backwards, released them both in the air. He got scooped, He caught his handles after he got scooped, and they stayed in sync. Really nice synchronicity there.
The risk involved in that. I can't believe they threw that on the world stage, but good job. Looks like, yeah, we're setting up for some gymnastics there. Nice back handspring, and they landed that and sprung right back up into a double under with their arms crossing between their legs, known as a backwards TJ. Nice spinning release there, catching right into an under the leg, and there we saw that triple under into a split again, but this time they popped right back up and kept jumping.
And they're using the floor really well. So you see the dynamic, how they're in different quadrants throughout the routine. Here's another scoop sequence.
Oh.
Right on the music with the ending. Great presentation. They clearly felt a strong sense of alignment throughout the routine because it was just so on point. I mean, look at the replay here and just how their ropes are moving at the same time in these very difficult multiples. There's some power up on the arms. Here's that rope release, 2 handles, gets scooped, catches them, and then they're both on together.
They caught that into a behind the back cross. I didn't catch that the first time.
Was it a behind the back switch cross? I couldn't tell.
Yes. So behind the back, right arm on top, and then left arm on top for the very next jump. So difficult.
Wow, that was a TJ scoop there. Just to kick off a routine, that's a risky skill. So kudos to Team Australia here at heat number 64.
Yes. Great start to these ladies. We're seeing she'll pick back up right here on these multiples. And they're hitting the beat on every skill here. Every time they land a multiple, it sounds like there's a beat of the music. So you know they practiced that.
And I would expect no less from Team Australia.
That's
right. One of the hallmarks of their style as a country is just always having very well choreographed routines right on pace.
And still hitting that beat. These are backwards multiples that you're seeing. Behind the back and behind the knees crosses. And remember, anytime you see that rope moving backwards and going behind the body with a cross like that, it is so difficult to control that rope. You wouldn't know it, though, by watching these girls because they practice that so much. Continuing here with some triple unders under the leg. That was a switch cross, one that we've identified as being extremely tricky and difficult to control. Done in a triple under, and they will end it there. Oh, maybe. Yeah, there we go. With a great music hit at the end.
And again, the surprise factor is a big part of this. So it goes into the presentation score. Of course, they want to be clean. They don't want to confuse the judges, but they do want to give them that wow factor. And so let's take a look at the preliminary standings again. This is for the male division for single rope pairs freestyle. So then there were 2 males involved in the routine. And you're seeing the athletes' names, not necessarily the countries here, but the top score at 41, the second top score at just about 39. Those 2 sort of separating themselves from the rest of the pack there.
And here we have our mixed division, heat number 64 from Team Belgium. So 1 male, 1 female. And you'll see a different dynamic here when we mix the genders. And right now, what we're seeing is a powerhouse pair. They're hitting really difficult quadruple unders, jumping so high right together. That was awesome. Into a little scoop sequence here, and it looks like they're setting up, for a great tumbling pass there. Round off back handspring into a back tuck with a triple under.
Now, Kaylee, what might we expect to see differently or the same when we have a mixed gender division? So a female and a male performing a single rope pairs routine together.
So oftentimes, like what you're seeing here, you see an extremely powerful female jumper who is able to keep up right with her male partner. So that's one thing that you'll see. Another thing is that some of these interactions, they're able to kind of play off of the male and female pair. Maybe the male flips the female or something of that nature, right, to really play off of that complementary gender difference.
And sometimes the fun that we see in these routines is sort of countering the stereotypes, right? So we'll often see the female supporting or flipping the male in some of these things, which, again, all adds to kind of that surprise factor, that excitement factor for the judges. And here you see some of those scoops, the smile on their faces, the ropes are in sync.
And then that great tumbling pass there. Back handspring, back tuck. And again, these aren't regular back tucks. That rope is traveling around them multiple times in the air. And there you see some of those powerful multiple unders as well. Excellent job. Team Belgium should be very proud of that. Welcoming now from Team Hong Kong.
And again, anytime you do these restricted skills, behind the knees in particular, crossing under the legs, there's a risk involved, right? And so a mistake in those can be costly because your rope gets very tangled. But as you've seen this team perform, they've had a couple mistakes, but they've quickly gotten out of them.
That was a quadruple under into a scoop. I have seen a lot of triple unders landing in a scoop, but not a lot of quads.
And her partner knew exactly where to be and when to be there.
Yes, that was so difficult.
Because it was a blind scoop. Because it was so a blind scoop simply means that you cannot see the person who you are scooping. So when you're scooping someone behind you and you're facing forward, you've got to trust that they're going to be there.
That's right. Excellent job so far to these ladies. And now you're seeing a few of these wraps and crossing skills kind of thrown in with the more difficult multiples. Remember these wraps and crossing skills? Wow, that floater was very difficult too.
And it's subtle but difficult, right? Because you are dropping both handles, having them legitimately float in the air, grabbing them back after you do something.
That's right. A lot of risk involved there. And
Nice
a nice
job.
ending. Nice ending there.
865.
So a lot of these wrapping and releasing skills that you'll see, yes, they do give a quick breather, but they're also required elements. So athletes do have to incorporate those in their routines. Seeing some great replays here. Some of these powerful multiples and smiles. There was that double-handled release there where it floats in the air. You've got to know where those handles are, snatch them out of the air, and then jump them again.
Everyone ready?
Excellent job here from
we
our
go.
ladies from Team Hong Kong.
Next on the floor from Team Australia, heat number 65. This is a mixed gender division, and Ben Cooper is performing again. Ben has a ton of experience. He's one of the more decorated athletes in the history of the sport. Really an excellent all-around. You can see him styling it up with some nice presentation in there.
Yes, and I don't think I've ever seen Ben with this particular partner. This might be a new pairing, or they could have been working together for several years, because remember, we have not been together in person in about 3 years. And they are looking great so far. They don't look like they're a new pair by any means.
There's your scoop. And again, you can see the presentation skills coming through. So far, a very clean routine here from Australia. And once again, when we say a clean routine, what we mean is we're not seeing mistakes. We're not seeing the rope drop handle. We're not seeing a lot of the bobbles and the mistakes along the way. And when we do see them, they're recovering quickly.
That's right. Like that, where he just popped that handle right back into his hands. The sign of an experienced jumper. Seeing them move into some power moves there. And every time you see those handstands and push-ups, they are popping off of their hands and pulling the rope underneath their feet before the feet land on the ground. So a lot of explosive power that goes into these skills.
Australia, Angeline and Brooklyn.
Great presentation there from Team Australia. You see that rotating multiple landing into a leg wrap. And a great slow-mo of that mic release. You see the complexity of the spin and the precision of that catch.
Everyone ready?
Excellent job from Team Australia. And now we welcome again an all-female group here from Team Australia.
And Australia has brought a large contingent of athletes to this competition. And we've seen many teams show up with the all-female division, the all-male division, and the mixed division from all 25 countries. But Australia in particular really seems to have a nice diversity of athletes, both in ages and in genders, who are participating in the event this year.
That's right. They had 46 athletes in the juniors and 39 in the world in the senior world championships. A great mix there. And you're seeing some nice multiple unders from these ladies with some footwork mixed in to kind of highlight the fun music.
And each country does have their own qualifying mechanism, right? So you're seeing sort of the top jumpers or top athletes from different countries. And just based on sort of the way the sport operates in a different country, they have different ways of selecting their national teams, but they all come together here at the World Championship. Now, oftentimes these athletes are preparing and working and training in different clubs across their countries, but when they come together, as in this case, Team Australia, they're doing so as one team. And so they might be competing against each other 1 week, and 2 weeks later be here at the World Championship on the same team, supporting each other, cheering for each other. And so it's always exciting to see the way sport brings people together, not only as competitors, but then also as partners.
That's right. You're seeing some of that great presentation there from these ladies from Australia. And, you know, Joe, to that point, we asked some of the coaches, you know, what challenges has your team overcome to get here? And one of the most common responses was our team doesn't all live together, and so they've been training over Zoom together. Just crazy.
And it's amazing that they can do that now, right? With Zoom in place or other technology in place to be able to do video conferencing and video calls, and social media being as broad as it is now, you really have so many ways to connect with each other. So there's no excuses. We've really got to see the creativity up because they're able to be together more frequently.
That's right. Welcoming here Team Denmark, and they've been showing us some amazing multiples so far. A really strong routine, very clean so far as well. So a good showing. We're seeing these triple unders with different arm restrictions, which remember, they get a base score for each triple under or quadruple under, etc. that they do, but that base score can be increased by 1 or 2 points based on the restrictions that their arms do, based on rotations and things of that nature.
And the judges are looking for both the difficulty components of the routine, but then also for the presentation components of the routine. And they're not looking for both at the same time, right? So there are specialist judges who are, in fact, looking for different elements of the routine to be performed. And then, of course, that score gets combined, and then that produces the final.
Awesome job from Team Denmark. That looks like a very clean run from them. And you see their crowd there, their audience loving that performance. Oh, look at that complexity. So she had to catch that right perfectly on the handle. She had to just know where it was, and her partner had to sneak in there right at the right moment. Great multiple unders there. You see those restricted arm positions. And remember, anytime you are turning the rope with your arm basically tied behind your back or under your leg, it becomes that much more difficult to control that rope and to make it move fast. Great floater there.
And that's one of the big differences in pairs, single rope pairs routines versus individual routines is you can't really improvise in a pairs routine because you've got two people on the floor. And so as an individual, if you're doing a single rope freestyle, then if you have a mistake or you mess up somewhere, you can sort of adjust on the fly and get back onto your music how you choose to. But with a partner, you've got to really depend on your shared knowledge of that routine that you developed in advance and just really stick to the plan. And so often we see some of the very best teams able to have a mistake but then get right back in sequence effortlessly.
That's right. And these girls from Canada are doing that. Yep, see right there with that catch. She knew right where to pick back up. Great frog landing in a cross position. So popping off of their hands, crossing their hands, and making the rope travel under their feet before they land. Very difficult.
A lot of under the leg sequence. We call that Awesome Annie in some cases when they're rotating between their right and their left leg and moving their hand under.
Great EB frog there with a catch right on the music. Great job to Team Canada. And they look like they had fun out there. I love to see that. See that nice interaction there? Front handspring over the push-up, right into another push-up, popping off of their arms with such power. You see her kind of watching her partner there, just making sure they're together.
Everyone ready?
Excellent job, ladies.
Here we go.
And we are ready now on the floor with Team Belgium. This is our mixed division, mixed gender, so male and female working together here. And you're seeing some big quads so far with those restricted arm positions.
And again, multiples are one of the required elements in this, and so that's turning the rope under your feet multiple times before you land. Some of the other elements that the judges are looking for include things like power, where you're down on your hands and you're working on your arms, you're using your shoulder strength. We call those frogs or push-ups or crabs or other different sort of floor work. Then there's gymnastics, where you're tumbling through the air, setting up different skills that way with the rope coming under, like we just saw from this team out of Belgium. We're also looking for different rope manipulations. So the way that they're crossing their arms, they're restricting their arms behind their backs, that sort of thing. We're looking for rope releases. And when they can combine all of those things together, sometimes even in single skills, it's really amazing to watch it get strung together in a routine, executed well, and done to music. And so that's what these folks work so hard across many years to get ready for.
That's right, and that's what we're seeing here from Team Belgium. It looks like they worked really hard on choreographing that routine, not only perfectly to the music, but to accomplish what Joe was just talking about. It was almost one string of skills with multiple elements. You saw there a round off into a handstand, into a completely different type of skill, a multiple under, and really no breaks in between either. And so that takes athleticism, it takes planning, skill. It's very difficult, and they pulled it off quite nicely.
Here we go.
All right, next on the floor is Heat 68, Team USA, a pair of ladies here.
And these ladies are actually sisters, one of the very well-known pairs here in the U.S. for their difficulty and their creativity.
Kicking the routine off with a nice hummingbird scoop, moving right into some under-the-leg crosses into a transition sequence there.
And some of these leg wraps that you're seeing, they are entering the leg wrap with a triple under. So triple under landing in a restricted position and on one leg. That also was a double under frog out of nothing. So a double under frog means that the rope revolves around your body. Oh, and a sunny D. The rope revolves around your body one time before you actually land in a handstand position.
And Kaylee talked earlier about Sunny D, the backwards frog. And the fact that you got two ladies pulling that off in a routine like this when not too long ago there was only a handful of people in the world who could even do the skill. Whoa! Was that an assisted moneymaker?
I cannot believe I just saw that. I can't believe. Okay, so fun fact, Lauren in the front here is the first female ever to pull off a moneymaker, a skill first completed by my husband, Nick Woodard. First female ever, and she just did that skill with her sister, also Renee, for the first time ever, an assisted moneymaker scoop. I just can't.
Kaylee, what's a moneymaker? Tell me what a moneymaker is, and tell me why it's called a moneymaker.
Yes, great point. So a moneymaker means that you do a handstand, then you pull the rope around your body, your entire body, before then landing back on your hands. You're about to see it, I think. Yep. So handstand, around the body, back onto the hands, and then you pull it under your feet. Incredibly difficult, takes so much upper body strength, and it's called a moneymaker because when my husband first did it, someone bet him some money that he couldn't do it, and then he did it. So, you know, fun story there. I don't even think he ever got his money, but it's fine.
We can follow up on that, can't we?
Right. That's true.
Next on the floor, heat number 68. Team Germany in the single rope pair freestyle division. Again, the winners today are working to qualify for the finals, so the top 6 scorers will go and have an opportunity to be crowned world champion.
Seeing a strong start here from Team Germany. That was a switch cross AS, so a switch cross behind the knees. Extremely difficult timing there, and they do get rewarded for that in the difficulty score. Oh, and another switch cross. So right arm on top, right to the left arm on top on the next revolution, and between the legs at that. Great backwards split there. Pulling the rope around backwards is much more difficult than pulling it under forwards from that split position. Excellent movement here across the floor with a little bit of gymnastics right into that complex crossing and releasing again that Team Germany does so well.
They're including a lot of spins in this, so they're moving their body in a 360-degree way, so wrapping the rope around them as they move in a circle, synchronized with each other. That's a nice presentation style skill that they can really modify with different crosses and different multiple unders to make it more difficult and up that score along the way.
Absolutely. And these athletes really are taking advantage of every possible way to up that score. They plan that meticulously. Great view here of our triple under sequence behind the back there.
Everyone ready?
Under the leg, and you can see how difficult it is to control the rope in those positions. A nice visual there. Great opening here from Team Denmark. That was actually a direction change into that multiple under behind the knees cross. Another element that will increase the difficulty score is that direction change that happens in mid-air, where the rope kind of bounces off of your legs and then changes from forward to backward or vice versa.
And today is all about team events. So we started the morning with team speed events. Now we're in the afternoon we are doing team freestyle events. Looks like we've got a rope break here. And just like in the morning in the speed events, when there's a rope break, they have an opportunity to re-jump. So you can see in this case that rope split right in the middle.
Man.
When a rope breaks, it'll happen in one of two places. Either right there where it hits the ground the most frequently, the most often, or it'll happen right at the juncture where it meets the handle, right? Where there's a lot of sort of friction that goes against the rope, where that handle meets the plastic or the bead or the cloth or whatever it is. And so in this case, we saw it happen in the sort of middle of the arc of the rope. And again, we put these ropes under some stress doing these skills, right? It really is a lot. And there, that's a great shot, a great slow-mo shot.
She didn't know it yet. She didn't know it until right then.
She pulled the push-up up, and she did a little bit of She-Hulk there because she just ripped it right in half. That was an impressive thing to see. So I would expect that we will see that team from Denmark back again once they get a chance to rest and recover, and of course get a new rope. And so we'll wait for just a minute as the next heat gets prepared to come on the floor. Now, I was saying today is all about teams because you've got team events, no individual events happening today. In the morning, we saw speed, and in the afternoon, we're seeing the single rope pairs happening right now. And then following this, the last event of today will be the single rope team freestyle. So that's going to be very similar to this, but with 4 athletes on the floor at the same time. A lot of the mechanics are very similar to single rope pairs, but with 4 people, you up the ante on dynamics, you up the ante on difficulty because you have to match the skill level of all 4 jumpers.
Right, and so we're seeing a really strong start for Team USA. That scoop that you just saw, extremely difficult, pulling it around backwards in a push-up under one partner, and then right away the other partner spinning and jumping through the same rope.
And they shared that rope, so she kept her rope around her neck sort of tied up for the whole first maybe 5 or 10 seconds of the routine as they perform those interaction skills, and that's a nice creative way to get into a routine.
It is, absolutely. And they are awarded more difficulty credit if they can do hard skills while sharing that rope as well. Because, you know, you can imagine fitting into one rope is quite difficult as athletes. Into some complex crossing. That was an elephant, both arms underneath one leg. An underutilized skill, but very difficult.
And once again, you can follow along on the YouTube feed. So IJRU on YouTube. If you want to leave comments, engage with each other, ask us questions as commentators, we'll do our best to answer them along the journey as we watch these athletes perform at their best here at the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship.
A little bit of trouble here, but his partner waiting on him. And that was a great way to time that back up. And, you know, they waited so that they got that last skill and that last bit of difficulty in. And I'll remind you, if only one partner performs a skill because maybe the other partner has missed, it does not count. So the fact that Camille waited on her partner, it was a very smart move. There's this nice scoop, backwards underneath a frog, and a spin scoop, all at the same time, and sharing that rope.
So much risk involved in that, right? Because one slip, one misplaced hand, what have you, you have a dropped handle. And in the jump rope community, there are misses, and then there are dropped handles.
Right, dreaded.
The dreaded dropped handle. So you can miss and like tangle up in your feet or be stepping left and right, that kind of thing. But when you drop a handle, you visually got to find the handle, pick up the handle, and get back on time. And sometimes those are some of the worst misses to have to deal with because they do take more time.
That's right. And so welcoming now from Team France, we have Lou and Gwen. We saw these ladies in the IoT, the International Open Tournament, a few days ago, just rocking it and doing a great job with their freestyles. And so I'm excited to see what they can do as a pair together here. Oh, my goodness.
Nice front, yeah.
You hardly ever see female athletes pulling this off. That was a front handspring, popping off of the shoulders and pulling the rope all the way around the body forward before you land.
Nice triple sequence.
Right on the beat to the music, too.
Again, they're integrating these nice smiles. They're looking at the judges as they perform the routine. They're going to get high marks for presentation due to that.
They definitely will. And they are hitting some really clean triple unders here, all with different restrictions. Under the legs, behind the back. Oh, yeah, there's that mixed scoop that we've seen before, done very cleanly, catching right on the handle, too. And a beautiful pose for these ladies. Their pose kind of went with the feel of their music, more of a classical, elegant feel.
Now, Kaylee, when you chose music for routines like this, what went into your thinking? What motivated you to choose, say, one song over another?
Yeah, so it had to give me energy. It couldn't take energy away from me. It had to give me energy, and it had to be something that I thought would make my audience smile, because at the end of the day, these are shows, right? We're not only jumping rope, but we're putting on a show. And that release into a scoop that you just saw, again, catching right on the handle. So much risk involved there, but you would not know it because of the amount of practice that went into this routine. Very obvious, and great job, ladies.
Team Canada on the floor now with heat number 70, and this is interesting because they're starting in opposite quadrants, right? So they have spread almost as much of the floor as you can. If I had to guess, I'd say one of the first things we're going to see is them converge toward each other, but I'm very curious now to see how they do that.
That's right. You never know. It could be gymnastics. It could be multiples. Or, you know, they could stay on opposite sides and show us, hey, we can synchronize even if we can't see each other.
That's right.
Here we go.
Here we go from Team Canada. Looks like Joe is correct. Oh, we had another one of those difficult front handsprings. There we go into some quadruple unders.
Wow.
And a reminder, when we say quad or quadruple, that means that the rope is traveling around the body 4 times in every single jump, and often doing different types of variations. So crossing behind the knees, behind the back, etc. Ooh, great AS to push up. I always kind of hold my breath when I see that skill. It's so risky. Behind the knees, straight to a push-up.
Some high-flying forward skills.
Into a blind scoop done backwards. Waiting on their partner right there. Yeah, and we're back with some quadruple unders.
And one thing that makes it challenging to pull these routines off with music is sometimes you can't hear the sound of the rope as well when the music's loud on the floor. And sometimes you depend on the cues, the rhythm, the sound of that rope to be able to know exactly how to be in sync. So it's really important that these jumpers train in different environments so that they know exactly what to expect. And that's a beautiful rope wrap to end the routine.
Yes. Right into a catch. Oh, and they are so happy about that.
The excitement on their faces.
Oh,
love that rope wrap and catch. Really a creative ending. We have not seen a lot of that aside from earlier in the broadcast when we saw someone in a handstand getting the rope wrapped around it, but this might only be the second one we've seen.
That's right, and that's probably because it's very difficult to control the rope when it's that far away from you. You know, your handle is as far away as it can get when the rope is straight out like that. Nice scoop there. And that's where you see them kind of waiting on each other. That's the sign of experienced pair. I love that. And you know, Joe, those are the moments that you work for as an athlete.
They really are. The feeling you have is like no other when you finish a routine and know you left it all on the floor.
That's right. Here we have Team Germany showing us their skills. That was a round off right into a 2-footed takeoff into a handstand. Very difficult because you've got to transfer your momentum from going backwards to now going forwards into that handstand. Great shared rope there. Again, sharing the same rope, both fitting into it and doing some interaction. Oh, fast.
Fast movement. And again, the surprise factor, I love that. Like seeing it something I do not expect to come next, and then all of a sudden they pull it off really cleanly.
That's right. And, you know, that's important for our judges as well. Remember, these judges have been sitting here now for 5 days and working really hard to score these routines. And so if you can show them something that they weren't expecting or that they've never seen before, I'm sure that the judges appreciate that. Great on beat to the music and with the feel of the music, fast and fun and right on beat. Good job.
Nice.
Heat 71, Station 2, 4608
All right, coming up
from Korea.
Next is heat number 71. We're going to see a team from Korea. And before that, we see some of these interaction skills being highlighted in the replay there. A split with a backwards pull. Again, recovering from the mistake really quickly there, getting right back into the multiple sequence. Catching the release to finish the routine right on cue.
Welcoming now Team Korea, a male and female pair here. And we're seeing them start off with some powerful multiples that we've gotten used to from Team Korea. I wouldn't expect anything less. Oh, beautiful multiple right into an aerial. Some theatrics there.
Playing with the audience, like seeing that.
And see, this is what I'm talking about. Music that adds energy to the routine. To me, this is it. It makes you want to get up and dance.
It does, especially when they're dancing, right?
Yes.
They're showing you how to do it with the rope, doing these skills and pulling them off.
Yes. Oh, that was a nice toad into a 3/4 front flip. So a restricted position on kind of the hurdle into that flip.
And then right into a double under push-up, and now moving into more power. So their shoulders really getting quite a workout on this, and now moving back into a triple under multiple sequence, ending with some CLs. Again, the high-flying skills are just at another level here at this competition.
Yes. Yeah, I'm blown away, honestly. In all my 26 years in the sport, I've never seen a competition impress me more. Oh, my goodness. More theatrics there.
More theatrics to end the routine. Nice job from Team Korea.
Yes, and you saw their team there in the stands, excited about that performance, as they should be. And you got to remember, too, a lot of these athletes kind of, watch these routines from the first stage where they're just being made up to now seeing it done really well on a world stage. And so they've seen every stage of these routines. They've seen the struggle, and so they get to celebrate right along with their teammate.
Here we go.
And Kaylee, when you think about creativity in these routines, I'm interested after we see this team, this pair on the floor from Belgium, sort of what inspires that creativity? How do you come up with new things, right? Because it'd be easy to just repeat what you already know, but we see so many teams coming out with they're alling us, right? We're getting excited about seeing these new skills, but that doesn't just come by accident. So I'm curious about your experience with infusing creativity into the design of routines.
Absolutely, and that's a topic that we could talk about for an hour. I think one thing, though, that I can say to that is that these athletes here watching other teams, other countries, are getting inspiration really on every single routine that they watch. They watch something new and they take it home, and not only do they try to learn it, but they try to put their own spin on it, right? And they try to make it their own, and that's how our sport continues to grow and evolve.
And we're seeing some high-flying multiples, some AS cross behind the back on triples and quads from these ladies from Belgium. So far, they've been very clean in this routine. So there, one of the jumpers didn't perform the skill, so they won't get full credit, but there was no mistake in there, so they also won't get a deduction.
Right. Oh, and a great ending. Another one of those multiple unders landing straight into a full split. And here you do see that fatigue from our athletes. They pushed through, but you know what? During their performance, you couldn't see it, and that's the sign of a fighter and a competitor. Nice triple and quadruple unders here on the replay.
That's right, and we're going to see many of these same athletes here in the final event of the day, which again is the single rope team freestyle, and that's going to be very similar to this event, but with 4 athletes on the floor at the same time.
That's right.
All right, next on the floor, Team Hong Kong with a backwards push-up scoop, catching his partner. Got a little caught up, but they moved past it really quickly there. So now they are continuing with their performance here.
That's right, and it looked like the rope did make it around his partner, so they should still get difficulty credit for that skill.
The hurt will be on the presentation,
right.
But again, it's one trick of many because they're packing them in so densely to these routines that the more they get in, the less each one individually hurts.
That's correct. And moving around each other really nicely into these difficult multiple under skills. A little bit of trouble here, and they'll kind of maybe reset into some more multiple under skills. A lot of these that you're seeing are quadruple unders. Oh, and that was a triple under with a release, a spin of the rope, a catch, and on the catch, he just went ahead and scooped his partner. Because why not?
Back to back, TJ scoop right to a mix scoop. It was amazing.
Great triple under there behind the knees cross into what's known as a snake release right into their ending.
Heat 73.
Nice job there. And again, one of the things that we've noticed, I think, as a trend across a lot of these routines is they are packing the beginning of the routine design with really high-flying skills. And then they're ending with things that are slightly easier due to fatigue. Now, preliminary standings here on the screen for single rope pairs freestyle in the female division. We're seeing the 23 and a half or so as the top score here on the female division, moving down to some very close scores in the 17s. And so we'll be excited to see how the final scores come out in terms of qualifying for the Grand Championship on the last 2 days.
That's right. And here we have Team Hungary starting off really powerfully. All of these have been quadruple unders with different restrictions. So very high marks for difficulty here. More quadruple unders. I mean, they're just not stopping.
And when we say restriction, what we're talking about is when you're basically putting your arm in any position other than a normal position. So it could be behind your back, it could be under your leg. You could be doing all kinds of things as you manipulate your body, and that makes the skill more difficult and thus gets a higher score for each individual trick. Of course, that also comes with some risks, so each of these athletes has to decide how much will I pack in from a difficulty standpoint and still be able to pull it off so I don't get deductions. And so far, this team from Hungary has been very clean.
They have, and they've been doing some really intricate things. They've switched their cross behind their knees with double unders. That was a great round off with a backwards revolution of the rope into a handstand. Again, changing the momentum of your body like that, very difficult to pull off. And a great release into a foot catch at the end. And we saw these girls standing up in the crowd right beforehand, and they looked like that is what they were watching for. They were ready for that awesome performance. We'll see here on the replay some of these high-flying, complex quadruple unders. And that right there was a triple under scoop. So 3 revolutions of the rope in 1 jump, scooping their partner on the way down from that trick.
Some gymnastics there, a round off, right into a handstand, an assisted aerial.
Such strength.
Here we go.
Great job, ladies. And now we are welcoming Team Korea, with a very creative interaction.
I like that, stepping up on the leg and getting a scoop in there. Another scoop.
Oh yeah, dive roll kind of.
I don't see enough dive rolls anymore. I miss the dive rolls from the old days.
That's right. Oh, I loved that. So releasing that rope with one arm behind the back, spinning it, and then transferring the rope from one side of the body to the other.
And so she had a mistake in the beginning of that, but she was so fast and got right back into rhythm. And that's impressive to see.
It is. It's a mark of an experienced athlete, which we should be seeing, right? Because this is our senior world championship. So all of these athletes are at least 16 years old, and most of them have been involved in the sport for many, many years.
I do love the way this team from Korea is moving all across the floor. They're interacting a ton in this routine. They're taking advantage of the fact that they do have 2 jumpers on the floor, and so they can boost that creativity score by interfacing and interacting with each other throughout the skills that they're doing. There's another scoop into a mid-rope release. That was a unique one. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Ending with some high-flying triples and quads. And then finally...
oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Some counterbalancing there. And so actually, Joe, you asked earlier, where do these athletes get their inspiration? That's an example. A lot of athletes get inspiration from circus performers, other athletes, figure skaters, things like that. And so inspiration can come from anywhere, just like you would see in an artist or something of that nature. Great replay here of some backwards skills. Yeah, there's that cool release behind the back, transferring it to the other side of the body.
And there's the mistake. She missed catching it, but watch how fast she gets right back on. She almost speeds her trick up, speeds her flip up, so she's now back in sync, on rhythm with her partner. It's an underappreciated thing to be able to do that.
Yes, I would completely agree. We are seeing high-level athletes here, just world-class.
Switzerland on the floor now, heat number 74 on the floor.
And moving at a slightly slower pace than what we've been used to, but I think that's on purpose because they are really hitting the beat of that music. And, you know, it might be a very smart decision as well to slow this down. That decreases the risk factor and, the potential to sum up that difficulty score. But if they can pull it off cleanly, then it's worth that slower pace.
Again, they have their backs to each other so they can't see each other to stay in rhythm. They have to just trust that they know their routine well enough to pull it off. Once again, we've got judges who are looking for both presentation and for difficulty along with required elements throughout this routine. There's a handle drop. We've talked about that before, but she moved right back into sequence.
Moving into a series here of double unders. 2 times around the body on every jump. Oh, into a pretty difficult scoop there with one arm restricted behind the back. And a nice release to end. Quickly here, to answer a question on YouTube for the final championship. What is the number that qualifies? So for each event, we have 6 qualifiers for our grand championship. And right here, we are seeing our mixed division preliminary standings. We have a 38.7 in the lead, and that is quite a hefty lead on second place. After that, we do see scores getting quite a bit tighter between second, third, and fourth place as well.
So to further clarify on the question, the speed events are premised on your score, right? So that's more objective. That is really clicking and counting the number of steps that the athlete completes in a timed period. So for that event, we take the top 6 scores overall and use the numbers to get there. On the freestyle events, we take the top 6 place finishers. So that's less dependent on score. It's more relative to the other routines. And so really, there's not a single score that qualifies you, more about just your placement in the leaderboard. So you want to be in that top 6 set. Love that double-handed rope release here from Team Denmark on the floor. Again, we're in the mixed division, so a male and female on the floor at the same time as they perform these routines.
Great job so far. High level of difficulty and some finesse that we're seeing from Team Denmark. Oh, and it looks like a slight hiccup. Right back into it, though. That was a nice frog into a crisscross position. Difficult to pull off. Nice quadruple unders here. 4 times around every time into a 3/4 front flip. Oh, there we go with some presentation marks there. Trying to hit that music and really maximize that score. And, you know, presentation, these judges are looking for not only technical presentation, but also creativity and musicality. All 3 of those elements go into these athletes' score. Great job there from Team Denmark.
5041 from Switzerland, Lina and Lina.
And as we see in the replay here, they're doing these synchronized power skills down on the hands and feet, getting right back up, spinning around into the multiple sequence, ending in an AS. There's your scoop, your spins. I like the creativity. She skipped that skill, but then she got back on for the rope release, and they both caught it in sequence, in rhythm, and finished with a scoop. Nice job.
Excellent. And now we are welcoming a team from Switzerland here, an all-female pair. We're starting out here with some nice crossing movements. These are known as crisscrosses and EBs, behind the back crossing with one arm there. Oh, and a nice wrap right into a scoop.
And again, spreading the floor to try to cover all the quadrants as they perform this routine. So you see them in opposite quadrants. Now they're likely going to move, and at some point they're going to converge back together as they wind down this routine. Again, each routine is performed up to 75 seconds in length. They're trying to choreograph it to the music. And then, of course, there are required elements that they're performing in the routine, but they have a tremendous amount of latitude and creativity that they can include to string together the skills that they're most comfortable with and the ones they think that are going to wow the judges and the audience the most.
Oh, and that one was a very unique scoop. So she scooped her partner, let go of one handle, allowed it to float in the air, and then caught. Nice job here from Team Switzerland. And you see the support that they have there in the crowd.
Because of the bad
You know, that's
weather,
something
we will
really
now
cool that we've
allow
seen.
athletes to
Countries
jump
not
on the
only
concourse
supporting their own
behind
country,
the
but we've
stage.
seen countries supporting
Anyone
athletes from
walking in
all
this
over the
practice
world.
area will now
Jump
do
rope
so at their own
is
risk.
a unifier,
Thank you for your
if you will,
cooperation.
and so these countries, yes, they compete against each other, they want to win, but there is this sense of unity in that we all love the sport of jump rope and we all want to see each other succeed so that our sport grows.
That's right, and with 25 countries being represented here, it has been really fun to watch the development of different countries. Earlier in the broadcast, we spoke to one of the coaches from Team India who is helping to bring a team of athletes together to try to grow the sport in his country. We heard from one of the coaches of Team USA earlier today. She talked about her experience in the sport and how it's developed. We heard from a Korean team as they talked about sort of their excitement that went through their minds as they prepared 6 hours a day in training for some of the speed world records they were trying to break. And we'll continue bringing different perspectives from these teams from a global lens as we think about how the sport of jump rope goes from something that was sort of a schoolyard pastime into a truly competitive sport that's pushing the boundaries of what humans are capable of doing on the floor.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. We're pushing boundaries here. I certainly did not think that some of these things were possible until I got to this competition. So we see a team here from Team USA starting off with some really powerful multiples. And just notice, as these athletes are performing, they are using beaded ropes, significantly heavier than the PVC ropes that we've been seeing.
So what that means is that they have to turn the rope that much faster, use that much more upper body strength to get it around their body. So when you see this pair of jumpers perform, say, a quadruple under, it takes that much more effort and strength than it would for a team using a plastic or a PVC rope to do the same thing because the rope's not moving as fast. Now, the benefit, so why would you do that, is because, one, and you can see this on the broadcast, you can see the rope far better, right? So you can see the arc of the rope, the presentation score can go up. The other thing that a lot of jumpers cite is it helps reduce misses, right? So the rope holds its shape a little better when it's heavy, and some folks prefer that as they prepare routines and ultimately perform for audiences.
That's right, and you have seen some really high-impact power skills and multiples from this pair, and a very clean run.
That's right, and we just talked about how sometimes the rope can be a factor in influencing the rate of mistakes and that sort of thing. And again, we saw this team with beaded ropes perform quite a clean routine. Now, of course, there's a lot more to it than just the rope style, but again, we've seen a lot of these buddy scoops. We talk about trends in the sport, and that's one of them that we've seen so many of these routines perform. There was that assisted Sunny D kind of doing a backwards frog. A lot of these partner routines have an opportunity to sort of double down on the strength skills because you've got two people who can help use a single rope to perform things that otherwise might be kind of infeasible to do by yourself.
That's right. That's right. So that's, a good example of using each other well in a pairs routine like this. Another quick question on YouTube. Is it required that a pair is the same height in this event? No. Yes, it can help with some of these interactive scoops that we see if the pair is relatively the same height. But we also see some very interesting things being done where one partner is significantly taller than the other, and they really play that to their advantage with some of the maybe partner flips and things like that they're able to do.
And you do see that in the mixed gender division, but there are some sort of shared gender divisions like the all-male or all-female where you see that come into play.
Absolutely. That is very true. And so on the floor now, it looks like we are waiting potentially for some music to get sorted out. And these girls are anxiously waiting their turn on the floor. And I want to point out the nerves here that these athletes are feeling. Remember, yes, this is our senior division, but a lot of these athletes are still teenagers, and they're here on a world stage, literally representing their country. Many of them have flown halfway across the world to be here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, in the U.S. And so for these girls to be standing out there, maintaining their poise and their posture with all of this weight on their shoulders is no small feat.
And speaking of world stage, starting tomorrow, the broadcast will begin on Olympics.com. So in addition to IJRU.sport and on YouTube, Olympics.com will have the broadcast at specific times, and you can go to IJRU.sport to find the specific timing of those broadcasts. Now, the team show event tomorrow will begin at 7 o'clock p.m. local time, and that will be broadcast on Olympics.com. Of course, the following day for the finals of on the 22nd and 23rd of July, we will also have a broadcast featured there.
That's right. Seeing some really nice crossing skills here into some triple unders from our ladies from Denmark. Oh, that was a great behind the back to behind the knees cross into a very creative little rope release. Nice job, ladies. We'll get right back on target here with some quadruple unders behind the back, behind the knees. Again, so difficult to control the rope in those restricted positions and keep it moving fast enough into a floater scoop there. Nice.
Yeah, it just ups the ante when you're doing a scoop. That's a traditionally kind of a classic skill, but then you drop a rope release in the middle of it, catch it, and continue on with the routine. Again, the flow and kind of the sequence of skills is something presentation judges are looking for, and this team did a really nice job with that.
They did. They should be proud of that. Very clean style and technically difficult routine there from these ladies. So we see some of their really high jumping and these quadruple unders. with those restricted arm positions that we're talking about behind the knees, behind the back.
And just to clarify, you might recall earlier in the competition we had a rope break in this event, and I believe this is the re-jump from that rope break. So this team being slotted into the heat sequence. So if you are following along at home using the heat sheets or the order of the competition on IJRU.sport, then that's why that heat was slotted in there.
That's a great point. And one more thing to point out too, that rope break rule works for the first time. So the first time your rope breaks, you do get a re-jump. On the second time, though, if a rope breaks, you do not get a re-jump. However, it is a kind of a tactic that athletes will use. They will bring a rope out for their second attempt, put it in the coach's box, and have it there just in case they need to run over and get it in case of another break.
And we did see that earlier today in the speed event where we had a re-jump for a rope break, and then both athletes' ropes broke in the re-jump during the double under competition, and then they each grabbed the backup rope and kept going. So kudos to their resilience in pushing through on that. On the floor right now with heat number 76, we've got Hong Kong on the floor in a mixed division single rope pairs freestyle.
Some great quadruple unders here. Oh, and that was a behind the back cross. Always impressed when I see those TS or behind the back crosses in quadruple unders like this. And we'll see them working and playing kind of off of that height difference there with some of these scooping movements. That was a triple under into a scoop and then a cartwheel that you saw. Oh, and a quadruple under into a scoop. That one was so difficult to pull off. Very impressive into some of these power moves.
AS push-up, a triple under seal there, a mick release getting back in sequence, a frog moving up into a triple under seal, some rope behind the back there.
Just very, very intricate moves here. And remember, these athletes not only have to create these routines, but they've got to remember what to do, and that can be very mentally challenging as well.
Well, particularly when you've got 8 or so different events in the course of the competition, right? So it's thinking about not only what do I have to focus on for right here, right now, but be in the right mental space for the entire duration of the competition. Because again, the folks who perform best today are going to qualify for the finals where they'll have to do these routines again. And that's the stage on which they can win a world title.
Oh, and there was that really difficult quadruple under scoop with a behind the back and behind the knees cross, and then finally pulling out into that partner scoop. Welcoming to the floor now, we have Chinese Taipei with an all-female pair here. And it looks like they are ready and set to go. They've got their team behind them as well. We've seen some great performances from this country so far, and so I'm excited to see what these ladies will bring to the floor.
Now again, they're starting with their backs to the judges because you can see an intricate rope wrap that they've got set up right here, and what they want to do is really showcase that for the judges. And it's interesting because the contrast of the rope on their uniforms, the black and white there, actually helps it shine through and really be you're able to see it better, despite the fact that they're using plastic ropes, which sometimes can be harder for visibility.
That's right. That's a great point. And so a lot of these decisions are made very intentionally by these athletes.
And I will point out that we are at Colorado College here, the Ed Robson Arena, which is a relatively new building. And they've been wonderful hosts for this tournament, this event. The whole community of Colorado Springs here in Colorado in the USA has just been phenomenal. Everything from the transportation in to the logistics of the event to how everything has run so smooth already through the first 4 days. We are here on day 5 of the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. And I'll point out that there are more than 1,200 athletes who have all come together here for this competition, the best of the best from different countries around the world, and they are all fighting for a shot at that World Championship, which will happen with the title events on the last 2 days of competition.
That's right. So definitely tune in for that this Saturday and Sunday. And now we will watch our ladies from Chinese Taipei. Starting off with some quadruple unders there. That one was a difficult one with 3 crossing revolutions in a row during that quadruple under.
In some of the routines, the athletes choose to have a few jumps in between the high-flying skills. Other routines, they try to string them together. Now, ideally, from a density perspective, they try to get as many skills in the routine as quick as they can. But some simply require your muscles to recover. You've got to have a setup bounce. So that's okay, and you're going to see that happen at different times and strategically placed in these different routines.
That's right. And And so again, intentional moves here, intentional planning goes into these routines. And you're seeing these girls not only doing some difficult skills, but also having fun. You see the smiles for creativity as they round out with some triple unders into a great floater. And there's one of those scoops again where one athlete kind of tangles their rope intentionally and jumps through the other athlete's rope into a push-up position. A little bit of trouble on that scoop for these ladies, but they pulled it off nicely into a great, strong ending.
I love the ending, right?
Yes.
One ending on the ground, one ending up. When there's some dynamic sense between them, they're not always doing the exact same thing. Again, that creates some surprise for the judges and frankly infuses some creativity. And when they can match it to the music, all the better.
That's right. It kind of paints some pictures. And here we're seeing some of these strong multiple unders. That was a CL, or a behind the back, behind the knees cross. Right into this fun scoop here. And you can notice there that the rope kind of gets caught on the athlete's toes, something that happens quite often in that particular scoop. But they honestly recovered super quick and got right back into their routine. This is interesting now. We have a beaded rope and a licorice rope being used in the same pair. So the jumper that uses the licorice rope will likely have to slow down a bit, and the jumper with the beaded rope will have to use that much more muscle to turn that thing fast.
And that's unusual to see, right? I don't know if we have seen too many instances of that in the competition this time. But fun fact, I remember doing that exact thing competing in a team event back in 2006. So 2 of us were used to licorice ropes and 2 of us were used to beaded ropes. Of course, I was used to a licorice rope. I used that. Kaylee's husband, Nick, was used to a beaded rope. He used that. We made it work in the 4-person routine. It was a slightly different sport at that time, right? It wasn't quite as advanced as you see some of these things happening today. And yet it's fun to see that people's individual preferences can still shine through and they can still get high marks for that from the judges, regardless of what style rope they use.
That's a great point. Yeah, there's something for everyone in this sport, right? Very nice rope manipulation sequence there with some crossing happening behind the back, behind the knees.
So behind the knees cross sequence ending in what appears to be an AS weave or a variation of the AS weave. That's where one arm's going from the front of your body through the middle of your legs and the other arm's coming behind your body, behind your knees, and you're jumping the rope while you do that. And so this team in particular had a lot of really intricate crossing skills. And again, the long handles help, but just pulling it off on time and with each other really can take a lot of practice.
Absolutely. Yeah, basically tying yourself in a knot like you see right here, tying yourself in a little pretzel, and then somehow making that rope travel around your body seamlessly. And not only did they pull it off, they never lost the arc of the rope. The rope was pretty, if you will, the whole time as it was traveling around in those restricted positions. Very impressive. And we're seeing a little bit of a knot here as well in this beginning pose, making me excited to see what they'll do out of this pose. Another mixed gender division pair here.
Perhaps drying some sweat from those hands, those palms.
Right.
Something I recall doing, the nerves that go into this. This is a big moment for these athletes. Being here on this stage, preparing for this as they get ready for the judges to be set and the logistics to be ready to roll. There's always a lot going through your head. But once you take that first jump, it flies out the window when you are in routine mode.
Yes, yes. Some fast rope manipulation and crossing and wraps happening. Oh my goodness, so much harder to do these things at that top speed. Oh, that was interesting. Triple under, landing in a split and a push-up. Split for her, push-up for him. Nice quadruple under there. Oh, I love to see that. So a triple under, and then on the very next jump, leaping pretty high in the air and landing in a handstand position after the rope has revolved all the way around the body. Known as a double under frog.
Front handsprings to move across the floor. Again, keeping the routine dynamic. There's those behind the knees crosses into power skills like push-ups on the ground. And you saw the string together of skills between one to the next. Now, he had a rope drop that appeared to be unintentional, but an audience member who's never seen jump rope might not realize that was unintentional because he covered it so well. He dropped his handle and he turned it into what we call a Mick rope release, caught it and got right back into sequence with his partner.
That's right. That's a mark of experience. Oh, look at that fun footwork at the very end. just hitting the beat. And, you know, we talk about fatigue a lot. Yes, it's difficult to do the, you know, hard multiples at the end, but it's also difficult to dance like that at the end and have the control and be able to play with your audience when you really just want to sit down on the floor and, like, rest. That was a great landing there and a split and a push-up from that triple under. And going for that quadruple under scoop there.
And one thing that's true is the jumpers don't always have to do the exact same skill, right? So you can have one jumper who might be up on their hands in a what we call a frog and another one down in a split. And if they both come up at the same time in sequence, it's an intentional move. And that creates a little bit of a difference in the typical flow of routine. It can add to presentation while they're still getting difficulty points for those skills.
That's right, and conveniently for the judges, those two skills were actually the same level of difficulty, right? A triple under, landing in a power skill like that, and so they, you know, were able to score that quite easily. If the jumpers were to do two completely different skills, one, let's say a level 2 and one a level 3, they would only get credit for the level 2, the lower of the two skills.
It's a popular move to begin these routines with some kind of interaction skill, and usually that's because you're starting from the ropes being stopped, so you can kind of place them however you want them to be exactly right for that interaction skill. When you're in the middle routine, it can be harder because the rope wants to move the way you're moving it, right? So you have to really be deliberate about how you set up some of those interaction skills.
Right, that's a good point. And Team Australia here, not disappointing us with their musicality, selecting some exciting music and hitting that beat. There was a switch cross AS, switching the arm that's on top, one right after the other behind the knees there, into some nice multiple unders. And that trick that you just saw where the legs kind of split apart is known as a TJ, one of the more iconic skills in our sport. So it's a triple under where the rope revolves around the body 3 times. In one of those rotations, the arms actually travel between the legs. You'll see lots of variations of that TJ here in this competition.
Some TS crossing, and TS crossing in a multiple sequence is particularly difficult. So in a TS, you are crossing your arms behind your back and revolving the rope around your body. And what's tricky about that is, obviously you're trying to move the momentum of the rope forward and use a lot of power to do that, but then you've got to move your arms, restrict them behind your back, bring them back around, get the rope under your feet. And so it is unusual to see athletes do high-flying multiple skills that include TSs when they are in a sequence. And this team has done a nice job showing us some variation in their crossing skills.
They have, absolutely. And that was that TJ that you saw, done very beautifully. And some nice backwards crossing skills. Always impressed with backwards, behind the back, behind the knees crosses. Welcoming now, we have a pair from Team USA. Special story here about these two. They have been dating for quite some time now. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a marriage in the future, but you know, who am I to say that?
Well, speaking from experience, I can say that my wife is also a former world jump rope champion. And
shout out to Anna.
Shout out to my wife, Anna, who grew up on the same team as I did here in the USA. We both competed, albeit not typically on the same group, which probably has helped us develop a solid foundation and bond together. But we've been married 12 years now and are super proud of just that shared history and the bond and, frankly, the common language that jump rope has created, that sort of cultural alignment that we've had around such a fun passion that's just not something you see every day. And so I really do appreciate that. And, of course, I'll call out my commentator, co-host here, Kaylee, who also married another world champion jump roper, Nick. And so it is fun to see the way the athletes sort of mature and grow through the sport and have it sort of infuse their lives with new enrichment along the way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Jump rope does change lives. And we'll see here, they're going to start out with some rope manipulation, which is kind of a specialty of theirs. Great crossing moves. Moving really fast here, kind of dynamic, hitting the beats of the music, or the energy of the music, if you will, matching that energy. Some quadruple unders mixed in with triples.
And I like the variation in the way they spun. So they spun left, they spun right. Again, it sort of creates that lack of predictability, which makes the routine more fun to watch.
Oh, a great floater there with a spin. That one's actually extremely difficult to pull off because you can't see the handle until right before it's time to catch it. No time to react. Great TJ there, and some smiles to the judges, taking advantage of every opportunity to amp up that presentation score. Very clean so far, too.
Nice job on the front kip there. That's where they're rolling forward and then using their sort of back and arms to propel themselves off the ground. Now doing some inverse crossing skills.
It's great, and you saw Taylor kind of like look over at her partner there. Often smart, and that was a very unique way to get into some shared rope. Nice job to these two. And they look happy with that performance. Again, relatively clean. We have not seen too many routines that have been that clean today.
That's true, you know, and I think that is sort of a trend that we've noticed is jumpers are really putting a premium on difficulty right now. They're putting a premium on this sort of new, innovative skills that, in fact, are very risky to try to pull off in a competition, and yet they've decided that based on where we are in the sport and how we're trying to develop it, the excitement that comes with some of that, sort of the joy of pulling it off, despite it being challenging, is really worth that risk. And so, albeit we have not seen a ton of perfectly clean routines today, when we do see one, it shines that much more.
That's true. That is very true. And, you know, we do kind of see our sport go through ups and downs, peaks and valleys. Some years you see that premium on the difficulty and the density, and the routines are almost so crazy that when you pull it off, it's a shock. And then we see things settle down, and some of the skills, the athletes are more used to doing them, and so we see the cleanliness increase. And again, with the ebbs and the flows, that's just how our sport has continued to grow and evolve over the years. So it's exciting to see that continuing now. You see a nice view now of our judges and tabulators. They have been working so hard here in Colorado Springs. Again, this is day 5 of our competition. We started out with our International Open tournament. Then we moved into our Junior World Championship, and now we are into our Senior World Championship, where athletes must be at least 16 years old to compete. And our seniors are fighting for a chance to qualify for the final round, which will occur on the last 2 days of our competition, Saturday and Sunday. So tune in for that. But that final round is the top 6 athletes across all divisions in each event, and they will be competing for the title of world champion. So that is a coveted title. These athletes are fighting for it, and I am excited to see who will make it that far.
Well, you know, these competitions only happen every other year, right? So they do have 2 years of training, 2 years of preparation to get ready for them. The next competition that we see will happen in Japan. So we're in the 2023 tournament for the World Jump Rope Championships. The 2025 will be in Japan. And so it's also fun to see the different locations of these routines over time as they move around the world. Now we're seeing some highlights from the single rope pairs routines, just showcasing some of the more exciting skills that we've seen throughout the day today. We've got about 8 more routines left before we wrap up the single rope pairs freestyle event, and then we're going to move into the single rope team freestyle event, and that's where you're going to have 4 jumpers on the floor using single ropes performing some of these same skills. Now tomorrow, if you tune into the broadcast, you are going to see more of the double dutch and what we call wheel freestyle. And so wheel freestyle is quite similar to single rope pairs freestyle. And Kaylee, I'm wondering if you could talk to us about the difference between what we're seeing here in a single rope pairs routine versus a single rope wheel routine.
Of course, yes. So in a single rope pairs routine like what you're witnessing here, each athlete has their own rope, and those ropes are not usually connected in any way. Yes, they're synchronized, but each athlete controls their own rope. In a wheel freestyle event, it gets very exciting because they actually are sharing their handles. So they will switch one handle so that each athlete has one handle of each rope, and they are interconnected and kind of intertwined in a way that allows for some very unique skills, very unique rhythms to happen. So it'll be a very exciting competition. It's also an event that's relatively new to our sport on the competition scene. It came about around 2011 at the World Jump Rope Championships, and before that, it was really a performance element, something that we saw in halftime shows and for fun. But now that it's entered the competition scene, wheel has taken on its whole new identity, and we're seeing some incredibly difficult things being done. So you don't want to miss that competition tomorrow.
And again, we're continuing to see some of the highlights on the single rope pairs freestyle as we get our logistics set up for the remaining heats in this competition.
Yeah, and that was one of my favorite, that scoop so far. I love that scoop, where they throw the rope into the air, get scooped, and then catch it again.
You see gymnastics being integrated, this great smile on her face, making the scoop look effortless there. The multiples engaged with these. There you see them interchanging handles, pulling up the moneymaker. Love that.
Man.
Just the strength required to do that is just amazing.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, it looks like taking the floor, we have Team Canada ready to go in heat 81 of our single rope pairs freestyle event here at the Senior World Championships.
Now again, this is a 12 by 12 meter space that they can operate in, so roughly 40 by 40 feet. And one of the interesting things about competition is the athletes don't always have a chance to train in a 40 by 40 space. Sometimes they're in smaller studios or smaller gyms or other things like that. So one thing that we've noticed, especially with some of the junior jumpers, is that they often can be thrown off by the fact that you do have a bigger space. How far should I spread from my partner? Should I step closer? Should I step farther? And so it's really important that each of these athletes have an opportunity to train at least a few times in an arena that has a similar look and feel, so they're not thrown off by some of the factors like the environment, the lights, the size of the floor. And of course, the athletes have an opportunity to warm up at some of the practice gyms for this competition, but there's nothing like being out there on the actual competition floor. And so we've seen a number of the teams do kind of what this Canadian team did at the beginning, where they really get their spots marked at the beginning of the routine.
That's right, a smart move there. And we're seeing a good job here from this Canadian team. Some triple unders there into another triple under sequence that will lead right into an interaction, into a nice split ending.
So they got all tangled up there at the end. Now it was an intentional tangle up, right? So that makes it kind of fun, but it is still exciting to see how they can surprise us with some of the ways that they manipulate their rope throughout the competition.
It sure is. There you're seeing a nice one-arm handstand. Again, one additional difficulty point scored for the one-arm versus the two-arm handstand there. So a good decision into an assisted aerial. Actually a little bit more difficult to pull off than you might think. If you kind of give your partner more power than they need on that aerial, very easy for them to over-rotate, and vice versa. If you give them too little, you know, a hand might go down, they might under-rotate. So difficult to get that that finesse and that synchronicity with your partner. Welcoming onto the floor, we have another team from Team Canada, Thomas and Jordis.
Everyone ready?
Thomas, kind of a veteran in the sport. He's been around for quite some time and known for his creativity. So we'll see how that kind of plays out in this pairs event with Jordis. Starting out with some nice multiple unders, going from backwards to forwards, turning there. Great switch cross. Oh, a push-up landing and a behind-the-knees cross. So on the exit from that push-up, if you exit in a restricted position, as you just saw, that can increase your difficulty by 1 or 2 points. In that case, increased by 2 points.
And the rope wraps looking so intricate here. They've both kept an arm down, moving under the right leg, under the left leg, while their other arm was behind their back, wrapping the rope around their body. Here's a scoop in timing, in rhythm.
Oh.
A really quick, slick sequence there to try to exchange handles and keep the routine moving. Now a front handspring over a push-up, getting right on timing. This team's doing a wonderful job with the interaction component of the single rope pairs event.
Yes, they certainly are. Right into some more crossing moves. And it looks like they'll finish it out with some double under and a quick triple under at the end. Oh, nice footwork there to round out that nice routine.
And again, ending on the music, those little touches, it's the little things that push these routines over the edge, particularly on the presentation front. And presentation can be what we call a multiplier or a way to kind of enhance your overall score, especially your difficulty score. If you can do a hard trick and you can make it look good, you're going to get maximum points.
That's right, absolutely. Taking full advantage of every single point they can get. That was that really cool handoff underneath the leg there.
I think they barely pulled that off.
I do too.
But they did, right? And
Right.
that's what counts. And so I think the fact that they kept the routine moving, and obviously it was in time enough to finish right on the beat, a sign of a really well-designed routine.
Yes, and well-practiced routine as well. And seeing now on the floor, Chinese Taipei. Oh, and
Wow.
some very difficult multiples with releases.
That looked like a mick into a TJ, a variation of that at least. And now
Yes.
they're doing a reverse to backwards. Whoa, a backwards quad. TS with a scoop.
Oh, my goodness.
I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, that one was really crazy. Oh, my goodness. So more quadruple unders and kind of playing with the audience there, taking a couple of seconds to have some fun, right back into the difficulty.
And rest the body, let's be clear.
Yes, very true. It is intentional.
Some floaters right into quads here.
Oh, that was a very slick mick release with a behind the back catch. You do get additional points there. Another restricted position. Nice slower wrap, kind of breathe, and now let's go again with the difficult multiples.
And you can see almost, you can anticipate them setting up. They're kind of slowing down their pace so they can speed it up and get higher on some of these skills. Another scoop coming up here. Some wraps moved into it. They're switching positions, flipping forward, and ending with the beat. Nice job to these two men from Chinese Taipei.
That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that one. You know, that one made me smile, and I know the judges appreciate that. The audience appreciates that. Wow, with the scoop.
He knew it. He knew how impressive that skill was. I love that they pulled that off. Here's another nice interaction skill. Again, this team clearly one that has practiced, so they know exactly where to be on time throughout the routine.
Well done. I could have watched that one like 3 or 4 more times and not gotten bored. And that's something that I do encourage our audience to do. Check out our website for information on how to access the replays of these different competition days, and go back and rewatch some of these routines. I guarantee you will catch things you didn't catch the first time. So on your screen now, you see a pair from Australia, Luke and Chloe. Luke Boone is probably the most decorated athlete in our sport, and it's going to show here with some difficult multiples and just cleanliness there.
And to put it in context, Luke's been competing since prior to 2004. So he's had 20 years as an elite competitive athlete.
Yes.
And so his ability to adapt and modify routines over time and choreograph them, he has really learned so much about it, and it shines through in his performance. Again, Australia traditionally a very well choreographed country. That's sort of a personality trait almost of the way they show up at competitions. Some nice interaction skills. So far, very clean.
Oh, yeah. And that was another one of those triple under TJ scoops. Hitting right on the beat to the music. And they're making these behind the back crosses look really easy. I promise you they are not. But they're just doing them smooth, like butter.
And the other thing that's true about Australia is they have a pace of jumping. They jump fast, right?
Yes.
So they pack in a lot to these routines, a lot of skills along the way. And so you can see just how quickly they're turning, how quickly they're spinning the rope, how quickly they're moving from trick to trick. And that really makes a difference. I love how clean that was. Experience shining through. We talked earlier about how difficult it is to pull these off without mistakes. And they really did a wonderful job.
They did. They should be really proud of that. And again, just to be able to be at the elite level for as long as Luke Boone has, it speaks to skill, but also character. It takes a lot of character to work that hard for that many years. Some great scooping there. That TJ, a great view of that TJ scoop. Triple under.
And just so in sync with the ropes.
Yes. Yeah, if you were to take a snapshot of any of these multiples, the rope would actually be in the exact same place at the exact same moment. And that's a mark of a pair that is literally operating almost as one human.
And they're jumping off the floor at slightly different heights, too, because they've got different bodies, right, that are moving at different levels and that sort of thing. And yet they still make the ropes time just right to get there. And sometimes that means Luke will have to jump a little lower or a little higher in order to adjust for that. And I think that's been very exciting to see the way they've adapted along the way.
That's right.
Now, next on the floor is heat number 85. Again, we're winding down some of the final single rope pair freestyle events here before we move into the team freestyle. On the floor is Team France. And again, we've got a mixed gender pair on the floor, so a male and a female, as they work through the routine. A slight bobble there, but then getting back on time here. Again, those TS crosses, behind the back crosses, can be so hard to get your rope and your arms out of without tangling things up. They're doing some backwards AS weave crosses right into these transitions. Exciting to see how intricate the rope manipulation is.
That's right. And into some of these power moves, that split was landed with a double under. So popping up from the power move and pulling the rope around twice before you land on your feet is exceptionally difficult. And checking out his partner there, just making sure they're on the right time with each other. Oh, that was a very unique skill developed by Camille Ellis from the U.S. A round off with a rotation right after into a behind-the-knees cross double under. Very nice job from Team France.
Well done.
Excellent job. And so Team France only brought a contingent of, I believe, 7 athletes, but they've been 7 really strong athletes. A great showing here. Another very difficult quadruple under that you just saw.
Again, you see the long-handled plastic rope. Sometimes that gives you a little more control, a little more ability to get the rope around your body, kind of make those crossing moves happen. There's that round off into the double under AS. And they kept going in sequence, which is so difficult to do.
They did. And, you know, the reason that skill particularly is so difficult is because after the round off with that immediate rotation and going into the immediate restriction, the rope wants to travel sideways, but you're forcing it to travel up and down in that skill.
That's right.
That was a TJTS. That skill is so difficult to me. And they just did it right off the bat.
You wouldn't even realize how difficult that was, seeing the way they performed it.
Right.
This team on the floor from Belgium, Alec and Lorena.
Great quad there. You'll see kind of the concentration with smiles flashing in to try to get those presentation points.
Another blind scoop off a TJ. Again, requires a tremendous amount of trust between the partners, ensuring that you are exactly where you need to be, when you need to be there. They're moving across the floor here. Great timing. So he decided to skip the round off on that one. Probably a good call, because something about the way the rope was moving suggested that, hey, you know what, I better skip this particular attempt at this so I don't make a mistake. Again, they won't get a deduction for that, but they won't get maximum presentation points. A rope release scoop.
Oh, right on the music, too. The music kind of had a little break, and then right when it picked up, they landed. I love that. Oh, great. Multiple under sequence. They're moving into some triples now with a few quads sprinkled in. Oh, and a TS to a split behind the back cross. Multiple landing in a split. I haven't seen that one.
So it's not only strength, it's not only conditioning, it's flexibility, right? Ensuring that your body can move and bend the way it needs to bend to pull off some of these really unique skills that we see happen in these routines. Again, there's that high-flying TJTS. That is exceptionally difficult, and so it's fun to watch this happen.
Yeah, so difficult. I've tried it, I promise, and it is hard. Yeah, so exciting to see where our sport is going. And a pair like this is a good example of just skills that we thought were never going to show up in competition. I don't know, 10 years ago we would have thought that, and to see them done so easily now is extremely exciting. And we have a team now from Germany. This is Maria and Eric, both very talented jumpers. We saw Eric smash his freestyle earlier in the competition. Maria, also extremely talented, been jumping for many years. And so I think this is going to be a really strong pair.
We've got one more single rope pairs freestyle coming up after this, I believe.
Great movement across the floor here with some backwards multiples. So that frog, they just landed that handstand with a restriction, one arm behind the back, upping their difficulty there. And this routine has been done very cleanly so far. They're showing their experience and some fun smiles. Great floater there. I just love that they look like they're having fun. They're interacting with the audience with their face.
It is that it factor. You talked about that before. Sometimes you just can't quite quantify the chemistry, the feeling of a routine when it's going well, or when you're pulling off these tricks that you know are difficult, and yet you're doing them and making them look good, as these folks have done here from Germany. Really nice job here.
Nice triple under scoop there. Oh, yeah. That was an amazing job.
Nice job. Nice job.
Absolutely. Great way to represent Team Germany.
Okay, coming up next is from Team Hong Kong. We'll see a little bit of the replay action here from Team Germany. There's a round off into a backwards under the leg cross, continuing with a backwards multiple sequence. Doing a rotation around, getting some double under CLs, moving right into a frog sequence, down into a push-up, and then here are some of those TS crosses. Again, staying in sync together, knowing where to be at the right time.
And here we go with a pair from Hong Kong, China.
Here we go.
Always excited to watch routines from this particular team. Very dynamic, powerful, and fast. Oh, that was a difficult restricted quad with a scoop at the end. I've seen 3 different variations of that in this competition so far, and before today, I've never, ever seen that skill. Extremely impressive here. Oh, and that was a Sunny D scoop.
So that means that one jumper's on his hands in this case. He has the rope under his body. He pulls it backwards, so he pulls it around the long way of his body and then gets it under his feet and under his partner's feet before they both hit the ground. And that's a hard thing to do.
Extremely, extremely. It was created by Sun Win. Shout out to Sun. Hence the name Sunny D. And oh, another difficult scoop there with a behind the back cross backwards into a scoop. They're just packing difficult skill after difficult skill here. A quick handle drop there, but he'll get right back on. Yep, and he knows right where to pick up.
Again, they're moving around the floor, trying to get all those required elements in, so they've got to manipulate their rope, ensure that they've got different creative sequences around crosses and that sort of thing. They've got to include some high-flying multiple and power skills down on their hands, and then, of course, they've also got to interact with each other. They've got to think about the ways that they infuse creativity. There was that backwards Sunny D, again, pulling it under his partner. She was in the right place at the right time.
That's right. Oh, so impressive.
For you now. In May of this year, the jump rope community lost one of its own.
Great job.
We'll listen now to the announcer.
The Canadian national competition, Taylor Elniak, competed. Shortly after, he passed away due to complications from a sudden stroke. Taylor was not only a gifted athlete, but also an inspiration to everyone who had the privilege of knowing him. His dedication, his passion, and one unwavering spirit were evident both on and off the gym floor. Whether it was his incredible athleticism, infectious smile, or the kindness he radiated, he left an indelible mark on our hearts. In Taylor's honor, his Canadian teammates have the words, "For Taylor," on the sleeves of their uniform. In a moment, Taylor's pairs partner is going to compete their pairs routine. His mom, his family, and close friends are watching our live stream at the cemetery as we speak. Before they perform, I'd like you to please rise. Join me in a moment of silence to honor, respect, and remember our fellow friend, athlete, Taylor Elniak. Station 2, number 2284, representing Canada, Garrett Bruinsma. Representing Canada, Malcolm Bruinsma for Taylor.
Wow.
An emotional moment here for Team Canada, honoring the memory of their teammate.
Yeah, and you saw the emotion there from Team Canada. So much love for their teammate, and this is a really special way to honor his memory. We would like to shout out his mom, Nicola, right now. She was originally set to help with this competition, serving the sport, and that just is a testament to the family that we have here in jump rope.
The crowd on their feet around the arena. so much courage from his partner there on the floor.
100%. You know, to get through this routine and be able to honor his partner, his teammate, basically family like this is such a cool way to honor his memory. And the crowd just into it, on their feet, clapping. You know, this really just shows that this sport is a lot bigger than jump rope. It's a family. And that was awesome. It was a great job.
For Taylor.
Well done.
You hear Team Canada chanting and celebrating together in the audience. What a special, special moment.
So as we continue through the competition, again, next we're going to transition into the single rope team freestyle event. And once again, that is the senior single rope team freestyle event. And so the winners, or the top 6 finishers, I should say, from the single rope team freestyle, will place for an opportunity to compete at the grand finals on the last 2 days of this tournament. And the winners of that will be eligible to be crowned as the Grand World Champions. Preliminary standings for the single rope pair freestyle in the male division. You can see the top 6 preliminary finishers here, and their scores ranging from 41.5 all the way to around 26. On the floor now, it appears we have a double Dutch pairs freestyle event.
That is right. And you know what? I believe that this is a team, I know it's a team from Germany, and I believe that they are going to showcase a routine that they weren't able to perform yesterday. And so they're showcasing this now for the audience and the judges to see it. And I'm pretty excited to see what they're going to do. Nice buddy frog there. And take a look at those turners. Turning behind the back, it's hard enough to turn those big double Dutch ropes without an arm tied behind your back.
And again, we have not seen double Dutch freestyle perform today, but once again, this is sort of a special presentation from a team that was unable to get everything in the prior days, and so it's nice to see them on the floor here, giving us some variety in the day.
Yes, we appreciate that. And they're doing a really great job so far showcasing this double Dutch, giving you a little bit of taste of what you can expect in days to come, too, when we have our double Dutch competitions. This is double Dutch pairs freestyle. 2 people in the ropes, usually at any given time. And these girls are showing off some gymnastics moves. That was a nice switch frog there. Kind of risky because you can imagine the front person's feet are kind of flying at the back person's head, and they barely miss each other in that handstand. Those girls looked like they had a lot of fun out there on the floor performing their double Dutch routine. And the audience really loved it too. That was fun.
So once again, this is the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship here in Colorado Springs. We're live here on day 5 of an 8-day competition. We've got more than 1,200 athletes present and more than 25 countries represented. As we continue through the arc of the week, you're going to see different styles of jump rope, ranging from skills with a single rope, kind of a classic jump rope style thing, all the way to double Dutch, where you've got 2 ropes spinning and a jumper in the center. You're going to see speed and sprint endurance style events. You're going to see double under events. You're going to see team show events where there are upwards of 15 or 20 athletes on the floor at the same time doing a large choreographed routine. And then you're also going to see what we call a DDC, or double Dutch competition.
Yes.
And that's always a crowd favorite because that's a roughly 2-minute or so routine. It's choreographed to upbeat music typically, and that's less about technical skills and more about the
You guys
presentation.
doing all right today?
We're going to go to the floor now with
All right.
our
Can you guys
president
do
of
one more time,
IJRU, Sean
tremendous
Hamilton,
round of
doing a
applause
short
for
presentation.
Our fallen fellow athlete from Canada. We heart you guys so very much. We love you. Really appreciate you all. You know, in our sport, we have tremendous ups and we have downs. Just as we experience the downs, we do experience the ups. Here today, we do have a moment where we're seeing both of these happen. We have the privilege of announcing and sharing again with you one of the ups in our sports. One of our continental organizations has achieved a major, and I do mean major, milestone. Our Asia Continental Organization, for the first time in our sports history, has received provisional recognition from the Asia Olympic Committee. I'm super excited about my good friend Michael Chan, who serves as president of the Asia Jump Rope Union and is a vice president within IJRU. We have a video presentation we would like you to see as we commemorate and recognize this tremendous milestone. Please. Come on, let's give Asia Jump Rope Union a tremendous round of applause. It is my great honor and privilege to commemorate this moment with a certificate of acknowledgement. Mr. Chan, it says this: with this certificate, the International Jump Rope Union proudly recognizes the Asia Jump Rope Union for this incredible achievement of becoming recognized as a provisional member of the Olympic Council of Asia. This decision was approved at the Asia Olympic Committee General Assembly on the 8th of July, 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please make a warm applause for the Asia Jump Rope Union and Michael Chan. Would you like to say a few words?
Okay. So, hello everyone. It's my great honor to be here representing Asian Jump Rope. The recognition from Olympic Council of Asia is a significant opening up for our sports, jump rope. So, many thanks to all the athletes. It is you who make our sports important and to be seen by the world. And also, many thanks to the board members of IJRU. It's your hard working and work and input to make this happen. At the same time, many thanks to IJRU. You always support, give us enough support. So let's work together and move forward for our sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Chan. And we look forward to hearing from all of our other continental events as well. Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing accomplishment. And congratulations to the Asian Jump Rope Union. That is a big deal to get recognized as a provisional member of that Olympic Council.
You know, for so long, that's been one of the dreams of the athletes in the sport, is to eventually move it to the point where it is recognized as an Olympic sport. It does have the participation globally to warrant that kind of recognition, and frankly, the athletic prowess that's demonstrated is truly at that kind of a level. And I feel like we've already started to see that here at this competition. We've seen that in recent years as it's building, but just to see it start becoming real, see it start becoming material by these recognition milestones, by these new countries being added. And what I'll say is it really roots back to the outreach, the development, bringing new athletes into the sport. And like we've heard today in some of the interviews, finding ways to inspire new people to see jump rope, be excited about it, and then pick up a rope themselves to try it out.
That's absolutely right. So, and it's not only that, you know, people around the world joining our sport, becoming a part. It's also the unity that we've seen. We now have IJRU, the International Jump Rope Union, which is a conglomeration of two previous international organizations that have now actually come together, put aside all differences for the unity of our sport. And that's a big deal. To be unified as a sport globally is one of the huge steps that we need to take in order to become part of those Olympic Games and just be recognized as a sport internationally. And so the work that people have been doing on a local front, on a global front, really does all play a part in the progression of our sport. And it's really exciting to see. So thank you to everyone who has been a part of that. And let's keep going as a sport.
Now, right now on the screen, you're seeing some highlights from the single rope pairs freestyle competition that we have just concluded. Again, the top 6 finishers in the all-male, in the all-female, and in the mixed gender division will be eligible to compete in the final world championship on the last 2 days of this competition. So we will see some of these really impressive routines again. We're seeing highlights of these interaction skills in particular, but also some of the high-flying multiples, like that hummingbird into a scoop. Here another standing back tuck with his partner jumping over 1, 2, 3 with a triple. Moving the floor with some back tucks here. Again, integrating gymnastics into jump rope, thinking about how you weave those two disciplines together in a seamless way. We've seen a real demonstration of skill, of creativity, and frankly, just of conditioning show up today, because again, we're on day 5. A lot of these athletes have been competing for multiple days and multiple events, and we're going to see them continue doing that throughout the rest of today and then in the future days we've got ahead of us.
That's right. And you know, Joe, you mentioned conditioning, and I want to point this out. In track and field, you often talk about the athletes that run the 400-meter dash as being it's just such a grueling event, and the reason for that is because it's just short enough that it feels like a sprint, right? You can't take it easy, but it's just long enough that you don't want to sprint for that long. And that's about the time frame that these athletes are working on the floor, right under that minute to right over that minute time frame. So 50 to 75 seconds is what we're looking at. These athletes are doing that grueling sprint that you don't want to do a sprint for that long. You know, they're doing that type of an event here, and so it is extremely difficult cardiovascularly, muscularly, and so these athletes really do deserve props for that, for training for this type of an event.
It's full body conditioning, and then it's mental conditioning too, right? Because these are choreographed routines in particular, and so they've got to have the right sequence of skills coming up next, and so that requires a lot of practice and, of course, a lot of coordination ahead of time to ensure that they can be at their best when they hit the floor.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you see that excitement there, just those years of work and practice all paying off here on the competition floor.
And we've seen a lot of new skills over the last few days, including some of the skills in these highlights that have really demonstrated the creativity of the athletes as they take maybe more traditional or what I might call old school skills, and they spice them up with a new variation or a new thing like that. And again, traditionally in our sport, if you come up with a skill and you can perform it for the first time, then you get to name it. And so a lot of the fun trick names that you've heard us calling out and that you'll continue hearing us call out are really based on those who first performed the skill or first developed the skill. And so it's a way to kind of leave a legacy in the sport in a lot of ways, because that trick name outlasts even your time as a competitor.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, it's amazing to me that Joe and I combined, we probably have almost 50 years of experience in the sport, and we still have seen things today that we've never, ever seen before. So it just speaks to the fact that our sport is infinite in its possibilities. And welcoming now to the floor, we have our medal ceremony. So what we are going to move into next is to let you watch these athletes receive their medals and have their moment of recognition. After that, it will be our single rope team freestyle event, where you will see 4 individuals on the floor, all with single ropes. They're really working together to perform difficult skills and to paint pictures for the audience. It is a great artistic event. You don't want to miss it. So definitely stay tuned for this medal ceremony as well as our next event.
And just to clarify, the medal ceremony is for some of the juniors who have competed in the freestyle. So despite the fact that we've been watching seniors this afternoon, the medal ceremony is recognizing some of those juniors who were competing earlier in the competition for a medal. And so we will go to the floor now, stop the commentation, and let you enjoy the award ceremony for our junior athletes. Once again, this is the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. We are live in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and we hope you stay with us through the entirety of the 8-day competition.
The silver medals go to China, Bo Lin, Jing Hang, Lang, and Zihan. And the gold medals go to Japan, Aoba, Ichika, Shuto, and Kono. Yep. We now move to the Junior World Championship Single Rope Speed Relay Male Division. The bronze medal goes to Japan, Ki Tasuka, Kanshiro, and Maka Nyotaka. silver medals go to Korea, Doha, Seojin, Yeonsuk, and Namjong. And the gold medals go to Hong Kong, China, Chuk Hing, Chuk Lam, Ka Lok, Chin Ying. We now move to Junior World Championship Single Rope Speed Relay Female Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China, Wing Yi, Zi Qing, Xin Yu, and Yi Qiu. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Hu Lam, Hui Tang, Zi Yu, and Zi Qing. The gold medals go to Japan, Ryu, Sara, Tsukino, and Sayuri. now move to Junior World Championship Single Rope Speed Relay Female Division.
I'm broken inside, I'm still alive, I'm still alive.
Apologies. We move to the Junior World Championship Single Rope Double Run, Double Under Relay Mixed Division. The bronze medals go to Japan, Reno and Taisei. The silver medals go to Thailand, Pokemon and Warawet. And the gold medals go to Japan, Ichika and Shuto.
Inside, I'm still alive, I'm still alive. But we cannot burn without nowhere.
We now move to Junior World Championship Single Rope Double Under Relay Male Division. The bronze medals go to Korea, Doha and Seoljun. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Shuk Lam and Ka Lok. And the gold medals go to Japan, Yuki Naotaka. We now move to Junior World Championship, single rope double under relay female division. The bronze medals go to Japan, Emi and Haruka. The silver medals go to Australia, Gabrielle and Louisa. And the gold medals go to Japan, Ri and Sayuri.
Looking for a place to stay for this night, even though my room is empty. My baby got me out the door tonight, our story never ending. He says that I'm the worst and it's better off alone, still in front of me he's standing. I turn to get along and say that something's wrong, but he's understanding. I don't know why I was there. Gotta go far from my spirit.
We now move to Junior World Championship Double Dutch Speed Relay Mixed Division. The bronze medals go to Japan, Shizuki, Yuri, Kiara and Azuki. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Shi Qing, Man Pok, Shi Tik and Shi Ho. And the gold medals go to Japan, Aoba, Ichika, Shuto and Kono. now move to Junior World Championship Double Dutch Speed Relay Male Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China, Xing Hin, Yik Nam, Mangamako, and Hing Yao. The silver medals go to Chuk Hing, Chuk Lam, Ka Lok, and Xin Ying. The gold medals go to Japan, Kanshiro, Satoru, Yuki, and Narataka. We now move to Junior World Championship Double Dutch Speed Relay Female Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China, Yat Ning, Ka Yu, Hui Yu, and Yuet Lam. The silver medals go to Belgium, Lena, Enelor, Lori, and Ella. The gold medals go to Japan, Oi, Yua, Yuma, Arisu. next medal will be for Junior World Championship Double Dutch Speed Sprint Mixed Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China, Chin Ting, Hui Sun and Man Yi. The silver medals go to Australia, Kate, Maverick and Tilly. The gold medals go to Japan, Shizuku, Yuri and Kiara. The next medal will be presented for the Junior World Championship Double Dutch Speed Sprint Male Division. The bronze medals go to Japan, Kosuke, Sita and Kato. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Shuk Hing, Shuk Lam and Chin Yin. The gold medal goes to Japan, Tsukasa, Kanshiro and Satoru. presentation will be for the Junior World Championship Double Dutch Speed Sprint Female Division. The bronze medal goes to Thailand, Pokemon, Parachaya and Puraya. The silver medal goes to Hong Kong, China, Yat Ning, Ka Yu and Yui Lam. The silver medal, the gold medal goes to Japan, Oi, Yua, and rest. The IJRU is celebrating all of our winners by providing free awards pictures. Visit our website now to download your picture of the awards. Thank you.
We will now have a 20-minute practice for the competing athletes on the competition floor. We will resume competition at 4:20. Once again, we will now have a 20-minute practice on the competition floor for the competing athletes. We will resume the competition at 4:20. Thank you.
to a place where your grass don't mind. A magenta being a ticket chapter in the base of my spine. Straight like a chicken cherry cola. I don't need to try to explain that it's hold on tight. And if it happens again, I'ma move so silent. You the arms and the lips and the face of the human kind of all that I need to, I want to. Come stand a little bit closer. Breathe in and get a bit higher. You never know what hit you when I get to you. Ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need you, but ooh, I gotta find out. Ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need you, but ooh, I gotta find out. I'm the kind of person who endorses a deep commitment. Getting comfy, getting perfect is what I live for. But I look and then I smell the feeling. It's like I'm down on the floor and I don't know what I'm in for. Conversation has a time and place in the interaction of a lover and a nick at the time I'm talking. Using symbols, using what can be like into a deep sea diver who was swimming with the raincoat. Come stand a little bit closer. Breathe in and get a bit higher. You never know what hit you when I get to you. Ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need you, but ooh, I gotta find out. Ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need you, but ooh, I gotta find out. Anytime I need to see your face, I just close my eyes and I'm taken to a place where your grass don't mind. A magenta beam, take a chapter in the base of my spine, shit like a chicken cherry cola. I don't need to try to explain, I just hold on tight. And if it happens again, I'ma move so silent. You the arms and the lips and the face of the human kind of all that I need to, I want you. Ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need you, but ooh, I gotta find out. Ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need you, but ooh, I gotta find out. So can we find out?
Athletes, you have 3 more minutes on the floor. Athletes, 3 more minutes on the floor. Thank you. Athletes, please leave the floor. Athletes, please leave the floor. Freestyle judges, please take your seats. Freestyle judges, please take your seats. Thank you.
I hope the days come easy and the moments pass slow, and each road leads you where you wanna go. And if you're faced with a choice and you have to choose, I hope you choose the one that means the most to you. And if one door opens to another door closed, I hope you keep on walking till you find the window. If it's cold outside, show the world the warmth of your smile. But more than anything, more than anything, my wish for you is that this life becomes all that you wanted to. Your dreams stay big, your world stays small.
I have an announcement. El Pamar is now open. The loading dock is now open. Once again, El Pamar and the loading dock have reopened. Thank you.
I hope you never look back, but you never forget.
The next event is the World Championship Single Rope Team Freestyle. Heat 89. Station 1, 4436 from Hong Kong, China. Hugh Lam, Nikkei, Xingyue, and Qing Ho.
All right, welcome back to the 2023 International Jump Rope Union World Championships. My name is Mike Fry.
And my name is Hannah Bateni.
And we are getting started with the single rope team freestyle. This is the senior division.
We're seeing Hong Kong on the floor. We are starting with the female division.
In this routine, as you can see, 4 athletes on the floor. Anytime you increase the number of athletes, it increases the number of opportunities for a mistake. So really hard and really rare to see a totally clean routine. We've seen a few mistakes here now.
We've been talking about the complexity of jump rope, and I would say that team freestyle is one of those really complex routines and events because there's 4 people, right? So you really need that synchronicity. You really need to coordinate between the 4 people. As you said, the risks of the mistakes is even higher. So there are a lot of aspects which need to be taken into consideration.
Exactly. And it's not just what your best athlete on the team can do, it's what all 4 of you can do together. So there's a lot of compromising happening and athletes really stepping up their game to maybe match the other athletes in the group.
It also has a beautiful aspect because the 4 of you are on the floor, right? So you can really feel that support and energy a team can do.
Nice. Good
Nice
finish there.
job, Hong Kong.
Station 2.
Yeah, I always just worry with this event about the mistakes because, as we said, just with that many people on the floor, if you have one mistake, we mentioned this with pairs routines before, if one person has a mistake and the other 3 do the skill, that skill does not count. There's no credit given.
Exactly. Now we are welcoming also Hong Kong on the floor, and this team particularly is one of my favorites to watch. So look out for that.
Yes, and it looks like we're alternating between the female and the male divisions. We have an all-male team here. You see their teammates and fans in the stands. There's Ho Chu Ting, a former world champion. We'll see him in the finals.
I'm really excited for this one.
Ho Chu Ting, a legend in the sport. We see you, we love you, Ho Chu Ting. Amazing jumping.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
I love the music choice.
Well, they all landed that quint. Little catch on the jump afterward. Oh, unfortunately, very hard skill, but one miss in there. It means it won't count.
Oh, wow.
Nice. That was a Sunny D scoop, and they landed it. They will get credit for that one. Big move. Wrap sequence into some more multiples. Very huge quintuple unders there. And there's a Sunny hummingbird, excuse me.
Beautiful interactions, some misses. It's always really hard to decide whether to do the risky moves in a team freestyle or just simplify it, because of course if you do the risky ones, then you will get scored higher and there's going to be that wow factor. But again, there's a way more chance to miss.
Exactly. So we'll see if we can get some clean routines as we go through it. Those may be the routines that end up scoring the highest.
Wow. All right. This was packed with quints and quads. There were some misses. We'll see how the rest of the division is going to do.
Yeah, and it can be really hard in a routine like this that's so so well choreographed in terms of every skill is being done to the beat. You can't necessarily wait for your teammates because the routine just has to keep moving. So whether you move on and skip those skills, you won't get credit for them, or if you jump them without that teammate, you won't get credit for them. So that miss can really hurt you.
Exactly. So if you're the one who misses, then you just need to catch up as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Here we go.
See Team USA taking the floor. Starting off with a leg cross combination.
I love that.
Yes, and there's a traveler. Very nice.
And we've been just talking about this, Mike, right, before we started, that it's so nice to see if all of the jumpers are in interaction with each other.
Yes. What can you do that is unique to 4 people that you couldn't do with 1 or 2? So we like to see it really making use of all 4 as they're doing right now.
I love that. Wow. Beautiful catch there, floater.
Nice movement on the floor.
I think this is one of the best things about a team freestyle is that you can just move around the floor so much and you can just come up with these incredibly unique shapes.
Yeah.
Because there's the 4 of you, so there's more freedom and space to do that. This is a fairly clean routine so far.
Some nice scoops there.
Nice.
All right, so some nice creativity, nice use of the 4 jumpers on the floor. Probably not the highest level of difficulty in terms of some of those multiples and strength moves, but definitely creative use of the fact that there are 4 jumpers out on the floor. We see that traveler there.
The execution was great.
Yeah.
I love these slow motion clips.
So we've got Belgium taking the floor. This is an all-male group.
This group of people are former world record holders.
Yeah, I see Lo de Hollander.
It's a fun. I have a fun fact about this team. There's a 13-year age gap between the oldest jumper Lode and the youngest jumper Yella. Right?
I think Lode is probably the oldest.
Yeah. But he is a legend, a literal legend.
And we've seen great stuff this competition from Yella.
Yeah, exactly. This team is really strong.
So I would expect to see some very high-level quintuple unders to start off the routine.
And I would also expect a really clean routine. Let's see.
It was a big quad, but very difficult still. Nice movement with all 4. Good.
Really clean. Nice landings.
Right in sync with each other, too.
Oh, quick
handle
miss.
job.
Great.
Nice quad sequence there. They're really using the floor, moving a ton.
I love their shapes.
Seen a couple floaters so far, that one-handled hand release.
Beautiful. Also, they're really nice on the music.
Oh, we see a nice stack. Very
That
cool.
is that 4-person interaction there.
Yeah.
Amazing. They're still doing quads, even though we're towards the end of the routine. Oh, wow,
Yeah.
that was an amazing scoop
Great
there.
scoop.
Beautiful sequence. Well done,
Nice
guys.
job.
Amazing routine.
Couple misses here and there, but overall, right on the beat, some high-level skills. I love how they used the floor and really just moved around. It definitely makes it more interesting than just standing in one place the whole time. I like the formations, too. Yeah, we see one of those misses right there. And then only 3 of them did. So any skill where it's only 3 people. Look at that stack, though. Very nice.
That was one of my favorite.
I love it. And so that's a skill you can do with 2 people, but the effect of 4 in that long line is very cool. We have Team Canada.
Nice multiple sequence there. I love how they use the beat. Oh my god, that is a really nice scoop there.
Yeah.
They're really in sync with each other.
Right on the beat.
Great formations.
Another variation of that scoop. Landing that frog on the beat.
One-handed push-up.
Remember, any power skill done on one hand, that's a +1 modifier, so it does increase the level of difficulty. Oh, nice. There's another one-handed frog from that EB. nice leg cross sequence with doubles. And the catch right on beat. Good.
Great performance from Team Canada.
Very well choreographed.
Station 2.
And yeah, the sort of strategy is always, you know, am I doing easier skills and avoiding those mistakes, or going for the harder ones and maybe dealing with some mistakes?
What would you go for?
I would tend to, I hate to say it, I would tend to play it a little bit more safe with an event like this because,
Same for me.
you know, if one person messes up, it just does not count. So it doesn't matter if it's a level 8 skill. If all 4 of you don't land that skill, you get 0 points.
Same for me. And me personally, I love a clean routine. I think it's just so fun to watch. Also,
Yeah.
just satisfying to watch.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We have Team Japan on the floor.
So expect to see some big multiples.
There they are.
And they make these quads almost look easy. They are not easy quads. Tons of restrictions.
Oh, wow.
See that KN over the head leg cross in there.
I love how they use the music.
Yeah.
And there are those little interactions, right, with the audience wow.
Some more leg cross quads. There's that hummingbird. So that's kind of interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that chip is interesting. This is a pretty clean routine so far. Oh, there it is. Quick recovery, nice. They're doing quads.
Still near the end. They had some good movement there too.
I love the Japanese style.
Yeah. Very fast, always on beat.
And we've been talking about this, but the Japanese country specifically was famous for its double dutch routines, right? And so it's really, really beautiful to see how the country's culture, jump rope culture, is evolving.
Yeah.
And more and more, they're actually incredibly strong now
Yes.
in individuals and single rope.
Yeah, we've definitely seen their speeds as well take off. This competition especially. There's that foot catch that you mentioned. They caught it right on their ankle, right on the beat of the music. That's the hummingbird. That is a quadruple under skill involving an arm wrap and a 180.
And they make it look so
I know.
easy.
Here we go.
We're having Denmark on the floor right now.
Interesting start.
Love that.
Got some TJ variations. That first one will count. The second one will not.
A nice quad there. Some wrap to get into shape. Yeah, actually, it's really nice if you can use wraps or different arm variations to move around the floor, because of course it's harder if you're doing quads or multiples. Oh, wow. I love that.
As a quad CL.
Perfectly on the beat. Again,
Quad
perfectly.
AS, nice.
They have a really nice music here. A nice multiple sequence there.
There's that open AS triple. A lot harder to do that from an open jump than a side swing.
Nice variation. Beautiful job. Wow.
Oh, nice. So yeah, we see a move there where one of the athletes was swinging the rope under all three. We call that, what is that, helicopter. And that was definitely a unique way of using all 4 athletes.
They're so happy for their routine. I love that. Also, I want to acknowledge the fact that the majority of these athletes are jumping since the morning, right?
Yeah.
So this is their very last event.
That's true.
Which can be challenging.
And this is, in total, this is our 5th day here in Colorado Springs. It's the 3rd day of our World Championship, but many of these athletes have been jumping. They jumped yesterday and the day before.
Here we go.
So we're definitely dealing with some fatigue. We see Hong Kong, China on the floor right now. There's a big quint, and I think they all landed that.
Oh, yeah.
There's a quad TJ.
Oh,
Another
quint.
Which unfortunately won't count because not all of them landed. That one they did. Some more good movement. They all landed that one. Very nice on these ones.
Really nicely on the music. That was a one-handed push-up there. Oh, wow. That was a... Wow, wow.
EB inverse TJ scoop, I think. Very difficult to do. We've seen a lot of variations on those TJ scoops.
Those are like blind scoops, right? Like you don't see if the one who's behind is gonna actually be there.
And you don't want to come into that at the wrong time. You will get smacked across the face.
Oh my god, imagine practicing that.
So the timing, it takes a lot of trust. The timing has to be just perfect. Very tough multiples. See some triple under variations.
Also on the beat perfectly. Nice job.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Couple misses here and there, but overall, like really high level multiples, especially.
They seem pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
You can see some highlights from the routine.
One thing we've definitely seen is almost every single routine in this event has been choreographed.
Oh yeah.
We saw that with most of the pairs, most of the singles, but not all. This one is very difficult to do if it's not choreographed. That music can give all four athletes the right cue as to knowing when to jump. So we'll definitely see a lot more choreography.
Yeah, that's right. Up next, we have Australia on the floor.
Everyone ready?
And remember, each of these athletes and teams are competing for the final to be in that first 6th place.
Right on the beat. Very clean so far.
Nice multiple sequence.
See a little miss there, but she's right back into it.
Nice backward sequence. They're using the music really good.
Yep, great cues there. Landing those multiples in backward AS and CL, it's really hard, and we've seen a lot of variations this week, but it's so difficult to do.
You see some interesting shapes on the floor.
All right, nice job.
Nice job.
Another challenge, you know, for any of these team events, especially your 3- and 4-person events, is all athletes really need to be in the same location. And in terms of their ability to be able to train, and if they're not, they need to be able to travel and jump with those athletes. So if your athletes are not all in the same place, it gets really difficult to have enough training time.
100%. Oh, wow.
Everyone ready?
We are having Hong Kong on the floor, a male team.
Everyone ready?
We can expect quints and quads.
Yeah, I won't be surprised.
I love the starting pose.
There's a quint, and they switch from that AS to CL directly.
Come on. It's hard even for one person, not to mention 4 landing that. Wow, backward.
And they didn't stall very much on the landing. They were right back out of that CL. It didn't slow down too much. And we see a backward push-up scoop. I think one group may have missed a little.
Yeah, a little. I don't know if the judges caught that.
Yeah, because it didn't really interrupt the flow. They landed that skill, missed on one jump after, so they'll get credit for the skill.
Oh, God, that was a wrong direction change, landing in a scoop.
Wow.
I mean, these guys definitely take the risk, right?
Yeah.
We can agree on that. Wow.
And I think it may pay off if they can keep it about at this clean level.
Okay, this might be my favorite so far.
Little miss there. Some backward quads landing in a backward CL.
Backward quad at the end of the routine. Oh my God, nice job, guys.
I think that's the best one we've seen so far. Now, let's talk about that release scoop we saw, because that was at least a quadruple under release. They caught it, hit it off of their shin, reverse directions, and then scooped somebody next to them. That is unreal.
It's hard enough to do that one person, let alone with a scoop in there.
And that one, wow, an elephant, a backward elephant landing, wow.
Yeah, that one. Okay, here's the release. Boom, boom. And we see they did land it. Yes. Okay, that's amazing.
And you need to have a perfect timing as a jumper who's going into the scoop, right? Like you really need that perfect window when you can just land there without getting hit and getting a miss. It's amazing, wow. Okay, we're having Japan on the floor right now.
Ready? Here we go.
Quick miss, but she's recovering fast.
Anytime you release a handle, it gets risky because you won't always be able to get it back to your hand.
Especially when you have the nerves and, you know, the adrenaline in your hands get to be a little bit more sweaty.
Yep.
Oh, that was a nice musicality there. Music juice. Oh,
wow.
Beautiful.
I love that release, but to do it directly into a scoop, very hard.
A nice backward sequence.
There's a wrap in that turning multiple sequence.
I love
Nice.
the finish. Wow.
That was a good use of the music, right on the beat. Very nice.
Amazing job. I think we can agree on the fact that Japanese routines have a really beautiful choreography, right? Like
Yes.
they have just that unique spice, that like it factor, if you can call it that way.
Yeah, these are entertaining routines to watch. I would think if you know nothing about jump rope and you saw that routine, it would be intriguing. You'd want to learn more about it. It's not the most technical always, but it's definitely fun to watch.
100%. I would encourage everyone to go live to watch our live stream on YouTube, because there you can chat with us and just share your thoughts. I saw Jeremy. Jeremy, hi. Jeremy is the current world record holder of triple unders, and I saw you been commenting. So yeah, guys, just let us know about your thoughts about, you know, anything. If you have any questions, what's been your favorite event so far? We would love to engage with you.
We've got Team USA on the floor right now. We saw this team at the U.S. National Championship a few weeks ago with a really nice single rope routine. We'll see how they do today. Shout out to Ryan Rogers, who recently landed his moneymaker without the mat yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Very difficult skill to do. This team is based out of Ohio in the U.S., trained together for several years. All individually really talented, and when it comes together, it's just magic.
Everyone ready?
Very nice opening pose. I like that formation with the arms. And we see them starting with a skier. Not the most technically difficult skill, but very fun choreo. Hitting those multiples right on beat.
And I love how they're moving while they're doing those multiples. Oh, a nice music change. I personally also love when there's a mix of music in one routine, because you can just, you know, get different vibes, different energies on the floor within that 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Nice scooping sequence. We did see a miss on the other end, so we're not sure if that will all count. Right on the beat. Nice.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, nice ripple effect there.
Okay, see, this is what we've been talking about, that they are really making use of that 4 people on the floor.
There are 4 people there. You have to make it count. So some nice visual effects as well. Very nice. Oh, nice little shout out to the 2005 All-Star team. And pretty nice, guys. Couple small misses here and there, but great use of the music. Great use of the fact that there are 4 athletes on the floor. See their teammates cheering them on.
Yeah.
Really like that opening pose, too.
And I think as the audience, now we can we can see the different styles, right? Like there are the technical teams, there are the
Yeah.
multiple teams, there are the fun choreo teams. There are just so many ways to make a team freestyle
Yeah.
entertaining and yeah.
You definitely play to your strengths, and as we mentioned before, it has to be a show at the end of the day too. So you
Yeah.
have to perform.
Yeah, remember that presentation score counts.
Yep.
We're having Team Hong Kong on the floor. Landing those quads on the beat.
It's a fast floater. This song is very fast, so to let it go and catch it back again without the handle getting
Yeah.
away from you, very tough. EBTS quad.
Oh, that was interesting. Nice scoop there.
There's a floater into a scoop. So a lot of these elements can be combined. You can take a skill like a mick or a floater and you combine it with a scoop and a wrap. There's all sorts of different ways to combine elements.
That is such a great point. Well done, girls.
And it really leaves you with almost infinite possibilities because you can take all these individual skills or types of skills and combine them with each other in different ways, and sometimes even 3 or 4 in the same skill.
That's right. And so you can also come up with your own individual skill, or maybe you choose to create something new from multiple skills combined.
Yeah. We talked several routines ago about that release quadruple under. It was a quad, it was a release, it was a scoop, it was a direction change, all in one skill. We've got Korea taking the floor right now with a big quint to start it off, and another one. Double under frog.
Landing it perfectly.
This is becoming maybe my new favorite. Oh, I like that musicality.
God,
this is my new favorite. Let's keep it together. Come on.
This is clean so far.
So far, let's keep it up, guys. Nice movement, right on the beat, too. Landing that in the CL, and they don't slow down too much.
Am I right that this is the team who broke the world record? I think.
You see that?
Yes, I think this is the team who broke the world record.
It might be.
4 times 30.
Tiny little miss, but right back into it. We saw a mid-routine hero pose from all 4, perfectly caught on the handle. Just
oh my God!
quick and effortless multiples, making it look so easy.
Beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Wow, beautiful
They all
muscles.
have very similar jumping style, too. They're all jumping the same height, landing the same kind of...
Yeah. And we actually made an interview with one of these jumpers, and he said that they're practicing 6 hours per day. And I think that's the representation.
Yeah, that's
of
what we're
that.
seeing. Let's go, guys. That's my favorite, okay?
Yeah, hands down, hands down.
You will be seeing that again for finals. That routine is making top 6. Calling it, there's no way.
Yeah.
Wow, that was really fun to watch. Like, it was very high-level skills, but also great choreography, great movement. Those little fun moments there, too.
And great execution. Like,
Yeah.
they just executed all these hard moves really, really
There's
great.
that hero grab. Look at that, right in the middle of the handle. I love it.
That was perfect.
And it was also a good mix of high-level skills and, skills that may not score quite as high, but really fit the music. We saw like an under-the-leg wrap. Like, this isn't the highest scoring wrap, but it was right on beat. Awesome routine.
Wow.
So we got Belgium here on the floor now. A little rope release to start it off. Yeah, we're really seeing every team jumping to the beat. Whether there are mistakes, they're always well choreographed to the beat.
Yeah.
And this is really clean so far. Nice quad there.
One of these jumpers, Yilka, is a really, really, really famous European jumper, and I personally love watching her. And she's been around for a long, long time, so she's extremely experienced, and I think you can see that.
That's great when jumpers are able to stay around and compete, for a long time and pass on their knowledge and experience to these younger jumpers too.
Yeah. I love this routine.
Nice movement. Really pay attention to all the restrictions in these various skills. So a restriction being where one or both arms are behind the back, under the leg, behind the knees, in different positions.
Beautiful shapes.
We saw multiple scoop, but unfortunately both missed.
Really nicely on the beat. Nice
See
multiple
some-
sequence. Nice
Still pretty strong.
job, yeah.
Towards the end, a couple mistakes, but they started really strong. And we'll see if those mistakes towards the end will, pull them out of the top 6 spot.
Well done, girls.
And all of these senior teams, right now, they're not competing for a medal. The medals will be awarded for finals. Right now, they're just competing for a spot at the finals.
That's right.
So they could have a great routine, and if they don't make it into the finals, they don't even have a chance to compete for a medal. We see a nice opening pose. You can only do that with 4 people.
Oh,
we see a Sunny D to open it. Looks like all hit it. Very nice two-footed frog.
An interesting choice that they're not wearing the same clothes, right?
Yeah.
I love that they're looking out.
Double under frog right on the beat, which they all landed.
Oh, wow, that was a really hard one.
EBTJ quad to push-up.
Just a single quad to a push-up is really difficult because imagine you need to land on, like, their whole body weight is on the ground.
Yeah, it can be very difficult on your wrist if not done properly.
I love the music coming in. You can tell that all of the moves are practiced, right?
See a Sunny D into a wrap. Very cool.
So interesting. Here's an interaction, also a really good example of the use of the 4 people.
Nice quad AS from all 4. Oh, I love that scoop. I think all 4 of them did a leg over position. And the finish, nice. I don't know if I've seen that in a 4-person team freestyle where the scooping person does a leg over and the person behind them also lifts their leg for the rope to pass under.
Yeah, I think I have it.
That double under frog, really nice form, nice and high. There's that EBTJ to push up. You have to be really careful with that trick to not jump too high and just be really aware of how you're landing.
I love that. I love that interaction. It's just like, it encourages and like just shows that team spirit within the routine, which is pretty rare.
Yeah, it's a nice little moment of just connection within the routine.
Yeah, that's right. Up next, we're having Sweden on the floor. Nice. They're also using the music great. I love how upright they are when they're performing the skills. I really love the execution of Sweden. Oh, what a nice catch.
Nice direction change into that AS multiple. There's an EB quad.
A nice multiple sequence, a little miss there.
It can sometimes be easier to perform the skills at the same time if you're all facing each other, but we do see some skills with your back to your partners. All right, nice job.
Nice job, girls.
Team 97, Station 2, 2, 3,
We've got our
from the USA.
team from the U.S. This is a male group. Mason, John, Foster, and Sam. Many of these U.S. athletes coming off of our U.S. national championship just 2 weeks ago.
Ready? Here we go.
I love how they are changing forms. And I love that, like, what we can see so far, the U.S. team is changing form within the multiples while they're doing the multiples, which is, I would say, incredibly hard. I love that floater, wow.
There we go, nice use of the 4 people on the floor.
A nice use of the music.
is also a pretty clean routine so far.
Nice scoops there.
Beat the music.
That was really nice.
Okay, so you can see the technicality. Oh my god, I love that. I love that. Well done.
That's a cute finish.
Yeah, that was a very cute finish.
Shout out Mason Meek for having your shirt tucked in.
That was great. That was great.
Nice job, boys.
It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, some really nice scoops there. As you mentioned, they were moving at the beginning of the routine through their multiples. There's an assisted Sunny D at 2 and 1.
And I love how they're smiling. All right, we're going to have Hungary on the floor.
Here we go.
See them all starting back in that back right quadrant. So expect to see some movement coming up pretty soon.
Oh, nice quads there.
Oh, some TS variations. Really hard to do those.
Beautiful multiple sequence.
That sequence looks really nice.
Wow, I love that. And quads, some more quads. It is a very strong team. Beautiful assisted aerial.
And a frog scoop, a little trouble on that.
Nice wrap sequence to a push-up.
Up into a frog. Remember that if one athlete misses, the skill does not count, but she's back into it. There's that movement. Always tough, you know,
Always tough, yeah.
There's a floater. Nice formation change. Round off to that backward AS double under. That was a TS switch and an AS switch. Got them both.
Nice jump, girls.
Yep, into the finish. We see their teammates there cheering them on. It's tough watching even one mistake in a routine because you know this team has gone through that routine many, many times and have probably landed it, you know, perfect every time. Or not every time, but many times. And then to go out on the floor, you always want to do your best. So even one mistake can be really difficult to move through.
100%. And I think within a team freestyle, it's also really interesting, the dynamic that if one person is missing and you see that one person miss as you're jumping, that can also mess with your brain as well, right?
Yeah, it may even lead to another mistake.
Yeah.
We've got Korea on the floor. Some nice, very smooth quads there.
I mean, they are flying. They're just flying.
Got caught around the ankles. AS can always be a risky move.
I think that was the riskiest for me always.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We saw a hand hop on that scoop. And, oh, a fake out on the French trick. They psyched us out
but
there.
Perfectly on the music.
A nice leg wrap sequence. Double-handed rope release. We almost all caught it.
Oh, beautiful front flip.
Oh.
I love that.
That was nice, yeah. Seeing some skiers in those multiples. Nice big quads here. Boom. I love it. No jumps in between. I do like seeing those sequences.
I love seeing those sequences.
That's fun.
It is really fun.
Nice job to that team.
I love the creativity of the sport so much.
Yeah, we've talked about how increasing the number of team members can increase the risk for a mistake, but it can also increase the opportunity for creativity. Right?
Very good point.
There's so much more you can do with 4 people on the floor. And we saw that pretty good use of that number with this team. We're always looking for, there's that move, yeah, that was fun. Always looking for how quickly a team can recover from a mistake as well, especially in an event like this, where a miss means that that skill does not count for the other people who may land it.
Here we go.
Yeah. we're having Belgium on the floor. I love the start. What I love about Belgium is that they're landing those quads and multiples really secure most of the times. Their form and shape is really nice.
There's an AS quad and a CL quad.
A nice multiple sequence there without a single jump. Scoop with a cross. Nice job. This was a really clean routine.
Yep. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching the senior single rope team freestyle for the 2023 International Jump Rope Union World Championships. If you guys are watching right now on the YouTube Live, drop in a comment, let us know where you're watching from, and if you have any questions or comments about this event.
Up next, we're having Canada, Team Canada, on the floor.
Got Paige, Lily, Sydney, and Jenny. Remember, these teams are competing for a top 6 spot to qualify them for the finals, which will take place starting tomorrow and going through the 23rd. Always interesting to see kind of the pre-routine rituals taking place. Some people are holding that pose, waiting patiently. Others are kind of a little bit more moving around, getting out that nervous energy.
Who are you?
I was the nervous energy, yeah. I have it all. I'm ready to jump, and then if I have to wait, I don't know what to do with it. How about you?
I was the other one. I was patiently waiting.
Yeah.
Not that patiently inside, but yeah,
Exactly.
I didn't move, yeah.
Everyone ready?
All right, we're starting.
Here we go.
Oh, that was a nice thing.
There's a leg wrap combination into a frog. They all landed that one. There's an EV scoop variation. Really important on scoops to stay very close to your partner. If you're too far away, you run the risk of the rope catching on their head or a part of their body.
And also the timing.
Exactly.
Nice footwork there, combined with some crosses. The practice which goes into a routine like that. You need to synchronize 4 people.
Yeah. All right, nice job.
Nice job, Canada.
Yeah, we've talked about the increased risk for mistakes, but also I think with the synchronization too, that gets harder with more people on the floor.
100%.
If it's just you, obviously you don't have to worry about synchronization. You and a pairs partner, you focus on that, but it's just one other person. But in this case, you have to link up with 3 other people, and it doesn't always happen. We've got a male team from Belgium taking the floor right now.
Yeah, this team, I think it's going to be amazing.
Okay.
Klaas is just, wow, one of my favorite male jumpers. He's going to jump extremely high. And this team also has Peter, who's a former European champion and also a former overall European champion, a 3-minute champion.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Okay, I'm excited. Starting that back left corner with some scoops. Nice big EBAS quint. And we see that movement there.
Oh, I love that.
Nice roll kip from that two-footed frog.
Completely in sync, and everyone nailed it.
Another quint. There's an AS switch.
Oh, wow.
EBTJ TS quad. That's a mouthful. Nice job. Okay. Little miss there, but they'll get back into it.
Oh, that was the timing.
I know, yeah. Timing and proximity. You gotta stay close.
Nice aerial there.
Nice quad AS.
Nice scoop
Okay,
there.
good job. There's that ripple and hit. Good.
Keep it up, guys.
Nice landing that in a restricted position.
Beautiful front flip from all 4 jumpers.
Really nice so far. I think I've seen one mistake.
Oh my God.
There's one more. I spoke too soon, but still really strong. There's a push-up roll kip.
Yes, they nailed it.
That was a nice scoop.
Oh my God, I loved it.
Wow, that was nice.
I'm a fangirl right now. I love that.
I think we'll see that again for the finals. That
Yeah,
was really good.
I also have that feeling. Well done, guys.
Yeah, really strong routine. You see that initial movement? Yeah, that round off two-footed frog to a roll kip. Very nice.
And also a fun fact about this team is that actually Peter is not a part of this team. He just joined 6 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Because one of the jumpers broke his I don't know, ankle, if I'm correct. Might not be correct, but something happened. So he needed to learn this routine within 6 weeks.
Yeah, that is not easy.
No, it's always a challenge, but they did great.
We've got Australia, Belinda, Jasmine, Michaela, and Emma.
Here we go.
Oh, I love that. You can see how sometimes the jumpers would look at each other just to see where is the other jumper going, how are they doing. This is a fast routine. Nice wrap.
I like landing those multiples directly into a leg
Yes.
wrap. That's cool.
Yeah.
Doing a great job so far. Some great use of the music there. There's that hummingbird again, little trouble.
Nice floater to a scoop. Yeah, they're really good with the music. Well done, girl.
Nice job.
Nice job.
Remember, these routines can be a maximum of 75 seconds long. There isn't no minimum, so you could go out and do a very short routine, but it won't tend to score as high because you can't pack as many tricks in there. So this team, I'm not sure exactly, but it seems like they used most of that time.
Yeah.
And we see our Team USA guys flipping onto the floor. We've got Porter, Preston, Seth, and Dalton. The Ballard brothers, Porter and Preston, and their teammates Seth and Dalton.
Here we go.
I would assume we're gonna see a lot of up in the air moments.
Yes, we should see some big flips. Nice quads to start it off.
Oh, nice.
And I believe we're gonna see, nice, we should see a tumbling pass pretty soon, yep. And now look for 4 different back tuck TJ variations coming up very soon here. Right here. There's gonna be 4 different ones. We've got a TSAS, a toad, I think. It's hard to catch them all.
I love the pace of the music and
very fast
wow.
pace, yeah. Hitting a lot of these beats right on. Frog double under frog. And a 7D, can they all land it?
Did they land it?
I think so.
Oh, I love that particular release. Nice.
Very powerful
multiple
routine.
Sequence.
EBAS quad, little miss there. He's back into it. And the finish.
Wow.
Nice. Very
Nice
solid.
job.
We may see another top 6 finish there. We'll see. They had a miss in there. But they're feeling pretty good. That was a nice showing.
The speed of this routine. It was like, wow. Like you couldn't even breathe, right?
Now see if we can spot all 4 back tuck TJ variations. We got an AS, we had a TS. I saw Toad in there.
And then a triple.
One of them may just have been an open triple, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to spot all 4 differences in one. Happened so fast.
Well done. Great job.
So we'll see. I mean, that male division is very difficult to place.
It is a very strong division.
Yes, we see them walking off the floor. Very happy with that.
They should be. Yeah, they should be.
It's up to the judges now. We've got another U.S. team.
Oh, I love that rep variation.
And they're back into it. Nice press to handstand. And there's the ripple up. Good. And there's using all 4 for that shotgun.
I love that.
See, they're having a great time out there.
Also, the execution is really pretty, I would say. There's a little miss there.
See if they can get it back together. There's that scoop variation again. Very nice.
Oh, I love that. It's
very nice.
4-person scoop.
Yes. We talked about how important it is to really make use of all 4 athletes. That was a great example of using all 4 athletes. And coming up with some unique interactions and formations. Very nice. We'll take a quick look at the chat, see if we have anything coming in from you guys. Yeah, that hero grab and sink, this was a few routines ago, but I'm still thinking about that. That was great.
That was perfect.
We did see a great routine from Belgium in there. Yeah, did you guys have a favorite routine so far? I'm trying to think. That Belgian one was great. We saw a Japanese routine that was awesome.
A Korean one, which was
The
awesome.
Korean one was awesome. The U.S. boys was great. So we'll see what Hong Kong can bring right now.
We are having our first mixed team, if I'm correct,
Yes,
right? On
yeah.
the floor. Nice on the music. Oh, that was an elephant quad.
Those are really tough to do. Some nice multiple under scoops.
This is also a
nice.
really fast routine.
They all caught that mix. And quads at the end, we talked about how hard those are, especially with 4 people doing them.
Wow.
Nice.
Really, really nice job. Really nice job.
Some good stuff in there.
Sometimes these athletes are practicing, for example, a team freestyle or any freestyle multiple times during a practice. And you can imagine how tiring that can be, right? Because just doing one is tiring enough. And normally during a practice, because you want to, improve that persistence, you want to improve that consistency, like what your body can take, you sometimes, or most of the times, perform these routines multiple times within, for example, a 2-hour practice.
Exactly. We're not just running these routines once. It's over and over again.
No, yep. Team Australia on the floor.
There's a quad AS and some triples.
I love how they are mixing triples with quads.
Yeah. Very nice landing that EK to the leg grab. Yeah, we're always looking for ways to combine these different elements. So rather than just landing an EK, normally how can you land it in something else interesting?
Nice multiple sequence. I love when jumpers are doing more than 3-4 multiples at the same time with a single bounce. Well done. Great
There we
job.
go.
Great job, girls.
Heat 103, Station 2, 4611 from Denmark. Marie, Marcus, Simone, and Alfred.
If you're just now joining us, this is the 2023 International Jump Rope Union World Championships. These are the prelims. So everything you're seeing today and from the past few days, these are all qualifying rounds to make it to the finals, which will take place starting tomorrow and running through the 23rd of July. So a lot is on the line for these senior athletes. They're not competing for a medal. They are competing for a top 6 spot for finals. We've got our team from Denmark on the floor.
Some of these jumpers are world record holders.
Oh, wow.
They're really playing good with the music. Beautiful quads.
Very nice. EBAS quad, EBCL quad.
Oh, I
that was
love
nice.
that.
Haven't seen
Wow.
that before. There was an EB floater. Nice direction change on that multiple.
The execution is also really beautiful. That was a really tricky switch.
Very nice so far. So that Mick release into the scoop, they all 4 landed it.
They're moving around the floor. Perfect.
Nice.
Wow, good job. Well done, guys. Really, really great job.
We've only seen a few mixed teams so far, but that might be the best one that we've seen.
Yeah. Let's see if they can make it to the finals.
Sophia, Abby, Elena, and Ava.
See that replay of some of those quads, those EBAS and EBCL quads. There's that forward roll underneath the frog. I've never seen that before.
Me neither.
And the EB floater. We've got Team USA taking the floor right now. Sophia, Addie, Elena, and Ava.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Opening with a nice multiple sequence. Little miss there before the scoop, but they're back at it. Some more triples, finishing with a quad.
They have short handles, right?
Yeah, these are short-handled licorice ropes. Not the most common. You'll see short-handled beaded and long-handled licorice, but not always short-handled licorice.
Yeah.
Nice power sequence, little wave to the crowd. Pretty nice movement too around the floor. Nice under leg mick to a leg grab.
Again, a perfect example of the combination of different skills, a ramp with a release.
And dancing it out at the end. Nice.
Nice job.
Definitely had a fun time with that routine. I saw a couple of small misses, but very nice overall.
Heat 104, Station 2, 2477 from the USA. Samantha, Eric, Taylor,
Up next, we're having the USA on the floor. Team USA mixed team.
And these 4 jumpers actually based out of Colorado, so they didn't have to travel too far to get to this event.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Quads and triples to open it up.
Yeah, they're picking it up. Oh, that was a nice beat used there.
Yep.
Music is such an important element of a freestyle routine, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's just, it is so satisfying to see a routine which is great with music.
And that music can just be background or can really enhance the routine. And sometimes
yeah.
we've really seen a music choice elevate a routine to something that's even better than without that music.
Yeah. I love how they're using the beat. And I would say it's more common in the European jump rope culture and maybe Australian to use the beat, so maybe that's why I'm so passionate about it. But we see more and more music used in the American jump rope culture as well, right?
Yeah, it's starting to take off. We haven't always done that historically, but you're definitely seeing more U.S. teams use that music.
Beautiful work. Beautiful work, guys. Congrats.
Heat 105. Station 1.
So up next, we've got Team Germany. This is in the mixed division. Kira, Simon, Felix, and Elisa. Oh, sorry. This is actually our female division from Germany. Anya, Anika, Svenja, and Vivian. And they're getting ready to start, waiting for the judges to be ready as well.
We're seeing some highlights from the previous routine on the screen. I love seeing 4 jumpers jumping at the same time.
Now this is the 16 and older age division, but they do allow athletes who are 13 and older to join that group and sort of age up with the rest of them. Nice triple under switch cross and a quad AS to start. Oh, very nice. Little hiccup there.
A nice wrapped release.
Triples with some movement around the floor.
Nice. These are really interesting sequences, not the usual multiples combined.
Like a one-handed frog. Oh,
Landing
nice.
in a wrap, yeah. I love this routine. Great.
Nice multiple sequence to some scoops.
Beautiful job.
Nice splits to finish it off.
This was a really interesting routine. I loved watching it. I think it's also really great with team freestyle that you can really practice that trust factor within the teammates, right? Like, you just like, normally you're not watching your teammates while you're jumping, while you're performing. So like, yeah, I really loved that when I was jumping. Going, the 4 of us on the floor and just trusting each other that everyone's just going to do their best, and, you know, that's enough.
Yeah. And when you would do this event, how many times would you do it during practice? You kind of mentioned you would run it a lot.
Yeah. Sometimes, even though we knew that we're going to have mistakes because of the fact that we were tired, we would just, you know, push it so that we would increase that stamina.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, sometimes 5, 6, 7 times.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And now we've got Kira, Simon, Felix, and Elisa from Germany.
Felix is also a really famous European jumper, and I love his jumping style. He's also around for a long time, so really, really experienced.
Very smooth. And you can see the influence from Sebastian Deeg and Eric Seeger in his jumping style, too. Very smooth, upright.
Oh, yeah.
And really with all the German jumpers, very smooth and, yes.
Yeah, an upright position. Yeah. Nice execution. Oh, a nice release there.
Remember, those misses will mean that the skill performed by the other athletes will not count, so you have to recover as quickly as possible.
Great on the beat. A nice easy swoop. Great job, great
They
job.
had some really good movement and formation changes. That's really cool.
Yes.
Station 1, 2146 from Belgium. Elisa, Pauline, Margot, and Yoka.
It's very, very rare and very difficult to see a routine in the team freestyle be completely clean. I don't know if we've seen a routine without, with at least one mistake. Most of the routines have had at least one mistake, so you may see that one or two mistakes may not take you out of the finals, but
Everyone ready?
We're having Belgium on the floor right now, and Elise from this team is a former FISA world champion, and also this particular team is a world champion, if I'm correct, the former world champion overall.
there's an under the leg floater. That AS switch, very technically difficult. Easy to get that rope wrapped around your feet.
Oh, a nice quad there.
The cross floater into their round off to two-footed frog. Backward CL switch,
That
tough
is
one.
a really tricky one.
Having some misses here at the end.
Great job. Great job. Well done, girls. We got a question on YouTube. Andrea asks, do all jumpers need to clear the tricks to get points for those tricks?
Yes, they do. So that's like one of the biggest things about these team events is if one jumper misses, it doesn't matter if the other three are doing the hardest trick in the world, it is a 0. Or actually just it's not scored. So all 4 athletes have to complete a skill for it to count.
Exactly. So for these team events, because there are normally misses, if it's like a 1 minute and 15-second routine, sometimes maybe 45-second or sometimes even 30-second counts.
That's right. We've got Team USA right now on the floor. There's that shotgun traveler. Great use of the music so far.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That was beautiful.
Very high quad
Beautiful,
AS.
yes. Did they land all the frog double?
I think so.
That is a really hard to kill.
Very powerful. Lots of great gymnastics. You see an assisted Sunny D. Little trouble on that one.
A nice rep sequence. Oh, this is great.
Oh, that was nice. Nice wrapping sequence. Double under scoop there from both. There's that partner scoop we see a lot. And the finish.
Well done.
Nice. Great use of the music. We saw some trouble with some misses in there, but overall pretty fun routine.
I know, did you see that duck?
Yeah, I don't know what that came from, but shout out to that duck. And then we see that frog to double under frog.
Oh, and everyone nailed it.
They did land it a
little bit of timing, yeah.
And that may affect, their presentation score just a little bit, but they will get credit for those tricks.
Yeah, we're seeing some really cool reps. What I love about reps is that you hardly see the same ones, right?
Mhm.
Like, there's always a little bit of change or switch.
We've got Team Germany, Olivia Gessner, Julia Verena, and Anna.
I love their jumping style. These are really strong female jumpers on the floor right now.
I believe Anna Wu was one of the
Yeah.
champions, yeah.
Yeah.
At the FISAC level.
Yeah. Really high jumps.
There's a quad CL, quad AS.
Really great use of the beat.
There's a nice leg wrap.
A nice movement on the floor. Oh, that was a really tricky one. You really need to slow down the rope for landing in a reserve position. Great job.
Nice
well
job.
done. Well done, girls.
Team 107.
Beautiful work from Team Germany.
2461 from Canada.
Next up, we've got Canada, Mackenzie, Hannah, Delia, and Jacob.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Nice footwork with some crosses combined. Great use of the music.
And those two athletes in the front cannot see the athletes behind them, so they have to trust that those behind them are staying right with them.
There is that trust factor. And the music is actually, you made a great point earlier, the music helps that. Because
Exactly.
if you all just follow the beat, then that is good enough. Nice assisted aerial.
Frog landing in a cross. That will add a +1 to that frog.
And it was really in sync. Some more footwork there. Footworks are great chances to interact with the audience. It just allows the athletes space for that.
Yeah, you can definitely show some personality.
Yeah. Mike, when you were jumping, did you interact with the judges and the audience a lot? Did you show your personality on the floor?
That wasn't always the easiest thing for me to do. I would be so focused on my routine that it'd be sometimes hard to remember to
Yeah. Oh my
focus.
God, they're so
they're
happy.
very happy with that result.
Yeah.
Overall, very clean. I think I saw one mistake here or there, but
Yeah.
great job for these athletes.
2151 from Canada. Valerie Page.
And so it's important to remember, again, we've stressed this point, but these athletes in the senior division, any of these freestyles or speeds that you see, they are not competing for a medal. They are competing for a spot in the finals. Right now, this is just qualifiers. This is a preliminary round. And we saw our juniors, for them, that was it. If they made a top 3 spot, they would get their medal. Right now, it's all about making it to the finals. Those are going to be happening tomorrow through Sunday. And that's what we're going for, top 3, or top 6. We've got another team here from Canada. With some footwork to a leg wrap.
Nice use of the music, the rhythm.
That was a nice scoop to switch positions with their partners.
I feel like reps are extremely difficult to perform at the same time, right? Because
Yeah.
yeah, there's just a lot of motion involved.
See a little miss and a rope drop there. Remember that any of those skills performed when that mistake is taking place will just not be given any credit. So it's always sort of a balance as you're creating these routines to go for the high difficulty, but also making sure you're going to avoid messing up. So you'll see some teams playing a little bit more safe and being more clean, others going for those big tricks and maybe risking a miss.
Nice job. Well done. Well done, girls.
Team 108. Station
That was
2.
Team Canada in the female division. We're going to bring up Team Belgium in the mixed division. We've got Kobe, Joyce, Jans, and Lorena. So we're looking for these skills to be done in unison. We're looking for a high level of difficulty. We're looking for musicality or choreography. Are they using the music to their advantage? And we cannot have any mistakes, especially at this level. You may see one or two and that may work, but we need very clean routines.
We're seeing Belgium on the floor right now, and this is also a team with multiple jumpers with amazing experience.
Very clean start so far. Some nice big quads.
A lot of these jumpers are PSOC world champions and European champions, so we can expect a really clean routine due to their extremely high amount of experience.
They've hit all their big tricks. I saw one tiny miss on a basic jump after a trick. And that will still count. A tiny miss or on a big trick, it doesn't matter.
That was really
nice.
cool.
You don't want to take any jumps for granted, whether it's a basic cross or a big quad or twins.
I think this is the cleanest routine we've seen so far.
Oh, we just saw a little miss.
I just said it.
Now, as we said, maybe one or two misses are okay. There's a second miss.
It was a quick fix, though.
Yep. And from a handle drop, it's very difficult to get back into it, but didn't take him too long.
A nice multiple sequence here. Really great on the music.
Straight to a double under push-up. Let's see if we can get both of those caught. Nice. Okay. Very risky. You've got 4 handles in the air. You need to catch all 4. And that was really nice. We did see a couple misses in there, and we've seen misses across the board. So really just come down to that was a high level of difficulty routine, good use of the music. A couple of misses in there, so we'll see how the rest of the teams perform.
We can see some highlights of the routine.
You see that double-handled throw.
Look at that focus and smile. Yes.
Very difficult to focus that much on the catch and keep smiling.
Beautiful work, guys. Up next, we're having Hong Kong on the floor.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
A nice quad there.
Pretty good so far. Gets harder and harder as you go through routine. You get more and more tired. Some of those tricks you may be able to hit at the beginning of routine get that much more difficult because your legs are telling you to stop jumping.
Exactly, and normally this is why you see that all the quads and the most difficult things are done at the beginning of routine.
And even more impressive when you see those quads at the end of the routine or big power moves. Relatively clean so far. Maybe saw one miss early on.
Great with the music too.
And we're seeing some quads a little bit deeper into the routine. Tiny little miss, almost didn't catch it. And we got a miss there.
Oh wow.
There's that multiple under scoop. A triple under to a scoop. Unfortunately, that skill won't count. We had 2 misses there. All right, and there's the finish. Yeah. A couple misses in there. Definitely had some standout performances. Remember that all-male team from Japan that was really strong. We had a team from Belgium, I believe, as well. So we still have several groups, several heats left to go. And it's really just going to be about that high level of difficulty and who had the fewest misses. Taking the floor now, we've got Team Germany in the mixed division. Let's see how they do.
This is an extremely fast-paced music.
Very fast.
And again, of course, if you choose a fast-paced music, then you need to keep up with it, right? And doing those quads and multiples in a faster pace, it's even more challenging.
Yeah, you need really fast hands and just not jumping quite as high.
I think it's also really interesting to mention that most of these athletes, as we can see that they're moving across the floor, they're practicing those movements also, sometimes separately or sometimes even without rope. I remember when we were jumping, we would do team freestyles and actually just freestyles first without ropes, just to see the movement and how we are in sync with the music and with each other, and then adding the rope as we gradually practice.
That's a good point, because the visual that you can create with 4 jumpers, that's very important, so you do want to practice those movements.
Yeah, and it's really important to hit those positions, right? And not like being a part of the group and, you know, apart from the group.
We had a strong start from Team Germany, but some late misses are definitely going to hurt them. So that, yeah, it's definitely, again, a strong start, but some misses throughout the routine. That's going to be a tough one to place in the top 6.
4429 from the Czech Republic. Daniela, Veronica, Iliska, and Amalie.
Okay, taking the floor now, we've got from the Czech Republic in the female division. See what they can pull off. If you're just now tuning in, this is the preliminary rounds of the 2023 International Jump Rope Union World Championship.
And the jumpers from the Czech Republic are actually really relatively young in this sport. They represent athletes from the Czech Republic from 2013.
Yeah, that's pretty new for a national governing body. A lot of the teams here have been around for, you know, since the mid-90s or early 2000s.
Yeah, that's right. They're having 9 athletes, and we're seeing 4 of them right now on the floor.
Wow. And for a lot of the teams here, they won't medal, they won't necessarily make it into the top 6, but it's a really great experience. Of course, you know, you're here competing, you do want to place well and win, but that experience is a necessary part of the process, and you know that all of these teams are coming back stronger in future years.
It's just the perfect place to get inspired, you know, and to get that, oh my God, like a lot of knowledge, a lot of motivation, a lot of inspiration. And these girls are doing great, by the way.
We've seen so many new ideas. I already am thinking about getting my rope and starting to try some new stuff.
100%. This routine is really clean so far, right?
Yeah, I think I've seen one miss maybe. And not the highest level of difficulty. We did have a handle drop there.
Great job.
And the finish.
And see, this is what we were talking about. Like, you can just play, you know, sometimes you can just play to your strength. If you know that you can do hard stuff and difficult things, then you might take those risks. Because if you know that you're starting out and you cannot do those difficult things, then you're just going to go for the creativity level and to perform the routine as clean as possible.
Yep.
So it's, yeah.
Now, next up, we have Team Australia. We have Luke Boone, perhaps one of the most decorated athletes, if not the most decorated athlete in the history of the sport. Ben Cooper, also a world champion, joined by Jamie and Chloe. So we can definitely expect a well-choreographed routine. This should be relatively clean. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. So we know what to expect from this team.
A beautiful scoop there.
Pretty clean so far with some nice big multiples to start off. All quads, a couple triples in there. And you just know this team has drilled this routine probably hundreds of times.
Oh, yeah. The music choice is also really great, and it actually gives that wow factor.
You have kind of a long mistake there from one of the athletes, but now they're back into it. Nice. There's that EK to the leg wrap. We love that. Nice. Great catches on those mix to the scoop. Blind scoops are very hard. You have no idea if that athlete is exactly in position. So the backward triplet, a bunch of different backward TS and CL skills.
Those are very technical ones. You really need to practice those as many times as you can in order for you to nail them at competition. Beautiful forms. There's a little miss there.
Looks like they got a little bit off with each other, but... Okay, nice job. So a couple small misses, nothing that really took too long. We saw an early miss that meant that those skills would not count for everybody else, but overall I thought that was very strong.
From Germany, Rafaela, Sophie, Annika, and Anna.
I'm so excited to see who's going to make it to the finals.
I know, me too. And I would say we've seen routines that have been slightly harder than that one, but we did still see some great quads in there and triples, and more or less clean, again, maybe one or two misses in there.
Ready? Here we go.
But yeah, in an event where not every routine is clean, or none of the routines are clean, it's really sort of a toss-up. I think we have some shoe-ins, I would say, but the rest, it's pretty open.
It's pretty open, and also because the presentation is not just about the misses, right? Like, you really need to pay attention to your execution, body form, the musicality of the routine. It's really complex.
Yeah. I would say, too, for the teams that are waiting in the wings that have not yet gone, the pressure is increasing, but also the opportunity, like, as we said, the field is wide open. So if you are following these routines and you see not really that many of them have been clean, now is your shot. You better come and show that routine perfectly.
Love that. We're seeing Germany on the floor.
That was a nice rap sequence from that TS. So much goes into each of these skills. You have to know your fundamentals. Your TS better be perfectly clean, unless you're going to try it into a triple under or a wrap.
That's right. And also, if you want to combine skills, then the fundamentals are very important. To know each skill perfectly, and then you're going to be able to combine them. And we've been talking about this. Like, most of these athletes, wow, good job.
Nice job.
Well
right
done.
on the beat. Couple
Well
small
done,
misses in there.
Heat 111.
Most of these athletes are practicing, for example, 2 multiples together, and then 3 multiples, and then they would combine 2 sequences, and then this is how they're going through the routine, so that as time goes by, they are able to do the whole routine together.
Yep.
Everyone ready?
All right,
Here we
let's
go.
see what Team Korea can do. This is our mixed division. Double under frog, couple early misses, but we'll see if they can recover from these. There's a nice scoop there.
Yeah.
And just prior to that scoop, we saw a miss, so great job on that athlete who did miss to figure out how to make that scoop work. There's a hummingbird, all 4 landed that one, very nice.
Oh.
Okay, nice. That was a triple under into a toad into a front flip. Having some trouble with these misses. And really at this level, that many misses at this point may take you out of that running for the top 6.
A nice quad.
Nice finish the last 5 or so
that was
seconds.
perfect, yeah.
And you definitely can't count out the importance of a really strong finish. You know, whether your routine has gone, poorly or great, you've got to finish strong because that's the last thing the judges will see.
We got a comment on YouTube. Shout out from Hungary. So far, exciting competitions, so well choreos and unbelievably hard ones. So well done choreos and unbelievably hard ones. Yeah, that's true. Do you guys miss competing? We got a question.
A little bit. And we talked earlier about the fact, Worlds 2025 is in Japan, and I think we're both considering maybe making a return to that competition.
Should we do a pairs?
We could. I don't know which country we would compete as, but that could be really fun.
Everyone ready?
I definitely want to do some speed. We'll see.
Yeah.
So we've got Denmark on the floor now in the female division.
I love that start.
That was really creative. Nice quad AS to start off. And CL. Now that quad CL won't count, as well as that frog, as well as that other quad CL variation. But now they're all back into it. And Hannah, as you said earlier, if there are misses, several misses over the course of a 75-second routine, they may only be getting credit for, let's say, 45 or 50 seconds.
That's right. And that's really crazy to think about, right? Like, you are practicing a 1 minute and 15-second routine, and then you might get credit for only 30 seconds.
I know. It's scary to think about. It's nerve-wracking to know that that one miss could affect, or will affect, the whole rest of your team and how they may end up in the standings.
Yeah.
So like that whole maybe 6 to 7 seconds, none of that will count because we saw one miss from one athlete, and as soon as she got back into it, the other one missed.
Oh, that was
a nice one.
Yeah.
Good. They got it back together for that. Good scoop. Those blind ones again, very hard. Okay, this whole section, very nice.
I would say Denmark is pretty famous for their crosses and their really technical skills, so we could definitely see a representation of that.
And again, a really strong finish. I think some of those early and misses in the middle are probably going to knock them out of the top 6.
Yep.
I know we've hit this point a lot, but it's important to remember these teams are competing for a shot. That is it. They're not competing for a medal or anything like that. They won't be recognized other than saying, hey, you're in the top 6. You now have another chance to show that you can earn the chance at being a world champion or a top 3. There's no ribbons or medals for 4th place, 5th, or 6th. So those top 6, only 3 of those teams will even win any kind of medal.
Everyone ready?
Although on a world stage, being a 4th or 5th or 6th is also pretty amazing.
Yeah, making it to that top 6 is a big deal. Nice catch on the foot, right on the beat.
We can see that from Korean teams especially, we can see a great deal of combination with multiples and beat use and just some creativity. That was also really
yes,
cool.
Yes, that was nice.
For people who were involved.
Couple misses there, but they're back at it. Oh.
Yeah, that is what we've been talking about. Yeah.
None of this is going to count until right now. Now we're back to counting the skills. So long sequence where none of that would have counted. And these are all sequences these teams can do. They know they can do them, and that's what makes it extra frustrating at this level when you know what you're capable of, and it's just not quite happening on the floor.
Although, I would have a question for you, Mike. Wow, good job. A couple of misses, but you can see that this routine is strong.
Yeah.
We'll see how it's going to land. So my question for you, when you were competing, you would always come here with a clean routine, like, how do I ask that? Would you most of the times nail your routines before a competition? Because
yeah, I would not say that I would. So I would have a routine that I have hit at least one time.
Yeah, that's right.
So I would probably be playing it a little bit more on the risky side. I will say for like the team routines, we definitely made our routines a little bit easier and more likely to hit.
Yeah, for me it was the same.
But
okay, we're having Switzerland on the floor right now. See some misses here. Really good start, and now we're running into some issues with some misses. And now we're back. Switzerland also has a relatively small delegation here.
All landed that triple. That was good.
Beautiful.
Hannah, can you talk a little bit about how, let's take these multiples. How are these multiples scored?
Okay, so the multiples are, so a single multiple, right? Like when a rope just rotates 3 times around your body, that's a level 2, right? And then, for example, each cross gives a level plus level 1, right? And then you can also do a lot of variation with, for example, landing in a push-up or landing in a frog or, you know, whatever. So
yeah. And like if you add in, let's say, arm restrictions, so like that triple under, which is level 2, if we add an AS with 2 arms restricted, that would be a level 2 plus 2 for the arm restriction.
That's
so we're
correct.
looking at level 4.
That's correct.
So we could take a trick, let's say like a triple under, a triple TJ. So 2 points for the triple under, and then 1 point because you only have 1 arm restricted under your leg. Yes, the other arm is crossed, but it's crossed in front of your body, which is much easier to turn. I think a restriction is more if it's behind your back or your knees, and it's really difficult to turn the rope in that position.
And you just raised a really good point because I think it's really interesting to mention that most of these routines, I'm not able to speak in the name of everyone, but most of these routines are constructed on paper a lot of the times because you're like counting, okay, so this is a level 4, this is a level 8, and like I know how Belgians, for example, are constructing their routines, or for example us Hungarians, like most of the time we would do it on paper. Like when we have an idea, like how do we want it with the music, then we would go and sit down and count.
Yeah.
I love seeing France so far, how they are competing, so I'm really interested and excited for this routine.
Very nice quads to start.
Pretty
And I
clean so
think-
far.
Yeah, I think we're clean. Yeah,
They're
we're looking
good.
pretty good so far.
A little miss
Oh,
there.
we're a little tangled there. And with the long-handled licorice, that gets really hard. The handles just tangle around each other. So
Let's see if they can.
now we're back to the skills counting.
I love that.
Nice use of the music. A little fun moment.
Also, I think it's really difficult to have those fun moments and then right back into a quad, right? Because then, you know, your focus is on different things.
Yeah. I think if you're sort of nervous in your team, that could be a nice moment to just calm your nerves and say, hey, I'm out here with my team, we're having fun.
You're having
and
fun,
now
yeah.
let's get back to it.
Yeah.
A little tangle at the end. So some nice stuff in there. I think those misses are, obviously they're going to hurt them, but again, I don't think we've seen an entirely clean routine. It's very difficult in this event to see a clean routine.
You're right.
Which again, the field is wide open. If you come out on the floor right now with a clean routine, that's relatively difficult. You are probably going to earn yourself a top 6 spot.
I love that move.
Yeah, some nice multiples there from Team France. And we had seen France be really, really strong in double dutch, and they still are. But this is a team that is really showing that, you know, they're also really excelling now in single rope events.
Yeah, single rope for France is a pretty new thing, so that's why I was so excited to see them compete this year.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
So we've got Team Belgium on the floor right now.
Yeah, that is a particularly tough quad there.
Ooh, a lot of misses on the early quads. Really tough ones, but they won't count. These ones are, there we go. These are all going to count. Everything right on the beat.
Beautiful
Nice.
front flip.
Very good.
Beautifully executed.
Nice sequence of multiples, and they all hit all 4 of them.
We can also see nice rotations and forms on the floor. There's a little miss there.
A TS switch, very fast TS switch. I think we saw a miss on it though.
Yeah, I think that's not going to count. But the use of the music is great.
Yeah, and it's such a fast song. Very hard to do a TS switch that they did earlier.
Oh, yeah.
A little trouble on that Nick scoop.
Yeah, that's tricky. That's tricky. This is licorice rope.
A nice ending. I don't know, you know, a lot of those skills were really hard. They great use of the music. There were just a lot of misses.
It's really hard to tell at this point. As you said, we haven't really seen clean routines, right? So I think it's going to be really close. Whoever is going to make it to the top 6, I think it's going to be incredibly close.
Yeah.
I don't know what you feel.
I think so too. It's just going to depend. I think that was probably one of the higher levels of difficulty in the
Yep.
routines, but they also had more misses than some of the routines that were maybe easier. We've got Team Canada in the mixed division taking the floor right now. And I think we're kind of nearing the end of this event as well. I think there are just a few more teams left to take the floor.
That's right. Again, I said this another time, but I will say it again. Huge shout out to all these athletes competing at this late after a long day like that.
Just so much that goes into this and so much preparation, so many unseen hours in the gym and back in their home countries, and it all comes down to this moment on the floor. Some triples to open. We're landing all of those. Okay, great job.
And great height.
Yeah.
There's a lot of air.
The misses here on these scoops.
I love that.
Yeah, nice use of the music.
It was really fast to catch.
They all landed that power sequence to a kip.
Yep, they got that.
Oh. Well, we had a fall on that front handspring. Looks like he's okay. He's going to keep going.
Huge respect for that. Keep going after a fall like that. It's really, really tough mentally as well. Not just physically, mentally as well. It looks like they're two brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ethan and Ryan Justin. Oh, that was beautiful.
And the finish, yeah.
I love that scoop at the end.
There were some nice things in there. But I think some of those misses are going to be tough.
Station 2.
Look at their teammates.
5 from the USA. Renee, Lauren, Camille, and Jacob.
You can see how much power athletes need to pull that frog, right? You really need to push yourself off the ground.
Now, this is a really strong team from the U.S. I saw them compete at the national championship a few weeks ago. The big question here is, can they hit it clean? They did have some trouble with misses at nationals, but this routine, if it's clean, is very, very good. Nice quad tummy tuck there, some nice triples. So far, so good. See,
a one-handed frog.
Yeah, nice. So far, looking really nice, guys. Let's keep it up. Little miss there, but she's back into it. Landed that frog in a cross. Nice multiple sequence.
A beautiful multiple sequence.
We had a hummingbird. Oh, that was a nice variation of a scoop we've seen. Come on. Almost got through all the way clean, but that was still a nice sequence. See if they can keep it going. Minor catch, but she was right back into it.
Yeah, the rope didn't stop.
We had a CL into a wrap, and they all got that. Let's see how we do here. Assisted Sunny D to the finish. I think that was pretty good.
Yeah. Oh my God, Mike, I'm so incredibly curious who's going to make it to the finals. Like, I just cannot tell.
117.
They seem pretty happy with that. A couple minor hiccups. Any misses in there were very brief, and they got right back into it. High level of difficulty.
High level of creativity.
Yeah.
High level of execution.
And those are the three of the Ellis sisters, and joined by Jacob Godwin there.
I love that.
Great job. There's that assisted Sunny D. Very nice. And the finish. Big smiles. Yeah, we'll see. I think that may be a top 6 spot. We're going to see. Okay, taking the floor now, we've got Team Germany. Eric Seeger. We've got Maria, Linda, and Leonie. Another team that should be very strong if they can hit it clean.
I love their jumping style. So smooth.
Right on the beat. Nice ripple, almost push-ups.
Again, what we've been talking about, that aspect that all the 4 people are involved. Perfectly on the beat.
Really like this choreography.
Oh, that's height. A nice wrap there.
Yeah. And we're back into it. There's that shotgun traveler. So a switch weave there to a handle release.
That was a really special move. They're making great use of the field and of the music. Well done.
Pretty nice, yeah.
Pretty nice, pretty clean, right?
Yeah. I saw one miss that was a little bit longer, and then a couple of tiny ones that were pretty good recoveries. That's another one where it's hard to tell. Great choreography, some really nice movement, and some of those misses we'll just have to see. Nothing's been clean yet. I keep saying it, but it's wide open. If we can get one team on the floor that hits a clean routine, it's almost a guaranteed spot.
Up next, we're having Hong Kong on the floor with Shooting Ho, who is, we've been talking about him all day, I think, but
yeah, and I believe Wing Lok Chow, also a world champion.
Yeah, you're right. You're very right.
Joined by Som Yi Lee and Yin Ting Poon. And this should be a pretty strong routine.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Nice TJ quad there. Whoa!
They landed that?
That was an AS like quad with a scoop. Really tough.
That was amazing.
I've got a couple small misses there. And we're back.
What I love about these jumpers is that
there's a Sunny D scoop. They hit that.
Sunny D scoop, I mean,
Sunny D by itself is so tough. And now you're scooping somebody.
that timing, imagine that timing.
And you have to have so much control on your Sunny D by itself to know that you'll land it and scoop your partner. So we had one partner getting a scoop, the other one missing. Remember, if there's a miss, that skill does not count.
Oh.
Wow! Backward TS, triple under scoop. Some of these scoops are the most advanced ones I've seen so far.
You can tell that even though they're doing incredibly hard things, they are having fun on the floor.
And a little miss at the end. Looks like her ankle might be hurt.
Oh, that doesn't look good.
And right at the end of the routine, too. I hope she's okay. Saw a lot of really nice stuff in there, too.
Yeah. This routine had a lot of creativity and a lot of strength as well. It wasn't that clean.
Definitely some of my favorite scoops. We're going to see one of them right now. That backward TS triple under, hard by itself, but then scooping a partner, even more difficult.
I would say that throughout this competition, we're seeing people taking the risk.
They are, yeah.
Right?
Not many teams are playing it safe.
No.
And I mean, this is the World Championships. You're working for a spot in the final, so why play it safe?
You're very right.
But yeah, it looks like one of our athletes from Hong Kong is dealing with, I think, an ankle injury.
Yeah, imagine when you're landing from a multiple or even from a power move. Those are really delicate moves.
And she's back up with the help of her teammates and coach, it looks like.
These are big moments for these athletes, and most likely she would have more events coming tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So
yeah,
I really hope that she can recover. You can see the Hong Kong team is cheering her on.
And injuries are definitely a big part of the sport. We have a lot of athletes who have dealt with Achilles tears, issues with their knees, bursitis in the knees, shin splints, sprained ankles, things like that. Have you dealt with any serious injuries?
Yeah, I had a hernia.
Oh, okay. That would be really painful, especially with jumping coming down.
Yep. Have you?
Nothing too major, just some ankle sprains here and there.
We're welcoming Belgium on the floor right now, mixed team from Belgium. We can expect some great multiples. Beat use, wow.
Strong start here.
Clean start. Oh, I love the music choice.
Couple quick misses, but they're right back into it. Nice two-footed frog from a backward jump.
That was not an easy move. Great use of the music. Great use of the floor. Oh, wow. That quote was landed by everyone perfectly. A nice floater.
There's that EBTJ scoop.
And
It's
they
so
nailed
tough.
it.
Yeah.
They all nailed it. Beautiful sequence. There's a little miss there, but the rope didn't stop.
There's a quad CL. They're getting most of these big multiples. Couple misses, but this part's looking really nice.
Wow.
Okay, nice.
I would say that this routine has a chance.
It definitely has a chance.
It was clean.
We saw a couple misses in there, but none of them were too long. It's really tough to say.
Yeah.
I would say that routine has a chance, again, because we haven't seen any clean routines. And as we've mentioned many times, it's so difficult to have a clean routine in an event like this. 4 people increases the risk. If one of them has a mistake, none of those tricks count.
Yep. Up next, Hong Kong on the floor.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Looks like we're going to see a backward push-up scoop, and they hit it. Nice. What an ambitious first move. But setting the tone for some difficult skills. A little trouble. Looks like they're trying to get back synced up together.
And oh wow, that was also a really difficult scoop there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're getting back into it. Nice quad there. Oh, that was a perfect
Good.
make.
Everyone caught it. So all these skills will count. There's a little issues with being out of sync, but that won't hurt them in the difficulty end.
It's also a very fast routine. We've
Yeah.
been talking about this. Like, executing multiples is one thing, but executing them with this speed is another thing.
Yeah, much harder.
Great rep sequence there with a release.
Nice. Another one, like, relatively clean, but a couple misses.
Couple misses.
It's really up in the air. This is kind of anyone's game right now.
Station 2.
I cannot wait to see the results of this competition.
And I know all of these teams are going to be hoping for that second chance, right? Like, they go out, they've all had a couple misses or minor misses, and they know they can do better. And so this can be that second chance to make it into the finals.
It looks like we're having one of our last teams of this division. We're welcoming Denmark on the floor.
Here we
The
go.
mixed team from Denmark.
Starting off with a scoop. Nice big EB quad with an AS as well.
Perfectly on the beat.
Yes.
Oh, wow. That was a really difficult move.
Yeah, always tough to land a multiple in a push-up. There's a quad AS. Oh, we lost the handle. So these tricks won't count, but now she's back. Starting now. That was a nice, woo!
They're really in sync now. I love that scoop.
Nice floater on that Marley.
Also, this won't count, but they're getting back at it. Right.
AS switch into a leg wrap. That was a nice scoop sequence. There's a T-toed into a leg wrap and the finish.
Beautiful landing. Beautiful landing. A couple misses.
Oof.
Great job.
Again,
122.
we need a clean routine.
Station 2.
It's really tough.
6-2 from Canada. Thomas Cameron Jordan.
It'll be really interesting to see how these final results play out and who's making that top 6 for the finals.
And remember, we have 3 different divisions. So when we are talking about hitting the top 6 pot, then we're talking about hitting the top 6 pot in the female division, and then in the male division, and then also a top 6 in the mixed division.
Yeah. Now this is our final team. Okay, our final team of single rope team freestyle from Canada.
Everyone ready?
Looks like we're about ready to start.
Yeah, we can see how they're
Everyone
making
ready?
sure that their form is perfect.
Here we go.
Nice
I
triples.
love those triple turns. I think they're so beautiful to see.
Nice wrap to a release, little trouble. See if they can pull it back together. Right on beat with those frogs. Okay, nice scoop sequence, really creative there.
That is
Yeah.
a really creative scoop sequence.
Really liking that interaction. So that will all count. They were a little bit off sync, but they all landed the skills.
Yep. A nice backward sequence there, rope direction change with a rep involved. Really nicely on the beat. A footwork at the end.
Nice traveler there. And
Nice
the finish.
job. Nice job.
All right, that was our final heat. That's going to conclude our single rope team freestyle.
Thank you for attending.
And it looks like we are going to be taking a short break, probably getting ready for the medal ceremony.
That's correct.
Test 1, 2, 3.
And we're going to hand it over to our president, Sean Hamilton. We will talk to you soon.
Let's give it up for these amazing athletes one more time. Fantastic. Well, I tell you what, this is becoming old hat for me to come out here and announce another world record. But guess what? We got ourselves another world record. That's right. We are making history every single day. I am extremely excited to present you guys a new world record for single rope speed endurance, also known as 3 minute. Now, I remember competing this event when I was growing up, and this score was impossible to consider. So here it is. With this certificate, the International Jump Rope Union recognizes a new world record set on the 19th of July, 2023 by Ting Ting for the People's Republic of China. The International Jump Rope Union congratulates this athlete for achieving a score of 514 in the single rope speed endurance female. Ladies and gentlemen, a new world record, Ting Ting, People's Republic of China. Let's give it up one more time for a new world record female, 3 minute speed. Congratulations. Thank you all very much.
The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China. Ka Yu, Yet Lam, Felice, Hui Yu, Yat Nam, and Alexis. And the gold medal goes to Belgium. Lena, Henelore, Maya, Laura, Ella, and Yara. The next medal to be awarded will be the Junior World Championship Double Dutch Team Overall Male Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Yik Nam, Leong Yin, Hin Yao, Ching Hin, and Mangamako. The silver medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Chuk Lam, Chuk Hing, Austin Mao, Ching Yin, Ka Lok, and Ka Lok Chan. And the gold medal goes to Japan. Naotaka, Yuki, Sakamoto, Tsukasa, Satoru, and Kinsharo, and Hyros. The next medal presentation will be Junior World Championship Double Dutch Team Overall Mixed Division. The bronze medal goes to Belgium. Aline, Senair, Klerk, Ginte and Murtha. The silver goes to Belgium. Jenna, Charlotte, Fenne, Kat, Wood and Zander. And the gold medal goes to Australia. Maverick, Tilly, Cameron, Kate and Violet.
Where is it? The dinner just took off me?
The next medal to be awarded will be Junior World Championship Single Rope, Team Single Rope Overall, Female Division. The bronze medal goes to Australia. Ava, Gabrielle, Holly, Annie and Louisa. The silver medal goes to Japan. Emi, Momoka, Haruka and Yua. And the gold medal goes to Japan. Rui, Sakura, Tsukino, Sayuri, and Sarah. The next medal to be awarded will be Junior World Championship Team Single Rope Overall Male Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Yik Nam, Leong Nin, Hin Yao, Ching Hin, and Mangamako. The silver medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Chuk Lam, Chuk Hing, Austin, Ching Yin, Ka Lok, and Ka Lok Chan. And the gold medal goes to Japan. Naotaka, Yuki, Tsukasa, Satoru, and Hirose, and Kei. The next medal to be awarded will be Junior World Championship Team Single Rope Overall Mixed Division. The bronze medal goes to Australia. Maverick, Tilly, Cameron, Kate and Violet. The silver medal goes to Belgium. Aline, Senair, Ginty and Mertha. And the gold medal goes to Japan. Ichika, Kono, Shuto and Aoba.
Take some time to get away. It's okay, she'll always live in the same light. I don't really know, but I just need to take some time to get away.
The next medal to be presented will be the Junior World Championship Team All-Around Female Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Ka Yu, Yui Lam, Felice, Pui Yu, Nat Ying and Alexis. The silver medal goes to Belgium. Lina, Henelore, Lore, Ella and Yade. And the gold medal goes to Australia. Ava, Gabrielle, Holly, Annie and Louisa.
when you showered and changed. You give it up like it's
The next medal to be awarded will be the Junior World Championship Team All-Around Male Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Yik Nam, Leong Yin, Hin Yao, Chin Hin, and Mangamako. The silver medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Chuk Lam, Chuk Hing, Austin, Ching Yin, Ka Lok, and Ka Lok Chen. The gold medal goes to Japan. Naotaka, Yuki, Tsukasa, Satoru, Kinsharo, and Kate.
Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
After the final men's presentation, we will announce the qualifiers for the finals. The final medal to be presented today is the Junior World Championship Team All-Around Mixed Division. The bronze medal goes to Belgium, Aileen, Sene, Ginty and Mertha. The silver medal goes to Australia, Maverick, Tilly, Cameron, Kate and Violet.
I'm trying not to show it because I've got the other hand. But they're showing it. Oh, so far.
And the gold medal goes to Japan, Ichika, Iowa, Kono, Shuto and Ioba. My apologies, there are two more medals to present. The next medal to be presented will be the World Championship Individual Single Rope Overall Female Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China, Huey Lam. The silver medal goes to Belgium, Larissa. And the gold medal goes to Korea, Yenso. And the final medal for this ceremony will be the World Championship Individual Single Rope Overall Male Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China, Chu Ting. The silver medal goes to Japan, Kaya. And the gold medal goes to Korea, Chang Hyuk. The IJRU is celebrating all of our winners by providing free awards pictures. Visit our website to download yours now. We'll now announce the qualifiers for the finals. The World Championship Single Rope Speed Relay Mixed Division. From Korea, Yu Sung, Seung Hyun, and Hei Jin Inseon. From Hong Kong, China, Wing Lok, Chu Ting, Sam Yi, Yin Ting. From Hong Kong, China, Sam Tim, Lam Pui, Hui Yin, and Wing Yao. From Australia, Alexis, Ben, Chloe, and Naomi. From the USA, Zoe, Noah, Caleb, and Olivia. And from the USA, Jacob, Isla, Connor, and Mason. The World Championship qualifiers for Single Rope Speed Relay World Championship Male Division. From Korea, Jong Min, Won Woo, Ji Hun, and Cheong Yok. From Korea, Ji Woo, Min Young, Hyun, and Swing Min. From Hong Kong, China, Chuk Kyu, Chuk Ki, Yun San, Pak Kin. From Japan, Naoki, Neo, Sho, Shun. From Hong Kong, China, Shui Hei, Long Wei, Chung Ho, Wei Wa. And from Korea, Jin Yuk, Yurang, Seung Jin, Chang Ji. The World Championship qualifiers for the Single Rope Speed Relay Female Division. From Korea, Jun Yun, Hyun Ji, Hyung Yong, Lan Hyung, and Yun So. From Hong Kong, China, Huey Lam, Kai Ching, Chi Yuet, and Chu Shan. From Belgium, Elise, Pauline, Fien, and Fuerte. From Australia, Jamie, Jacqueline, Annabelle, and Isla. From Hong Kong, China, Ka Yui, Kui Kei, Wing, Na Hei. And from Japan, Ryoka, Nene, Keo, and Runa. The qualifiers for World Championship Final, single rope double under relay, mixed division. From Hong Kong, China, Hui Ying, Wing Yao. From Hong Kong, China, Chu Ting and Sum Yi. From Korea, Dae Yi and Sung Jun. From the USA, Zoe and Noah. From Austria, Florian and Hannah. And from Belgium, Oceani and Yele. The World Championship qualifiers, single rope double under relay single rope double under male division. From Hong Kong, China, Chuk Ki and Yun San. From Japan, Kai and Kaya. From Korea, Sun Hyun and Wan Woo. From Korea, Yong Min and Yu Seong. From the USA, Jacob and Connor. And from Korea, Ji Hyun and Cheng Yuk. The World Championship qualifiers for the finals for single rope double under relay female division. From Australia, Gemma and Jessica. From Hungary, Kitty and Anna. From Hong Kong, China, Ka Yi and Yu Ki. From Hungary, Lila and Diana. From Australia, Jasmine and Chloe. And from Germany, Antonia and Lilith. The World Championship qualifier for the finals for double arch speed relay mixed division. From Hong Kong, China, Sum Tim, Lam Pui, Hui Yin and Wing Yao. From Hong Kong, China, Wing Lok, Chu Ting, Chi Kai and Sum Yi. From Denmark, Josephine, Leah, Marcus and Alfred. From Belgium, Kobe, Joyce, Jens and Lorena. From Denmark, Marie, Matilda, Simon and Caroline. And from Australia, Luke, Bell, Ben and McKellar. World Championship qualifiers for the finals for double arch speed relay male division. From Hong Kong, China, Chuk Kyu, Chuk Ki, Chong Chan and Pak Kin. From Japan, Junpei, Dae Hei, Koi and Toma. From Hong Kong, China, Ming Hee, Ho Hang, Kai Ming, Tin Long. From Belgium, Lorde, Kaspar, Yele and Matthias. From Hong Kong, China, Chung Man, Sai Kit, Chun Ho, Wai Wa. And from Belgium, Tim, Peter Jan, Taibo and Klaas. The World Championship qualifiers for the finals for double arch speed relay female division. From Hong Kong, China, Huey Lam, Chik Chiut, Ching Ho and Chai San. From Hong Kong, China, Chuk Lam, Sum Yi, Lok Yin, Huey Tang. From Denmark, Linne, Viga, Herdis Marie and Charlotte. From Belgium, Lara, Yane, Jita, Joska. From Japan, Ryoka, Nene, Keo and Runa. And from Denmark, Ellen, Laura, Sif and Natasha. The World Championship qualifiers for the double arch speed sprint mixed division. From Hong Kong, China, Sum Tim, Lam Pui, Hui Yin. From Denmark, Simon, Caroline and Alfred. From Australia, Luke, Ben and McKellar. From Belgium, Joyce, Jens and Lorena. From Denmark, Cecile, Thea and Tobias. And from Korea, Yong Min, Yu Seong and Hai Ji. The World Championship qualifiers for the finals for double arch speed sprint male division. Chuk Ki, Yong San, Pak Kin. From Japan, Junpei, Dae Hee, Ko Hai. From Belgium, Lorde, Kaspar and Matthias. From Hong Kong, China, Sai Kit, Chun Ho, Wei Wa. From the USA, Porter, Seth and Dalton. And from Hong Kong, China, Ming He, Po Hang and Kai Ming. The World Championship qualifiers, the double Dutch speed sprint female division. From the USA, Renee, Lauren and Natalie. From Belgium, Elise, Fenne and Flotte. From Hong Kong, China, Qi Qing, Qing Ho, Chui Shan. From Japan, Ryoka, Nene and Runa. From France, Lou, Abigail and Gwenale. From Germany, Perianne, Julia and Katrin. That concludes our qualifiers for the finals for the World Championships. We now move on to team show practice. If I could have everyone to leave the stadium, please, so that we can put this practice on the floor. Each team has 8 minutes.
All right, everybody. Thanks again for tuning in and enjoying this wonderful day of jump rope with us. This is the IJRU World Jump Rope Championships 2023. We're here in Colorado Springs.
And we hope you join us tomorrow. We will be starting bright and early at 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. My name is Mike Fry.
And I'm Devin Meek.
And we'll see you tomorrow.